Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is parallel in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 36, Working Together. With a plate of eggs and bacon in front of her, Tsunade tapped her fingers on the table. Something about the previous day was still bothering her. A small girl, pink hair and bright green eyes, who had a natural affinity for healing, reminded the older woman so much of herself. There was a time when Tsunade was just a bright-eyed girl with a medical book and teammates who hurt themselves more often than not. What started out as learning something out of necessity turned into a passion. Is it possible that passion was born inside another young girl? Shizune, the woman, who was spreading butter on her toast, made a questioning noise. Tell me about that girl. The one with pink hair. Nodding, Shizune swallowed the food in her mouth. Sakura. She was very eager to watch me heal her teammate. His arm was poisoned. Basically killed his nerve endings. By the time I saw him, Sakura had managed to stop the poison, pull it out, and begin to heal the nerve endings. Lady Tsunade, I'm not exaggerating. All of this was done by a girl who followed the medics around. Not trained. She had my book. Tsunade picked up a piece of bacon, watching the overcooked meat crumble as she held it. Said it made her want to learn. There was something almost unbelieving in Tsunade's voice. Why would her book inspire a younger generation? A slight laugh left Shizune. Why does that surprise you? It was you who inspired me. Tsunade blinked at her. It was out of her love for Dan that Tsunade refused to let Shizune alone in the village. To keep her with someone she knew, and would care about her, Tsunade made the young girl her apprentice, and she learned quickly. Actually, Shizune had learned everything Tsunade could teach her. Tapping her fingers against the table, Tsunade let out a deep breath. Should I take on a new apprentice? Every fiber of Shizune was screaming to tell the woman yes, yes, a million times, yes, but a smaller, more insecure part of her wondered why. Was Tsunade tired of her? Wasn't she a good apprentice? What did she do wrong? Of course you didn't do anything wrong. Tsunade looked surprised. Shizune, regretfully, realized she'd said all of that out loud. I'm not replacing you, I'm thinking of taking on another apprentice. Shizune, you've learned all I can teach you, and then you learned more on your own. You have become an amazing medic. There was a fragile hope in Shizune's eyes. Really? Oh, Lady Tsunade, thank you. The first thing Sasuke noticed when he woke up was the silence in his head. Even with Naruto's work in the forest, there was still a slight murmur nagging at the back of his mind. He could ignore it, but it was always there, like white noise. Now, however, there was nothing. Blissful silence. Even the pressure, constantly present and making his brain feel too big for his skull, was finally gone. He was alone in his bed, but Naruto's side was still warm, so he had to have been there recently. Trying to sit up, Sasuke felt his muscles were stiff and sore. His teeth and jaw ached from biting down with the pain. But his chakra was running free. In small increments, Sasuke pulled at his chakra, trying to wrap it around his hands. When his hands turned blue, and there were no shooting pains, no noise in his head, Sasuke sighed in relief. It was truly over. Naruto had saved him. Gingerly, Sasuke made his way out of bed. He had been sore after training, but he's never been this sore. After stumbling to the door, Sasuke could hear voices. Naruto's infectious laugh along with a female laugh that wasn't Sakura. Begrudgingly, he realized that the green-haired girl was back. Rolling his shoulders, Sasuke judged whether he was too sore to practice Tonfa. It would give him a reason to not be there, not be in the house with Naruto and that girl. The door cracked open and Kakashi poked his head in. Hey, how are you feeling? Sasuke shrugged, then grimaced with that pain that caused. Ah. Sar. Sakura will be back in a minute. I'm sure there is something she can do. In the meantime, how is your chakra flow? I've stopped Naruto from waking you up 3 times, now. He's dying to know. Arching an eyebrow, Sasuke motioned toward the living room. He seems busy to me. There was a pause before Kakashi huffed out a laugh. Are you jealous? He's not replacing you, Sasuke. You are still the most important friend he has. There are just some things about being a vessel for a Byakuya that we just can't understand. Few, however, can. It didn't seem to comfort Sasuke any, so Kakashi tried to take his mind off of Few and Naruto. Activate your Sharingan. Let's see how your chakra flow is. Just as the red began to bleed into the black of his eyes, Naruto pushed past Kakashi and practically jumped on Sasuke. Hey! Hey! You're awake. He was bouncing on the balls of his feet while his hands fidgeted together. Equal parts excited and nervous. Is your chakra okay? Kurama said you would have residue left over Byakuya chakra, and you should be careful because your jutsu will be stronger until it burns out, so they may, blow up in your face and dash. Naruto. The blonde audibly snapped his mouth shut at Sasuke's words. I'm fine. Sorry, but fine. With a hand on his shoulder, Kakashi pushed Naruto forward. Talk, you two. I'll keep Few occupied. The door closed, and Naruto's eyes dropped to the floor. There were a million thoughts bouncing through his head. Each time he'd try to help Sasuke, Naruto hurt him. From inside the mindscape, Naruto could hear the scream Sasuke let out. It shook the boy to his core. All morning he thought about how to apologize for that, but he didn't know how. Idiot. Look at me. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Naruto quickly flicked his eyes to meet Sasuke's before looking away again. I know every time I've tried to help, it just seems like I hurt you instead. I need to get better at it. I need to learn how to do it right. I will, Sasuke. I promise, I will. A hand gently cuffed him aside the head. Moron, the curse seal hurt when it was applied. I knew it would hurt coming off. There was probably no way to remove it without causing me pain. That was not your fault. You made it better. All that static in my head is gone. It's just quiet. That pressure I told you about is gone. I told you, Naruto, I am fine. Other than my muscles being sore, I feel great. There was a fragile hope in Naruto's eyes as he listened to Sasuke talk. Thank you. Naruto gave him a crooked smile before quietly saying, You trusted me? Sasuke blinked. Not to mess it up. Nobody ever did, but you did. A memory hit Sasuke. A class trip to the thickest part of the woods, their first camping trip. They were all given assignments, something that they were in charge of. Because Iruka knew Sasuke could make a fireball, he put the young Uchiha in charge of lighting the campfire. It turned into a bonfire with all the girls fighting over who could get Sasuke the most sticks. Then, out of nowhere, a girl shrieked. She had a loop of ninja wire wrapped tightly around her ankle, digging into her flesh painfully. Naruto, who was so small, always wearing clothes the wrong size, tried to help. He set up a trap to catch a rabbit or squirrel, and the girl stepped right into it. Sasuke could remember hearing Sakura say that Naruto wasn't given anything he was in charge of. She said it was because he can't be trusted not to screw it up. Iruka, as he frantically tried to get the ever-tightening ninja wire off the girl's ankle, ordered Naruto to go sit down. Looking so sad, so dejected, Naruto just ran. No one saw him for the rest of the trip. Much like Sasuke, Naruto was poisoned by his childhood. As he looked into the blue eyes, he realized that he didn't even know half of what Naruto had been through. All Sasuke could do, now, is make sure his future was better. Naruto, I trust you with my life. Blue Eyes bore into him. Don't just mean on missions. I mean, always. If I leave you alone with my kids, do you promise to behave? Kakashi asked Jiraiya, who was leaning over a couple of Naruto's Byakuya seal mock UPS. The Sannin gave him a flat look, which made Fu and Sakura giggle. Need I remind you that it was your kids who bit me? Jiraiya pulled up his sleeve, the imprint of teeth still visible in the skin. I think they should be the ones you ask to behave. My kids don't bite unless provoked, Kakashi said with a shrug, patting Sakura on the head as he walked past. Try not to bite Jiraiya, please. Then, glancing back to Jiraiya, he added, Fu isn't mine, so I can't tell her what to do. The boys are talking, but they'll be out. Sasuke has to be starving. Fu, honey, do me a favor? Maybe you can talk Naruto into getting out of this house and his nose out of the seals. Maybe get him to spar. He does need to train for his match. The girl nodded, her green hair bouncing. Thanks, honey. Then, turning his attention to Sakura, he fake whispered, keep that old man in line, okay? Sakura gave him a salute. While Jiraiya grumbled, Kakashi pushed the door open and skipped down the steps. The Sannin slept on the couch the night before, not wanting to leave after Sasuke and Naruto passed out. Having just that one extra guest made Kakashi realize he has no place for Kisame and Itachi to sleep once they got there. Especially not someone as tall as the Blue Man. Maybe it was time for an addition. The markets were busy as Kakashi weaved his way through the crowd. The Chunin exams always brought in new tourists, wanting to see the promising shinobi of the elemental nations. There were lines coming out of the pawn shops, some of the tourists betting who would win a match. He could overhear them recounting the rumors they believed to be truths. His own little Sakura was pulling in quite the pool with the rumors of her large sword. Kakashi got a shot of pride at the shock everyone would have when she wielded it like a master swordsman. Kakashi. At the sound of his name, Kakashi turned around to see Lady Tsunade standing in front of a tea shop. Weaving around the people, he made his way over to the woman. Lady Tsunade. He greeted her once he got close enough. I'd like to talk to your student. From behind her, Shizune gave Kakashi a big smile. I've been told she's quite the little medic. Kakashi nodded. That she is, ma'am. She's at the house right now. Do you remember where the old Haytake homestead was? It's rebuilt, for lack of a better word. Oh. Tsunade barely hid her surprise. Jiraiya is there, too. Kakashi had a quick back and forth in his head. Should he or shouldn't he? Ask him about his first meeting with my team. It will definitely give you a laugh. As they parted ways, Tsunade and Shizune on their way to see Sakura, Kakashi continued on his journey. He could feel Tenzo's chakra up ahead. Next to him was a very familiar signature. Feeling his heart stutter in his chest, Kakashi took a deep breath. It couldn't be, could it? Was that Sai? His steps picked up the pace, practically jogging to catch up with them. Did Danzo's death stop Sai's graduation exam? Was Sai's brother still here, still with him? The crowd broke as Kakashi reached the end of the street. Small niche shops were all that decorated this back road. Standing in front of an art supply shop, Tenzo handed a small, dark-haired boy a pouch of coins, directing him inside the building. Another kid, with grayish hair, stood next to Tenzo. Could that be Senpai? Tenzo had just seen Kakashi nearing him, surprised to see the Jounin. Kakashi shook the vision of Sai, bloody and dying and whispering to Naruto how he will finally be with Shin again, from his mind. I'm sorry to interrupt your shopping trip. I just need a second. Tenzo nodded. The boy beside him standing at attention as he looked at Kakashi. I need an addition to my house. I understand you're busy with your kids, but if you have a minute. An addition, sir? I can swing by later if that's okay? I want to get these kids some supplies. He motioned to the boy beside him. Shin, here, is quite the cook, I'm told. We're going to the grocery store after Sai is done. A shot went through Kakashi as if a balloon was popped in his chest. The pit of worry, of wondering if Sai and Shin were okay, shriveled up. They were fine. Tenzo had them. Kakashi smiled. Ah. Well, I am sure the others will be excited to have some homemade food. Just then, a small Sai exited the shop, a bag full of drawing supplies in his hand. The boy looked up at him, a more normal, relaxed expression on his face. It wasn't the fake smile Kakashi was used to. This Sai still had a chance. Feel free to bring your kids with you, Tenzo. A little social interaction would do them good, I'd think. Yeah. I believe it would. He looked down at his two wards. Besides that, I would like to meet your three. Kakashi smiled. I would like that, also. Lugging around a heavy wooden puppet on your back was a lot easier when you, yourself, were a puppet. Sasori no longer had the typical human issues of sore muscles or bathroom breaks. He didn't even need to eat. Which made him a prime choice to send on long missions where amenities, such as food, weren't guaranteed. Seeing as how he doesn't fatigue or tire, Sasori was perfect for covering long distances quickly. His current mission was simple: chase Itachi and Kisame. It wasn't a secret that Itachi's health was failing. The kid just looked tired all the time. And the big, lumbering man that Kisame was couldn't be very fast. The duo surely couldn't cover much ground without needing a break. So when Sasori caught sight of the blue man in the trees ahead of him, it didn't surprise him one bit. Keeping his distance, he followed the two clear Takusa, coasting the border of aim on the way. Sasori wasn't ignorant of the situation. Itachi was probably one of the smartest members and a very talented ninja. The teen knew Sasori was following them. He had to. So, then, why weren't they stopping to face him? Making a hand motion, Itachi signaled something to Kisame. The two split up, forcing Sasori to pick a side. If they knew Zetsu was following close behind, they either didn't care or had a plan. A split-second decision had Sasori running after Itachi. He'd been on a mission with Itachi, he knew most of what the Uchiha could do. It was Sasori's best shot. Once he made the turn, Sasori felt Zetsu's chakra head toward Kisame. When Sasori broke through the thick forest, it was to see Itachi facing him, back to a large gorge. Sliding to a stop, the wood of the puppet creaked. There was a long standoff, both men just watching each other while the wind blew between them. Sasori sighed. You know I hate waiting. Let's just get this over with. I do not plan on dying here today. Itachi tilted his head to the side. However, he focused his red and black eyes on the puppet master. A deep laugh left Sasori. Genjutsu? Do you only know one trick? Itachi smirked. He held out one pale hand in front of him, palm facing Sasori. The ground below began to rumble, the wood of the puppet clattering around Sasori. It didn't feel like a genjutsu, Sasori realized. It's true that Itachi was proficient in the art, could probably make it feel as natural as one's own thoughts, but this still felt too real. Sasori tried not to flinch, not to move. If this is a trick, then it will be over soon. When the ground stopped shaking, Sasori felt the earth beneath his feet drop out from under him. He felt himself falling, felt the air whipping around him, felt the weightlessness as he dropped down. It all felt so real, but Sasori was still convinced this was a genjutsu. He held firm, refusing to believe it was real. Then he hit the ground, the wood of the puppet cracking and splintering around him. Sasori felt limbs breaking off, felt the wood of his own body burying into the soft earth. As his head separated from his torso, rolling off to the side and landing face up, he could see Itachi standing at the edge of the gorge looking down on him. Then Itachi disappeared in a murder of crows, black feathers coasting through the air. For what felt like hours, Sasori lay there. The sun heated up the ground around him as it rose high in the sky. Then, finally, Zetsu emerged from the stone wall. It was a false lead, I fear. Obviously. Sasori rolled his eyes. Would it trouble you to put me back together? I have been waiting a long time. I hate waiting. The white half of Zetsu chuckled. There was a hairline crack in Obito's orange mask. Obito was furious. There were calming words coming from Nagato, as his red hair hung low in his face, but it was doing little to dampen the storm brewing behind the cracked mask. An ever-vigilant presence, Konan stood beside Nagato, one hand on his shoulder. She was watching Obito warily, muscles coiled in case she had to defend the ailing man. Wearing a rut into the floor, Obito paced from one wall to the other. That Demitaki. Insolent little brat. Putting ideas into Kisame's head, that great lumbering fool. What does he think he's doing? He'd been repeating the same things for hours. The anger was only humming on the surface. His real emotion was pure shock. Obito had never imagined Itachi, of all people, would turn against him. Did he miss something? What could have caused this change inside the teen? No, Obito stopped in his tracks. He wouldn't, would he? Nagato slowly raised his head. I understand you're angry, but we can always get new members. This is not the end of our perfect world. He saw his brother. Obito breathed out. Could something as insignificant as seeing his brother have caused Itachi to defect? A red eyebrow raised. You allowed Itachi to visit Konoha. Even Konan looked surprised. Why? I did not know that is where he was going. As Obito began to talk, he began to pace again. I sent Zetsu to tail him. The dem kid killed Danzo. Family is important. Konan's soft voice spoke up. Itaka killed his clan to protect his brother. Maybe this Danzo was threatening him, too. Furiously shaking his head, Obito continued his circuit around the room. We need to double our efforts. Find new members. Bring in the Jinhiriki. It needs to happen now. Thanks to Kisame, the door to the back room was laying in splinters on the floor. Obito had nothing to slam as he stormed out of there, but it was definitely implied. He no sooner got to the edge of the platform than his name was called. From his right, Zetsu slowly emerged from the stone wall. It was a false lead. One of my clones is bringing Sasori back. Why would Sasori need a clone to bring him back? Obito's voice was bordering on squeaking in anger. He's a puppet, Zetsu. At the outburst, the Zetsu took a step backward. Sasori cannot bring himself back. There are too many pieces for him to put back together without help. There was a long pause. The artery on Obito's neck bulged out. He's in pieces. Quite a few, actually. Before Obito could wind up an outburst, Zetsu hid back in the wall. However, the plant-human hybrid felt the stone shake as Obito slammed a fist against it. The Haytake homestead, or whatever Kakashi now called his childhood home, seemed to exist in a bubble. The overgrown path leading to the clearing was quiet as if you were wearing earplugs. Even the crackling of thick weed stalks and the snapping of twigs sounded muffled. It was almost as if you weren't in a village, there was no civilization around you. Then you step into the clearing. Instantly, the bubble pops. The earplugs come out. The noise hits you in the face. To her left, Tsunade could hear the sound of metal sparking against metal. Surrounding the small, pink-haired girl from the hospital was surrounded by a handful of shadow clones. She held a large sword, one of Kiri's, as if she was merely holding a kunai. The weight of that weapon should have been difficult to hold as a sword is meant to be held. There was no way this small girl could handle a sword that is longer than she is tall, as if it's an extension of her arm. But, right there in front of Tsunade's own eyes, stood Sakura, surrounded by Naruto's shadow clones, using the sword as if she was its master. With one large swing of her sword, Sakura took out several clones, their kunai falling to the dirt. She planted her feet and turned the sword over, swinging it back around to take out the rest. The clones tried to stop the sword, but their kunai were nothing more than sparks against the huge slab of metal Sakura was holding. A blur of blonde hair came jumping out of the brush, rushing toward the girl. In one fluid movement, Sakura stabbed the sword into the ground, grabbed the hilt with both hands and kicked herself off the ground. She got her legs around the clone's neck as she pulled backward, flipping both her and the clone over the sword. The clone popped as Sakura's feet planted on his chest. Wow! Shizune breathed out. Sakura jumped, looking up to see the two standing at the edge of the clearing. Sakura, that was amazing. Letting go of the sword, Sakura tried to fix her hair and look presentable. Oh! Lady Shizune, Lady Tsunade. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. She clasped her hands behind her back as the two walked toward her. If you have time, Lady Tsunade, I dash. You've impressed Shizune. Tsunade interrupted her. Healing dead nerve endings is quite advanced. I'm curious as to how you did that. She motioned toward the sword. And, how you got that? I earned her. Sounding way too used to defending herself, Sakura's expression fell. With thundering steps, Jiraiya stood at the top of the porch stairs. Hey! Tsunade. He began waving his arms above his head as if the woman couldn't see him standing less than 100 feet away. These kids are insane. I don't know what Kakashi's been doing, but they are a lot stronger than Genin. Pinching the bridge of her nose, Tsunade felt a headache coming on. Jiraiya, you big moron, don't stand there and yell at me. Walk a few more feet and speak to me like a human being. Three kids stepped on the porch, looking suspiciously at the newcomers. Hey! Naruto yelled out, pointing at Tsunade. You're that old lady who wanted me to gamble for her. Did you finally learn how to walk away? The girl with green hair tugged on his sleeve, whispering something in his ear. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked between Jiraiya and Tsunade. The pervert is a Sannin, too. We kicked his ass, so they can't be that strong. Tsunade blinked before holding one finger up. Wait. What do you mean you kicked his ass? He snuck in here and we knocked him out. Tied him up. Tsunade doubled over in laughter while Jiraiya grumbled. You people are weird. Escorting a headstrong girl like Fu, it was nice to have somewhere she could go and be safe, somewhere she was happy. The Tokijounin may get yelled at when they got back, but the ability to see Konoha as a tourist was too good to pass up. So, as Kigon and Yoro exited the bar, both slightly tipsy, and decided it was time for Fu to go back to the inn, neither of them could have imagined the absolute chaos they would walk into. The blast of Baijuyo Chakra hit them the moment they stepped outside. The seal they had that connected them and Fu was, apparently, stronger than Naruto's blocking seals. The two men shared panicked looks before running, full speed, toward Fu's playdate. They leapt from buildings to trees to phone poles, taking the most direct route there. The two landed beside Kakashi at the opening of the clearing, who looked frozen in shock. In the middle of the yard, Fu was surrounded by red, bubbling chakra. One tail whipped behind her, searing heat frying the blades of grass beneath her feet. She was stripped down to her chest bindings, the black tattoo of her seal standing out against her skin. With a small square of paper held in between two fingers, Jiraiya stood not too far away. Directly in front of Fu stood a very surprised Naruto. His blue eyes were wide as he watched the powerful chakra bubble around the girl. They watched as he slowly reached out a shaking hand, taking tentative steps forward. A yell was caught in Kakashi's throat, coming out in a choked cry, as Naruto's hand breached the chakra. The last time Kakashi had come across that chakra, he'd felt the immense heat, the roiling raw power it held. However, that was before Naruto and Kurama had an understanding, when Kurama still used every opportunity presented to him to escape. With Fu and Koumei working together, it didn't seem as though the chakra hurt her at all. She seemed to be in control, still standing upright and coherent, not on all fours and in pain as Naruto used to be. With his hand in the chakra, Naruto's wide eyes looked at Fu, questioning, before his arm was slowly enveloped in the bubbling chakra. Everything was fine as the chakra worked to cover his upper half. However, once it touched Naruto's seal, the boy doubled over in pain. Fu pulled the chakra back, it all evaporating around her. Naruto hit the ground, grabbing at his head and yelling out. Before Kakashi could reach him, Sasuke was already there. Sakura was close behind. In the background, Kakashi could hear Fu apologizing over and over again, could hear her bodyguards trying to console her, but all he could think about was Naruto. Why was the seal causing him so much pain? What did Naruto alter inside of there? The small piece of paper in Jiraiya's hand was placed on Naruto's forehead. The yelling stopped, but Naruto emptied his stomach on the grass. Sakura's hands were coated in green chakra, trying to find something she could do to help, something she could heal. Repeated words kept leaving Naruto's mouth, his voice hoarse. Sasuke leaned in close, trying to hear them. He must have heard something he did not like, as Sasuke pulled away with wide eyes. Suddenly kicked into action, Kakashi hit his knees beside Sasuke. What did he say? He wants to go inside. Sasuke turned to Fu, his dark eyes looking scared. You can do that, right? Fu nodded, tentatively stepping forward. Another hoarse whisper left Naruto, causing Sasuke to pull Fu closer by the wrist. Now, Fu. Once Naruto's fist connected with Fu's, he felt himself slipping into the mindscape. It was dark in both sides, the only light the glow from Koumei's net. Orange eyes bore into Naruto as he kneeled in the murky water. The pain was slowly receding, his thoughts coming through more clearly. The reason Fu had her seal showing in the first place was because Naruto had an idea. Fu's seal seemed to work perfectly, everything written and coded correctly. If Naruto's was wrong and Fu's was right, then comparing the two would show what was faulty in his own. A brilliant plan that went slightly askew. While studying the symbols and pathing, Naruto put a finger on the black lines curling down Fu's arms, causing them to light up a bright green, a pinch of bubbling chakra hovering above her skin. Sometimes, Naruto's curiosity does more harm than good. Did you see what you needed to see? The only sounds were Kome's wings lightly flapping and Naruto's panting breaths. "Can you fix your seal, Naruto?" The boy in question slowly raised his head, looking toward Kome. "Yeah. I think I know what I did." He shakily got to his feet. "I'm sorry, Kurama. I should have kept my hands to myself." The large fox snorted. "If you haven't learned that in 12 years, I don't hold out hope for the future." He watched the boy stagger over to the wall. A bright light filled the room, illuminating the part of gray Naruto was standing in front of. "Some light since you puny humans can't see in the dark." "Thanks, Kurama." Naruto smiled at him before biting into his finger. With his blood, Naruto drew symbols on the wall, his other hand held over his stomach. Once the connection was made, a replica of the seal on his stomach covered the gray wall. Jiraiya had shown him this method of changing an existing seal, which made what Naruto was about to do a hell of a lot easier. Fu slowly wandered over, not getting too close but wanting to see. In deep red, Naruto wrote over the black ink on the wall. Then, carefully, he drew a new pole before writing several runes and symbols down the side. "No." Kome cut in. "You can't, that's too much, Naruto, do you realize what you're doing?" "I'm fixing the way our chakra is mixed." Naruto looked over at the large insect. "I know what I'm doing, Kome. This will be easier on both of us. No more fighting for control." He looked at Kurama. "Now we can work together." The raw faith on the kid's face gave Kurama pause. Only a few months ago, Kurama would have used this oversight to his advantage. He would have pulled all the chakra he could and burst out, destroying his host in the process. Kurama was angry, filled with rage and hate and tired of being used, but not by Naruto. The kid was incapable of being mean and vindictive. All of the people who had lied to him, caused the pain the boy had gone through, and then they come back and act like everything is okay? And Naruto just let it go. Could it be that easy? Sitting on his hind legs, Kurama gave the boy a nod. Maybe being part of Naruto's world wasn't such a bad idea, after all. Seeing how strong the kid became, how far he went, would be worth the wait. "Let's do this, brat." The force of activating the seal bodily shook Naruto. He was thrust back into his own mind, his own reality. Opening his eyes, he saw the blue sky and 3 sets of eyes looking down at him. Did it work? His voice was still hoarse, still painful, but he had to know. "Try it, kid." Kurama's voice still sounded close, Naruto could still feel the swish of his 9 tails against the water. Holding a hand up, Naruto wrapped his chakra around it. His own blue color was the dominant one, but underneath, like an undercurrent, was Kurama's deep red. And, above all else, there was no pain. It worked. Deep, rumbling laughter was all he could hear in his head. I fixed it." Standing on top of a hill, looking down over a civilian village, Itachi and Kisame weighed their options. They needed new clothes, somewhere to hide their cloaks and headbands. Itachi, as previously discovered, could blend in among the population. A brown wig and keeping his Sharingan at bay was enough to keep him hidden. Kisame, however, was harder to hide. Not only was the man pushing 7 feet tall, he was also blue. The color would stand out among the more traditional skin tones in the village. "I guess I wait here, then." If Itachi didn't know any better, it almost sounded like Kisame was pouting. "Just don't get me something ugly to wear." The wind whipped around them as Itachi took in the village. The only ninja were 2 gate guards at the entrance. They were low-level, trained in a small village, not strong enough to withstand a weak genjutsu. Civilians were even easier. It wouldn't take much chakra, or use of the Sharingan at all, to keep up a ruse. "No. You will come with me." He pointed with his long, pale finger. "The guards will be easily distracted. A simple genjutsu will make the civilians see a very tall, yet not blue, man." He turned his head to Kisame. "Besides, I am not picking out your clothes. You're too picky. This genjutsu of yours, will I still have my dashing good looks?" The two began walking down the hill, toward the village. "I have a reputation. The Lady Killer, they call me." Kisame laughed at the flat look Itachi gave him. "Thought you hated liars." Snarky little shit, aren't you? It barely took a flick of Itaka's finger to make the guards believe no one had entered through the gate. They just kept up their conversation as if nothing had interrupted them. Once inside, Kisame was cloaked in an illusion. Instead of blue, his skin was a golden tan. The gills on his face smoothed out and his teeth were dulled. Kisame looked normal, for lack of a better word. It proved to be working when several villagers walked past him, not so much as a look in his direction. A large garbage can was filled with their black and red cloaks. Neither of them could part with their headbands, the importance beat into their heads since childhood, so they were hidden in a storage scroll. Same Hada, although still hanging on Kisame's back, could not be seen through the illusion. The first stop was to a clothing shop. Nothing sold in there was ninja grade, but it would have to do. A long, black cloak with deep blue stitching was snatched by Kisame. It was big enough to hide Same Hada, only the handle jutted out from the collar. Itaka found an outfit much like he wore as a younger kid. It was so nostalgic, he couldn't pass it up. Deep blue shirt, minus the high collar, and black 3/4 pants. The two looked so normal. Can you think of anything else we will need? Itaka questioned Kisame once they were back on the busy street. The smell of something wonderful cooking wafted through the air. Some food, maybe. Getting tired of plain fish and rabbit. Once the two were seated on stools, seasoned and properly cooked food in front of them, they realized just how tired of plain food they actually were. Not having seen the homestead since creating the shell of the house and the frame of the dojo, Tenzo was surprised to see how cleaned up it was. Everything was painted and stained, bright and crisp. The genin did a great job at taking a shell and making it a home, something Kakashi-senpai deserved. And, upon seeing a yard full of people, the need for an addition is well warranted. Why are two of the sun in here, senpai? Shin asked, looking up at Tenzo in confusion. A small, pink-haired girl with a large sword held parallel to the ground was bouncing a rubber ball on the flat side. On the porch swing, which Tenzo remembered Kurane mentioning, sat the other two genin. Leaning against the railing of the porch was Jiraiya, standing tall and imposing. Leaning against a thick training pole was Tsunade, watching the young girl intently. I'm not sure. Well, let's go ask, then. Once the boys on the swing saw Tenzo and his wards, they gave a start. The blonde seemed to have a delayed reaction time, which surprised the man. The dark-haired boy, however, was faster than normal genin Tenzo had seen. As Jiraiya turned to look at the newcomers, the blonde yelled through the open window. Stand down. Kakashi pat the dark-haired boy on the shoulder as he stepped on the porch. I invited them. The man had a dish towel over one shoulder and his sleeves rolled up. This is Tenzo, boys. He's the one who built our home. A huge smile crossed the blonde's face as he jumped off the swing. His balance was a little off, the boy grabbing at Jiraiya's arm for support. Thank you. We love the house. Before Tenzo could answer, Kakashi turned to the boys. Can you two go help Lady Shizune with dinner? I have something to talk to Tenzo about. They obediently went inside, the blonde's loud voice echoing through the house. Let's take a walk, shall we? I can watch your boys. Jiraiya's voice rang out. They will be in good hands. Shin and Sai both turned to Tenzo, waiting for his answer. Oh. Thank you, sir. They won't be a bother. Jiraiya waved him off. Of course not. Come on, boys. Let me tell you the tale of the great toad sage Jiraiya. Hearing a soft laugh behind him, Tenzo turned to Kakashi. Once you get past all the feather ruffling, Jiraiya is a decent guy. He began walking toward the dojo, Tenzo falling in step behind him. I have something of a sensitive nature to discuss with you. Once they were stood inside the dojo, Kakashi's face turned very serious. I have recently learned some information about our former teammate. Information that puts the entire situation in a new light. Our former, Tenzo met Kakashi's eyes. How secure are we, senpai? Sticking his hands in his pockets, Kakashi rocked on the heels of his sandals. My Naruto is very talented with Fuinjutsu. He is also very thorough. This whole clearing exists, well, I guess a bubble would be accurate. From the outside, it just seems like a quiet home in the middle of the woods. Inside, however, is a very different story. I had noticed that coming in. Then, steeling himself for what was about to be said, Tenzo clasped his hands together behind his back. What have you learned, sir? Kakashi took a deep breath. Itachi was coerced into the massacre by Danzo. He paused, letting that sink in. Tenzo's mouth opened and closed a couple of times. When Itachi suddenly got quiet and withdrawn, he learned the Uchiha were planning a coup. Looking like someone had turned his world upside down, Tenzo just stared at Kakashi. Blow after blow, Tenzo heard everything Danzo had done, everything Itachi dealt with. Then, Kakashi dropped the final bombshell. He and a friend defected from the Akatsuki. Lady Tsunade is bringing them here. Here. Tenzo just blinked at him. As in here. Kakashi nodded. The addition I had asked about? I was hoping you could build me a basement. The friend is Hoshigakiki same, so the walls will need to be tall. If the Sandaime finds out dash. There was a hardness in Kakashi's eyes. He won't. Tenzo, I asked you because, of anyone in this village, you would understand what Danzo is capable of. We both know that the Itachi we were teamed with could not have murdered his entire clan in cold blood. That boy was given two horrible choices to make, choices he was too young to have placed on his head, and he chose his baby brother. That boy, the one with dark hair, that is dash. Tenzo's voice cut off. Does he know everything? There was a long pause, one where Tenzo ran everything he'd just heard through his head. Kakashi allowed him the time to think, to process everything. Finally, Tenzo's eyes met his. Would you like a secret entrance, too, senpai? With relief flooding through his chest, Kakashi left Tenzo to his work. On his way back to the house, he was met by Shin, the young boy twisting a piece of grass around his fingers. Shin? Are you okay? Lord Danzo did not like you. He always called you a lapdog. Shin dropped the piece of grass to the ground. The boy took a deep breath. Did you know about the graduation exams? About what he would make us do? The safest answer Kakashi could give was, a lot has come out since his death. Yes, Shin, I do know. I am very happy you didn't have to go through that. There was a sharp nod before the boy continued. I'm sick. No matter what, Sai would have won. He took a deep breath. Did my messages ever get through? Were they ever found? I left encoded scrolls, pieces of information I thought would help. Did it? That was you. Kakashi knelt down in front of him. You told us about the assassination and the code to his safe. Yes, Shin, we did get those scrolls. They helped a lot. The boy looked relieved. That was very brave of you. Shin turned his head, peering at the house. Sai was sitting on the steps beside Sakura, showing the girl his sketchbook. It was the first genuine smile Kakashi had ever seen on his face. Sai cares about people. He's not quite sure how, but he does. Shin gave a sad smile. When we were told about Lord Danzo's death, I tried to get Sai to run with me. He was scared, so we came back. I'm happy you did. Kakashi hiked a thumb in Tenzo's direction. You all are helping him as much as he's helping you. Shin nodded. Tenzo-senpai gave us something we never had. He gave us a choice. The other kids don't know what to do with it, but I do. I choose to be free. Fighting the urge to hug this child he'd never met, Kakashi gave him a smile, instead. If you show them the way, Shin, the others will figure it out on their own. They will follow your lead. Shin's eyes went soft as he heard Sai laugh. I hope so, sir. Now that Kakashi really looked at him, really began noticing details, the boy did look sick. Dark rings under his eyes, his complexion pale, the almost breathless way he talked. Shin was 1, maybe 2, notes away from making a mistake. He could have been caught by Root, he could have dropped the note in front of a Jounin instead of just a Chiryunin runner. Then the cough came. It was a small thing, but wet sounding. When the boy pulled his hand back, small spittle of blood was flecked on the pale skin. It was as if she was summoned by the sound of sickness. Tsunade appeared at Shin's side, a green glowing hand held to his back. Were you trained by Danzo? Shin nodded. Tsunade's eyes met Kakashi's. Tomorrow morning, come to the hospital. You need a full medical workup. I'm sick, ma'am. Tsunade snorted. Yes, but not in the way you think. I'll be expecting you tomorrow. For now, go sit down. When the boy took a seat beside Sai, she spoke to Kakashi low enough they wouldn't hear. There are multiple organs breaking down, and that's besides his lungs. He needs to be taken out of active duty or the kid will die. Then she let out a deep breath. I can heal him, but any strain on his body will undo it all. In essence, Danzo trained that kid to death. From his seat on the stairs, flanked by Sakura and Shin, Sai excitedly showed the drawing he'd just finished. His artwork was so much better, more detailed, with supplies actually meant for sketching. For a minute, it was almost like they weren't child soldiers. They were just children. If only the world could let them be that way. Chapter 37, Reuniting. The first conscious thought Ino had was that she was thirsty. It had taken her all morning to wake up. First the sunlight warmed her face, making her feel cozy and like she was floating. Then the rough, starchy sheets under her began to irritate her skin, warming up as the sun shone over the fabric. She went from warm and cozy to too hot and needing the thin blanket off of her. With the sedation still running through her veins, her limbs were sluggish, her eyes heavy. She started slowly, wiggling fingers and toes. Then she twitched an ankle. A wrist. An elbow. One pale eye cracked open, only to be slammed shut again. The light was so bright, hitting her in the face, nearly blinding in its intensity. From somewhere to her right, Ino heard a door slowly opening, quiet, and the tender footsteps of someone coming in the room. Ino tried to make a noise, tried to get the visitor's attention. With her throat dry, it barely came out as a hoarse whisper. Ino. It was Sakura's soft voice, breathy and quiet. Then Ino felt hands touching her arm. Oh, Ino. Trying to talk again, trying to say something coherent, Ino pushed her voice past her dry throat again. Eyes, light, the hands left her arm and she heard the sliding of the blinds. Darkness filled the room and Ino tried, again, to crack her eyes open. Better. She croaked out. The world was blurry, at first. It slowly came back into focus as she blinked. She saw pink hair bobbing in front of her before the bed was slowly raised. Here. Drink slowly. A straw was pushed between her lips, wonderfully cold water eased her dry throat. Thank you. Ino sighed, the cold water feeling amazing. She blinked again, clearing her vision even more. What happened? She didn't have to see clearly to catch the guilty look on Sakura's face. Your opponent, she tried to, I'm sorry, Ino, if I didn't have the sword dash, her voice faltered as Ino reached her hand out, brushing a piece of pink hair behind her ear. She tried to kill you. Blinking again, Ino pushed her shaking arms against the mattress, sitting up further. I remember heavy fog, and then just pain. She struggled against the drugs in her system, trying so hard to remember anything else. Love makes you strong. Sakura's voice floated through her head, the smile on her face, the shock Ino felt, that actually happened. Sakura actually said that. Ino felt her eyes widen, she felt Sakura grabbing her shoulders, but the realization shocked her. Ino? What's wrong? Sakura sounded so scared, so fragile. I remember. Sakura, you said dash. The door to her room slammed open, bouncing off the walls. Flower. Inoichi was by her side in a second, touching her face, her arms, her hair, anything he could do to make sure she was alive. I could hear you talking. I thought I was hearing things. I'm okay, Daddy. She hadn't called her father that in years. Not since she turned 8 and told her father she was too old for that, now. But he looked so scared, looked like he hadn't been sleeping. I'm sorry I made you worry. Wrapping her in his arms, Inoichi hugged her to his chest. I am so happy you're awake, my flower. Letting the father and daughter have their moment, Sakura slipped out of the door. Ino remembered. Was she angry or disgusted? Sakura couldn't tell by the look on Ino's face. Then Inoichi interrupted them, and maybe for the better. Maybe Sakura could put off Ino's repulsion for a while longer. Now, If only Sakura could get her heart to stop beating out of her chest. Like a hurricane, Tsunade burst into Hiruzen's office. Several medical folders were slammed onto his desk, disrupting the stacks of parchment he already had sitting there. He had barely caught his bottle of ink from toppling onto the hardwood. Honey eyes were narrowed, glaring at the old man. So, you get a group of children who were trained, and I use that term loosely, by Danzo, and no one thought to give them medical workups. Were you aware that one boy was trained and worked so hard that his body is literally breaking down? Or that another one cannot hear out of his left ear? There's a girl who would be considered legally blind due to Danzo experimenting with her eyes. There was a dangerous edge to Tsunade's voice, a storm brewing behind her eyes. That man took young children, innocent children, and made emotionless soldiers out of them. The ones who had undergone his graduation exam speak in monotone. The ones who were lucky enough to not undergo that are terrified of loud noises, terrified to disappoint, terrified of authority. Absolutely none of them will move without orders. Hiruzen used the moment Tsunade took a breath to try and get a word in. We recently found them, Tsunade. I had informed Tenzo to do what he felt was necessary. One of the safe houses was taken over for them, giving them a safe place to live and rehabilitate. Some offered the Inyazuka compound as a form of therapy, which several of the kids have highly enjoyed. None of them are psychologists. Tenzo is doing the best he can, I do commend him for that, but he is just as damaged as they are. Those children need professional help. However, the mental health wing I had single-handedly set up before I left has since been phased out. Hell, most of what I set up before leaving has since been phased out. It's almost as if I didn't put things into place to help the ninja of this village. It's almost as if children are not being trained to kill, trained to do terrible things that may negatively damage their psyche. Isn't that just the weirdest thing? The more Tsunade talked, the harder she pressed her palms on the desk. The wood began to creak and moan under her force. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen stood up and looked his former student in the eye. I did the best I could to help the village. That's my job, Tsunade. Protect the village, no matter what that means. The funds it took to keep up your additions were better used elsewhere. Before Tsunade could object, Hiruzen held up a hand, pausing the rant he was sure would follow. I don't have to answer to you, Tsunade. I am the Hokage, I decide what is important and what can be held off. I don't know what has possessed this village to think insubordination is an acceptable practice, but it will not continue. There was a long pause, in which Tsunade just stared down at her former sensei. Then, in a voice softer than Hiruzen had heard from her in a long time, she slowly shook her head. What happened to you, sensei? What happened to make you stop caring? She didn't wait for an answer before grabbing the folders and sweeping out the door. Feeling like all the energy was swiftly drained out of him, Hiruzen fell back into his chair. The more Shikaku and Inoichi dug up, the more Hiruzen realized the freedom Danzo had. Being consistently reminded of his failure to police the man, having people underneath him finding out his faults, made the old man uncomfortable. Laying his head back against the chair, he scrubbed his hands over his face. He refused to look at the stone faces, to see his former sensei glaring back at him, disapproving and unimpressed. No, not today. Instead, he packed his pipe and took a deep drag, willing the nicotine to take the edge off of Tsunade's words. There was a glass of sake sitting on the side table, a bottle of pills specially made by Kabuto right next to them, and Orochimaru stretched out in his bed, very out of sorts. The man did not get scared, the man did not frighten, he was calm, collected, always in control. Not 2 nights ago. He was sitting at his desk, preparing for his trip to Suna, when the pain first hit him. It felt like fire, like his skin peeling off his body, like being boiled alive. It sent the man backward, flipping his chair over as he hit the floor and slid against the wall. He scrambled up, clutching the desk, fear rippling through his body. What jutsu was this? How did it get to him? There was a presence in the room, someone, no, something, behind him. Something made of pure, raw chakra. It felt like something very large, and very powerful, was standing right behind him, looking over his shoulder. It was chakra he had felt only once before, the night Yondaime died and the village was nearly destroyed. This was a being made of chakra. This was the Kyuubi. He could feel the breath moving his hair, feel the heat of its body. Then, a booming voice echoed off the walls. Final warning. Then, as soon as it came, the overbearing presence left. The room felt like a freezer once the searing heat was removed. Frozen in place, hands clutching the wood of his desk, Orochimaru shook in fear. This was something more powerful than Orochimaru could ever hope to be. This isn't a chakra demon who is trapped inside a human vessel. This was untethered and free. And it was angry. The doors to his office banged open, Kabuto standing in the doorway looking like he had just clambered out of bed. Lord Orochimaru. What happened? Orochimaru couldn't talk, couldn't move. Frozen in fear. An experience he had never had before. He stayed still, on his knees and gripping the desk, until Kabuto gently helped him up. Staggering along the stone hallways, Kabuto directed him to his bedroom. He couldn't even be angry. The seal he'd put on Sasuke, his future body, was destroyed. It wasn't removed. It was destroyed. That couldn't be put in the forefront of his mind when it was crowded with the knowledge that the Kyuubi could travel through the connection with enough force to make Orochimaru believe he was there, in the same room. Even now, 2 days removed from the horrifying experience, Orochimaru couldn't bring himself to care. Sir. Kabuto gently knocked on the door before peeking his head in. Do you need anything? He met Kabuto's eyes, seeing a form of concern looking back at him. I believe it is time for me to get up and get moving. We have plans that have been put in motion for months. They will not, cannot, be delayed. Throwing his legs over the side of the bed, Orochimaru prepared himself to stand. Come, Kabuto, let's continue planning. Yes, sir. There was something off about Naruto's notes. Jiraiya couldn't quite place his finger on it, but they just looked, almost familiar. As if he'd seen them before. Which was ludicrous, because he had never met Naruto, nor saw his attempts at sealing, before. The question had been nagging at him for days, ever since he'd first laid eyes on the papers covered in pen ink and little splashes of food or drinks, or dirt marks if he had been outside while writing. With his feet on the coffee table, Jiraiya looked around for whoever was lurking in the house. There was a lot of noise below him, where the surly Umbu was carefully creating a deep basement. The man had an unnatural control over his affinities, barely needing any chakra to completely remove huge areas of dirt and rocks in a small amount of time. He nearly jumped off the chair when a huge rumble shook the house. It stopped as soon as it started and the house settled. A few moments later, footsteps came across the porch before the screen door was swung open. And, with that, the basement is done. Kakashi had a smile apparent in his voice. And the rumbling? Jiraiya asked, turning around in the chair to see the two men covered in dirt. You two look disgusting. Tenzo rubbed the back of his head, dirt raining down around him like brown dandruff. Braces and walls. He shrugged. I had to fuse them with the house to make them more stable. Well, it scared the shit out of me. There was more grumbling from Jiraiya, but it was widely ignored. It was midday, the sun shining through the windows in boiling rays. The only one of Kakashi's kids who was at home was Sakura, who was outside destroying thick tree trunks with her sword. Sasuke had been gone since before sunrise, working himself near collapse with Tonfa. He looked more and more pleased every time he came home, his skill level jumping after each session. It had barely been a week, and Guy had already brought a smaller set of blades for Sasuke to practice with. He wasn't far from using his own impressive set of Tonfa. Jiraiya watched as the boy returned home, hopping up the stairs and into the house. His first stop was for a bottle of water, which he swallowed in only a few gulps. You okay, Sasuke? The boy hummed in response, wiping his mouth with his forearm. Kakashi took in his extremely sweaty ward. Guy worked you hard today, huh? Grabbing another bottle of water, Sasuke leaned against the kitchen island. I can bring my blades tomorrow. He said I need to learn their weight, but he's capping the blades so I don't cut myself. Sasuke looked very miffed about that. I've been using the smaller blades and I haven't hurt myself. Do it Guy's way, Sasuke. You have been and look how quickly you've excelled. Trust him to want what is best for you. Dark eyes rolled at Kakashi's words. What's next? A shower, hopefully. Sasuke smirked before pushing off the island. You're one to talk, Kakashi. He hiked a thumb in Sakura's direction. Might want to check on Sakura, though. She seems to be preoccupied. Haven't seen her cut crooked in a while. Before you all find a cold lake somewhere, can I ask a question? Jiraiya stood up, holding out the papers in his hand. Where the ever-loving fuck did Naruto learn how to do this? Sasuke just blinked at him. His father's Fuinjutsu book. It was said so simply, but the realization rocked Jiraiya. It looked so familiar because he had seen it before. Without realizing it, Naruto was following his father's trial and error. These seal workups were nearly identical to Minato's struggling first steps. He could practically see it in his head, Minato carefully drawing runes and symbols and poles and lines on paper after paper while Kushina, with all of her training, sat back and giggled at his mistakes. Sometimes, when he made a particularly childish mistake, Kushina would throw balled-up paper at his head, laughing. Of course he did. Jiraiya sunk back down into the chair. Of course he would take after a father he never got to know. When Kakashi exited the house, he saw Sakura healing her own hands. Since using the Kyubikurei Basho, her hands developed thick calluses. But with thick skin came drying, cracking, and bleeding. She once relished sitting on the bathroom sink, letting Kakashi's gentle hands taking care of her wounds. Today, however, she felt stressed. Ino had been awake for a whole day, and Sakura could not bring herself to go back to the hospital. She'd been keeping herself busy at her other home, putting everything she had into training until Tsunade would officially take her on as an apprentice. Sakura, honey. She was facing away from Kakashi when he spoke, her head hung low. You're overworking yourself. I think it's time for a break. Go, see Ino. Her shoulders were shaking as she stood, sword jammed in the ground beside her. I can't. Sakura shook her head, pink hair whipping around her. What if I can't, sensei. She turned around, her eyes shining. Why would I say that? Right before her match. Oh, sensei, what if I caused her to get hurt because she couldn't focus because I dash? Whoa. Kakashi cupped her face in both his hands. Slow down, sweetheart. What happened to Ino was not your fault. We've been through this. Using his thumb, Kakashi wiped away the tears escaping down her cheeks. What could you possibly have said that could cause her to get hurt? That I love her. Sakura pulled herself back, eyes wide. A hand slapped over her mouth, shock evident on her face. She mumbled something Kakashi couldn't hear before trying to run. Catching her with one arm, Kakashi pulled the girl back, holding her close to his chest. The realization wasn't groundbreaking news. Anyone could tell the two were closer than typical preteen girls. From what little Kakashi knew about Sakura's childhood, it seemed to be spent with Ino. Then, when Sakura was kicked out of her home, Ino was the first person the girl ran to, their friendship rekindled. Did she say something to you when she woke up? She said she remembers. But her dad came in and I left. Sakura rubbed at her eyes with her dirty hands, making streaks across her face. She's going to hate me. She's going to think I'm disgusting. What's wrong with me? That will absolutely not do. Kakashi gently grabbed her chin, making the girl look at him. Sakura, listen to me, there is nothing wrong with you. Nothing at all. Being in love with your best friend isn't something terrible. I don't want to lose her. Kakashi pulled her in for a hug. I highly doubt you will, sweetheart. Whether she feels the same way or not, I really don't think you lost her. It was nearing evening. Ino watched the sun get lower in the sky from her hospital bed. Now that she was awake, the medics said she would be released soon. Her father had to finish something at work, then he would bring her clothes so she could go home. He'd be there soon, maybe another half hour, but that wasn't what had Ino restless. With her fingers gripping the thin sheet, Ino thought back to the preliminaries. The girl with the trident, the sadistic look on her face. Then, when Sakura, with her sweet voice, had said that, there was pure anger in her eyes. When the fog came, Ino could barely breathe. It was so thick, so all-encompassing, that she couldn't sense anything. Then the pain came. She remembered being stabbed, being electrocuted, yelling out in pain. The sneer in that girl's voice when she leaned in close to her. Tell your little girlfriend that sword doesn't belong to her. Then she woke up in the hospital. And the first thing she saw was Sakura, the same green eyes and pink hair she'd been seeing in the morning for months. It took her a minute to get her bearings, remember what happened and where she was, then the words Sakura told her came slamming back. Love makes you strong. Surely, Sakura didn't mean it like that, right? They were best friends. Best friends who slept in the same bed, slept curled around each other, held hands. Ino found Sakura beautiful. Not in the abstract way you look at a painting or a butterfly and say they are beautiful. No, Sakura was different. The first time she thought that was when they were just kids. Before boys were important and chasing after Sasuke was their lifetime goal. Before Sakura's parents really began pounding a woman's place into her head. It was then that Ino began to see the change in Sakura's self-esteem and demeanor. But Ino never lost her belief that Sakura was absolutely beautiful. A knock brought Ino out of her thoughts. Please tell me we have the right room this time. A familiar voice floated through the opening as the door was pushed, followed by the smell of heavenly dango. Ah, Ino. It always surprised the young girl that the two elder owners of the dango shop consistently remembered her name. She'd only been at Akira and Yua's dango shop a handful of times, yet she had quickly become as known to them as Sakura. Pushing herself to sit up further, Ino gave the two women a bright smile. Hey. Akira, with her gray hair tied up high in a bun, carried the small brown bag inside. It seemed like the woman was attempting to hide them, but was acting so terribly she drew more attention to herself than she kept away. I am sure you aren't allowed to have these in here, but we heard you were awake and thought you needed something sweet. As Ino greedily dug into the bag, mumbling a thank you over the red bean paste currently sticking to her teeth, Yua took a seat by her legs. She waited until Ino swallowed before placing a hand on her knee. Ino, are you okay? I'm not talking about your injuries. Lady Tsunade is back in Konoha, so I'm sure you are all healed up. I'm talking about that sad look on your face. Where is Sakura? Akira asked, pulling a chair to the side of the bed. I really thought she would have been stuck to your side. There was a long pause as Ino let the wooden stick fall back into the bag. No, she wasn't okay. She was confused. She was scared. She was trying to decide what Sakura running out of the room meant. Akira leaned forward, taking Ino's hand in hers. She wanted some direction, someone to help her think through all of her racing thoughts. Thoughts about maybe, just maybe, she could be in love with her best friend. Well, young ladies, let me give you both some advice. Who could possibly love you more than your best friend? The two older women exchanged looks, worried about the silence filling the room. Ino, honey dash. She said she loved me. Ino blurted out. Well, not those exact words, but kind of. When I said I remembered, she practically ran out of the room. Did she not mean it? Was it a joke? Yua snorted. Why would that girl joke about that? Ino, my dear, Akira squeezed her hand. Do you love her? Throwing her hands up, Ino looked confused. As my best friend, yes. Definitely. But that's not what she meant, is it? What if she meant, am I? Reaching over, Yua put a hand on Ino's cheek. We can't give you the answer. Akira and it took us a while to figure it out. But you did figure it out. Ino sat forward. How? How did you know? Again, the two women exchanged looks. Akira scooted her chair closer to the bed. Tell me about her. Pretend I don't know who Sakura is, and just start talking. Ino looked confused. When neither woman looked like they were joking, Ino decided to give it a try. What could it hurt? I've known Sakura since I was little. We went to academy together. She was always shy, had no self-esteem. I later found out it was because of her parents. I used to be so jealous of her soft, pink hair. Ino snorted. Let me rephrase that, I'm still jealous of it. And her laugh. And that smile she does where her eyes are closed and she looks so sweet and innocent. She uses it to get her own way, and it works. Every time, It works. Especially on Kakashi-sensei and my dad. Does it work on you? Yua softly asked. A giggle left Ino. Of course it does. She uses it to steal my pajamas. They're really soft and Sakura loves them. I was going to buy her a pair for her birthday. But, I don't know. I'd rather she just keep trying to steal mine. The color, it makes her hair pop. She needs to buy more clothes in that deep blue color, she looks so pretty in it. She used to braid her hair when it was long. Having it pulled back like that showed her face more. She's beautiful. Sometimes, when she's asleep and I'm not, I'll play with her hair. Ino stopped herself, blinking a couple of times. Not in a creepy way. Akira laughed, urging her on. I always slept on my own, in my own bed. I never liked it when sleeping next to someone. But, when Sakura's there it's like I move in my sleep or something, I don't know. I always wake up curled up with her. I need her there to sleep anymore. Ino wasn't looking at the two women anymore. Instead, she was looking into the sunset, a soft smile on her face. Akira opened her mouth, maybe to urge Ino on, but Yua put her finger over Akira's mouth. She gently shook her head, letting Ino come up with the answer on her own. Outside the window, blowing through the light breeze outside, Ino could have sworn she watched a cherry blossom float by. It couldn't be. It's July. Then another one. And another one. Ino jumped up, running to the window. Her side pinched, her movement pulling at her stitches, but Ino practically plastered herself against the window. More soft pink flowers drifted past the window, the same color as Sakura's soft hair. Ino. Akira's voice softly called to her. Still looking out the window, the blonde had a smile on her face. Did you know that the latest cherry blossoms have ever bloomed was in the middle of April? My father was just a child when it happened. The weather was unnaturally cold and it threw the blooming season off. She laughed. It's July. They shouldn't be blooming. Then a thought went through her head, something she'd learned about as her father trained her for the flower shop. They symbolize how short life is. They remind people to not stay stagnant. She turned back around, looking at the two women who had clearly taken a huge chance in just being together. They didn't stay stagnant. And neither would she. When I get released, I'm finding Sakura and we are having a very long conversation. She's my best friend and I absolutely love her. Yua, who is usually more reserved, usually more serious, surprised Ino by jumping up and wrapping the girl in a tight hug. I'm probably hurting your side, but I don't care. I am so happy you figured it out, darling. Ino never had a mother. She had aunts, older cousins, female teachers, but not a mother. While Yua had her held tight, Ino wondered if this is what it feels like. Dressed in civilian clothes, Kisame and Itaka stood on a large hill that overlooks Konoha. Although dampened by proximity, the noises of the village could still be heard. Children giggling, the clanging of metal against metal as ninja trained, customers and merchants exchanging goods. To Itaka, it almost felt nostalgic. Couldn't have came from a town settled on the beach, huh? Kisame was dismayed by the lack of bodies of water. Would much rather feel some ocean spray than leaves hitting me in the face. Rubbing at the itchy wig he'd acquired, Itaka shrugged. There's a lake and the Naka River. I can splash you. Not quite what I meant, kid. A crow circled above them, keeping an eye out for danger. It cawed loudly, alerting Itaka to something. Out of nowhere, a weasel came chirping and trilling out of the brush, running as fast as his stubby legs could take him. Todeo. Itaka knelt down, letting the weasel crawl up his arm and wrap around his neck. Do you have a message for me? He nuzzled against Itaka's chin before standing up on his hind legs. The small note that Itaka got from the seal surprised him. What? Kisame didn't exactly like the weasel, seeing the small animal as nothing but a rodent, even though they are mammals, but it was a necessary evil to ensure their safety. Held between two slender fingers, Itaka held the message out for Kisame to take. We have an entrance to Konoha. We enter at nightfall. Throwing his head back, Kisame groaned. Finally. Think we at least get a blanket. Thought you'd appreciate a bathtub more. He didn't miss the glare Kisame sent his way. Well, now we wait. Just before nightfall, as Kisame was laying on his back and watching the stars through the trees, a rustling in the brush caught their attention. A slender boy emerged with one of Itaka's crows perched on his shoulder. Kisame gave a start, but Itaka placed a hand on his arm. The boy held both of his hands up, in surrender. Kakashi-senpai sent me. My name is Shin. I'm to show you where your entrance is. They sent a genin. Kisame scoffed. Didn't the letter say they were sending an actual ninja? Itaka slowly shook his head. They sent a former root agent. Shin gave a sharp nod. Well, let's go. Reaching the wall was uneventful. Nightfall gave them a cover to silently make their way through the forest. The crow on Shin's shoulder took flight as soon as the border walls came into view. Standing on the top of the wall were two more root kids. Shin shared some hand signs neither Itaka nor Kisame could interpret before turning to the two, motioning them to the top of the wall. There's a seal on the oak tree. Activate it and a path will be shown to you. Shin gave the two a smile. Welcome to Konoha. Standing on the other side of the wall, with the three kids standing watch over them, Itaka used his Sharingan to find the seal hidden in the tree trunk. Pressing his palm to the bark, Itaka pushed just a hint of chakra into the seal. As if lights were being turned on, one by one trees lit up. A path was formed through dull blue lights. This is hidden. Kisame growled, taking in the lights that weaved through the trees. The Hokage will see this from his tower, surely. No, Itaka smirked. Look above you. This whole area is protected under a shield. To anyone outside, it will look dark and quiet, as it should be. At Kisame's surprised face, Itaka motioned toward the path. A genin, Naruto, is very talented in Fuinjutsu. I am very sure it was he who did all of this. He turned back to the kids on top of the wall. Thank you. The kids gave him a nod before returning to their watch. So we just stay in the path, then? Kisame asked, taking a step forward. As soon as he stepped past the tree line, the light began to shine brighter. Once he passed the tree, it dulled again. Same Hata, from its position on Kisame's back, wiggled around. This wasn't it sensing Zetsu, this was it sensing chakra it liked, it wanted to taste. What's gotten into you? The huge sword kept wiggling, nudging the man forward. No wonder you and Itaka get along. You're both bossy. Pulling the wig off of his head, Itaka continued walking. His steps weren't nearly as quiet as they usually are, excitement taking over. A few hundred feet and he'd be with Sasuke again. Just a few more steps. Itaka had waited so long, had wanted this so bad, but was afraid to hope for it. Now that it was here, it was real, it was tangible, he could let his excitement take over, just a bit. The lights brightened and dulled as they walked past each one. They got closer and closer, steps quickening until they stepped through the tree line. It was as if removing earplugs. Suddenly there was sound all around them, making the two realize just how quiet the path was. Kisame's breath caught in his throat when he caught sight of the small, pink-haired girl wielding a very familiar sword. With her small hands wrapped around the hilt, she sliced thick logs with precision. The fact that she could lift it surprised the blue man, but that she could swing it, use it properly, downright shocked him. That is the Kyubikuraiba Basho. That is Zabuza's sword. How in the hell did that girl get it? He didn't get his answer, however, as the girl took notice of them. A bright smile graced her face as she waved. Hello. Oh, Sasuke will be so happy. He knew you were coming, but not when you were coming. Although friendly with Itaka, she was wary of Kisame. Not that anyone blamed her. He was a giant blue shark-like man with a sword nearly as long as he is tall strapped to his back. She didn't call attention to the surprise, however. Instead, she just motioned them toward the house. Come on. They had barely gotten to the porch before the screen door slammed open. The two boys came flying across the deck as Kakashi caught the door. Naruto babbled to Itaka, asking about the pathway and if it worked okay. Sasuke, who looked like he was going to jump on his brother, stopped short a few feet away. He looked guarded, like he was waiting for something. Neither Uchiha made a move to lessen the distance. For fuck's sake, Kisame muttered before gently pushing Itaka forward. I see stubbornness is an Uchiha trait. Kakashi, who had slowly joined them, huffed out a laugh. A gentle push from Sakura sent Sasuke nearly colliding with Itachi. Finally, with another nudge from Naruto, he let himself hug Itachi. Gently, quietly, Sasuke whispered against his brother's chest, "Welcome home, Nii-san." The brotherly love didn't distract Kisame from an extremely pressing question. Itachi's answer wasn't good enough. Kisame wanted to hear it from her. "Girl, why do you have Zabuza's sword? Is he dash?" "No, he's not dead." Kakashi interrupted him. Sakura, however, defeated him. With a sickly sweet smile, Sakura showed her pride. "He left the sword behind, so it now belongs to me. I earned it." Was Zabuza unconscious at the time? The smile slid off of Sakura's face. It was replaced with a darkness a girl that size shouldn't have. "Did I hit a nerve, little girl?" With her hand in a white-knuckle grip on the hilt, Sakura leveled the blue man with a glare. "Would you like to find out?" It would have been comic, Kisame could have just laughed it off, if not for the fact the girl did have a huge sword in her hand. "Before you ask, yes. I can lift it. Maybe tomorrow." Kakashi stepped in between them. "Let's just settle down for tonight." The man should have saved his breath. Sakura pulled the sword over her head, missing Kakashi by centimeters as she slashed at Kisame's arm. Kisame jumped back, gripping Samehada's hilt, as he watched the Kubikaraibasho rip into the ground. As Kakashi moved out of the way, Sakura used the hilt to catapult herself over the sword. Using the momentum, she pulled the sword from the ground and pulled it over her head. With both hands, and all of her strength, she slashed down through the air. Sparks rang out as her sword and Samehada met. At close to 7 feet tall, Kisame towered over the pink-haired girl. However, his height made the blue man too cocky. Pushing Samehada against the Kubikaraibasho, a sword he had fought before, he expected the girl to lose her footing, to stumble backward. Instead, the earth sank under his feet. Kisame fell backward, the Samehada flying off to the side, skidding across the ground. He got too cocky. He made a stupid mistake because he was fighting a genin. As Kisame hit his back, the shiny metal of the sword sank into the ground mere centimeters from his temple. To say he was surprised was an understatement. To say Kisame was absolutely shocked into silence would have been slightly more accurate. Reasoning his loss to himself, telling himself how he wasn't even trying, it was a fluke, he got caught off guard, Kisame refused to look in Itachi's direction. Itachi would have a smug look on his face, he just knew it, which is why Kisame refused to look at him. The clinking of someone picking up a sword could be heard through the silence, then Naruto yelled out. "The damn thing spiked me." Deep, bleeding holes covered Naruto's palm when he held it up. As he stood there, the wounds were already sizzling closed, Kurama already healing them. He gave the sword a glare from its spot on the ground before trying again. "I just want to hold you. Settle down." Wrapping his hand around the hilt, Samehada sent the spikes spearing through his hand. Instead of dropping it, Naruto just hissed in pain and held on tight. Bubbling red chakra coated his hand, making the sword shudder. Then, slowly, the spikes receded and the chakra healed the wounds. "There, now, isn't that better?" Kisame whispered traitor under his breath as he stood up. "So, we have a place for you two to sleep, but it's not quite ready yet. It's sort of missing furniture." Kakashi rubbed the back of his neck. "There's been a lot of excitement these past few days. Itachi can sleep in my room." Sasuke blurted out. "I mean, just for tonight. Because Jiraiya has the couch and our old futons are still in the closet." Surprise was evident on both of the brothers' faces. Just for tonight." It was so out of character for Sasuke to just blurt something out without thinking about it, in detail, first. But there was still a part of him, that 7-year-old who idolizes his big brother, that Sasuke missed so fiercely. Sensing his uneasiness, Kakashi swooped in for a rescue. "Well, although this clearing is protected by Naruto's seals, there's just something about standing around outside that I'm not excited about. Come on inside." He extended an arm, motioning toward the house. "I'm sure you two are tired. Maybe hungry. We have ramen." Naruto called out. There was groaning from Sakura and Sasuke followed by a hurt look on Naruto's face. I was just, throwing that out there. Having the ability to sense chakra, and distinguish the differences between an individual's chakra, was a rare skill. And Orochimaru was nothing if not a collector of rarities. Among his collection was one of the last living Uzumakis, and she was fiercely loyal to him. It was that trait that made Uzumaki Karen one of Orochimaru's favorites. She was intelligent, had a knack for research, shared her mother's ability to heal others, and a sensor ability that could not be rivaled. When Orochimaru heard Itachi and Kisame had defected, his interest was immediately piqued. What would cause the two to leave the organization? And, perhaps most importantly, where were they going? He immediately sent his censor out, her only mission to find out where the two men were headed. There was no risk of Karen being found out. Her sensing abilities could stretch for miles, too far away for even Itachi to sense her. She was the perfect one to send. 2 days into her journey, Karen was confused. At first, she honestly thought her sense of direction had been altered in some way. There is no way two rogue ninja would head toward a hidden village. And, if they were, why would they choose Konoha? When they came to a crossroad, one direction taking them toward the southern coast, the other a direct path to Konoha, Karen watched in shock as the two chakra signatures took the latter. However, there were still other paths the two could take, so Karen followed along. When Itachi and Kisame stopped on a hilltop, both sitting down and resting, Karen perched herself in a tree and just waited. As she scanned the area, trying to find the locations of Umbu and Jounin who patrolled the forest, Karen found something very interesting. Because of her ability to sense chakra, Karen does not like being in ninja villages. There's too much going on, too easy to overload her sensory ability. From this far away, the chakra was a niggle on the back of her mind, easy to subdue if it became too much. She scanned the village, looking for anyone familiar, anyone who was coming at her 2 marks at a quick pace. However, just over the wall, was a dead spot. The village was alive, people still out in the streets, still mingling in bars and restaurants. She could feel the pulse of chakra as ninja trained in the various areas, or showed off for a potential one-night stand. Then, when her eyes roamed over to the large walls, there was a void. Like a place that didn't exist. Karen had her mission. She had to make Lord Orochimaru proud. She had to prove her loyalty. But this mystery was too much to ignore. Then she sensed someone coming toward her 2 marks. Words were exchanged, Kisame's sword pulsing a chakra signature all its own, then the 3 slowly walked to the wall, right next to the dead spot. Fueling Karen's curiosity, Itachi and Kisame jumped over the wall, landing inside the void she couldn't see into. After a few more minutes of internal debate, Karen realized her curiosity won out. Moving slowly, creeping toward the wall, Karen kept her senses open. She was determined to find out what was going on. The 3 ninja on the wall disappeared, and Karen took a chance. She jumped up on the wall, eyes scanning the area below. A glow of chakra, barely able to be seen through the thick trees, created a dome over the dead spot. She held her hand out, slowly leaning forward, fingertips ready to touch the dome. "You aren't supposed to be here." Before Karen could react, something hit her temple, knocking her unconscious. It was their first mission for Tenzo Senpai, and it was very simple. Wait for nightfall, lead 2 ninja inside Naruto's border, then go back to the safe house. Easiest mission any of the 3 had ever done, but Tenzo Senpai assured them it was very important. The situation, as explained to them, was helping a ninja who was also manipulated by Lord Danzo. Just as many of the children Root left behind, he was forced to kill. Sai, Shin, and Ori could completely understand what this man had dealt with. Kakashi Senpai explained this whole mission with a weasel wrapped around his neck. "This is Todao. It will help Itachi know you are friendly." Kakashi Senpai scratched the little weasel behind his tiny ears. "So, Todao, who do you think should go meet Itachi?" The weasel sat up on Kakashi Senpai's shoulders, small eyes darting back and forth between the 3 boys. Then, seemingly making a decision, he leapt onto Shin's shoulder. As Todao trilled and purred against Shin's cheek, Kakashi Senpai laughed. "Well, Todao has chosen. Shin, you will be the one to gather the 2. Just, take it slow. Those 2 have been running for a long time. No fighting. No killing. This was definitely not a Lord Danzo mission. However, it was classified and important. The three boys nodded, leaping onto the wall and waiting. The kids were well trained. They knew how to stand at attention, perfectly quiet, and finish a job. They didn't expect a rather large, white-haired man to hop up next to them. Thought you kids could use some company. He sat on the edge of the wall, wooden sandals clicking against the cement. Name's Jiraiya. The great Toadeshi stopped talking when he saw the three boys just blinking at him in confusion. Ah, hell, never mind. Damn kids these days don't care about the Sunin. Shin kneeled down beside the large man. Lord Danzo was very adamant that we avoid you and Lady Tsunade at all costs. Not Orochimaru. Jiraiya tilted his head to the side. Huh. So they were working together, were they? The terrible things those two could do together sent a shiver down Jiraiya's spine. Damn. Well, ain't that some shit? He took in the three small boys, eyes inquisitive as they watched Jiraiya intensely. All right, let's meet the rootlings. He clapped his hands together. What are your names? The three exchanged glances before Shin put a hand on Sai's head. This is Sai. That is Ori. My name is Shin. Although Sai and Shin had, technically, met Jiraiya before, they were snatched away by Naruto and Sakura almost immediately. Not a lot of time to actually meet each other. How did Danzo find you three? The smallest boy, with a shock of white hair, shrugged. We were orphans, sir. Jiraiya gave a slow nod. We all can do something that Lord Danzo needed for Root. Ori is a sensor. Not only can he sense people who are far away, he can conceal himself along with whoever is near him. Shin explained. Sai can make his drawings come to life. They are, well, real. Jiraiya waited, but Shin had no intentions of sharing his own unique skill. So, after seeing Shin's intention to keep quiet, Jiraiya reached out and nudged the boy's arm. And what about you? Shin is proficient in Taijutsu and Kenjutsu. He was able to learn a very rare form of Taijutsu that only masters have ever attempted. His Kenjutsu rivals Master Samurai. There was a hint of pride in Sai's voice as he spoke about the boy he considered his brother. Shin tilted his head down in embarrassment. Reaching a large hand out, Jiraiya gripped Shin's shoulder. Well, kid, I can see why Danzo was so interested in you three. Ori shuffled his feet. I'm assuming you three know Danzo was not a good man. He was definitely not your friend. Did you know about the graduation exam? Ori's voice was quiet. Being in the safe house with so many of his comrades, many of who had undergone the exam, Ori heard what they were ordered to do. Just the thought of him fighting Kari was enough to make Ori sick to his stomach. About what lore, what he would make us do. Jiraiya let out a heavy breath. I'd heard rumors. You three were lucky, huh? Danzo died before you had to go through that. The three slowly nodded. Jiraiya tilted his head back, taking in the stars that had just begun to shine in the sky. What Danzo tried to do, to make you kids emotionless machines, it was because he could never get rid of his own. The third Hokage was my sensei when I was a genin. Danzo would come around, always trying to outshow sensei, to be noticed. He wasn't even half the ninja sensei is. Never would be. He knew it, too, and it pissed him off. Holding on to anger isn't any way to live. It ruins you, makes you a bitter, hateful shell of a human. That is who Danzo was. A shell of a man filled with emotions he didn't want. Pushing himself up, Jiraiya stretched his back and turned to the village. You kids got damn lucky. Here is your fresh start, your freedom. One of those ninja you're going to let into this village didn't get his lucky break. Danzo manipulated him into doing something terrible. This is Ataka's fresh start. Not freedom, not quite yet. But close. When Jiraiya jumped off the wall, vanishing into the cluster of trees below, the three kids were quiet. None of them knew exactly what to say, how to react. So, instead, they all focused on the mission, watching out for their 2 marks. An hour later, when the sky was dotted in stars and the 2 ninja were safely brought into Konoha, it was time for the 3 boys to go back to the safe house. I miss the weasel. Shin pouted. He was cute. Sai gave him a smile and held out a sheet of paper. A pencil drawing of Shin with Todao wrapped around his neck was sketched carefully. Shin held a hand out, ready to pull Sai in for a hug, when Ori startled. Two long pieces of white hair twitched like ears as Ori sensed someone creeping toward the wall. The chakra was new, not someone he'd felt before. Making a hand sign, he called Sai and Shin's attention. The person hesitated for a moment before jumping on the wall. Due to Ori's sensory abilities, he subconsciously kept himself cloaked. By extension, those around him were cloaked by proxy. It didn't surprise Ori that the person didn't know they were there. It surprised Ori that the person was stupid enough to jump the wall. The three of them surrounded the intruder. They watched as the hand reached out, testing the barrier. "You're not supposed to be here," Ori spoke up. The person startled before Shin knocked them unconscious. "Brave or stupid?" Shin asked, pushing the hood from their face. "Oh." Under the hood was a girl, about Sai's age, with red hair and glasses. Checking for weapons, Shin pulled the cloak open, only to see bite marks covering the girl's arms and legs, including one deep on her neck that bruised in deep purple and green. "We should take her to Senpai." Ori thought out loud, scratching a hand through his hair. Or should we get Senpai and bring him here?" "Tenzo Senpai said we can make our own decisions, now," Sai spoke up, still watching the girl's face. "He said we can have our own opinions. Mine is to take her to Kakashi Senpai." He glanced up at Shin. "What is your opinion?" Shin nodded. "Yeah. It will be safer to take her there, through the barrier." "Ori." "I agree." Picking her up bridal style, the three boys carried the young girl toward Kakashi Senpai's home. A traditional house is built roughly 7 feet tall. Kisame stood nearly that tall while slouching. With one hand on the top frame, Kisame ducked under the doorway and into the house. On a plush chair in the living room sat a broad, white-haired man. One who looked strikingly familiar. He was in the bingo book, underneath large red letters that showed how dangerous the Sunin truly was. Few could boast they had "flee on sight" written above their picture. The great Sunin Jiraiya. He was Kakuzu's dream bounty. The blond boy flopped on the couch, looking toward the Sunin with a sour look on his face. "Are you moving into the basement, too? Or have you just claimed our couch?" Jiraiya looked offended, sitting up in the chair and narrowing his eyes at Naruto. "I am the great Toad Sage. I do not live in basements, boy. Besides, I don't live here. I have a place to stay." "Yeah. Our couch." Naruto deadpanned. "What is it with Sunin and being weird? We have an old lady who pretends to be young and does nothing but a gambler. The other is, like, part snake or something and is obsessed with Sasuke. You're a dash. Sage." Jiraiya interrupted, poking Naruto in the chest. "Pervy Sage." Kakashi just stopped and blinked. Even with a totally different timeline, the boy came up with the same nickname. What are the odds? A booming laugh left Kisame as he leaned Samehada against the wall. The sword pulsated as it sensed Kubikuri Basho about 3 feet away from where Sakura had leaned it earlier. They hadn't been in close proximity for years, but Samehada recognized him all the same. The cabinet in the hallway was thrown open as Sasuke pulled out the futons used in the apartment. One he leaned against the wall, the other he hastily carried into his room. Itaka stood, awkwardly, in the entryway, not sure where to sit, where to belong. The closest thing to home he'd had for years was whichever Akatsuki safe house he was posted in. Even then, there was nothing personal there. Nothing that belonged to him. Watching him go, Kakashi fondly shook his head. The kid went from trying to hate his brother to trying not to admit he cared deeply for him. First Sasuke rolled out the futon on the other side of his room, but deemed that too close to his dresser. He pulled it to the center of the floor, but realized it could get cold there and Itaka was sick. Itaka would only sleep there for one night, just tonight, but that didn't mean he had to freeze. Pulling the futon next to his bed, Sasuke worried that was too close. He pulled it about 3 feet away from his bed, but was afraid that was too far. As he stood there, trying to decide what to do with it, he felt a presence behind him. "Is this, I can move it, you could have the bed, it's just for tonight." He stayed not facing the presence behind him. It shouldn't be this hard to talk to his own brother. Why was this so difficult? After a couple of false starts, Itaka took a deep breath and put a hand on Suzuki's shoulder. That is perfect, Suzuki. I will be comfortable right there. With aid of his other hand, Itaka slowly turned Suzuki to face him. Thank you, little brother. Suzuki let himself be pulled forward, let Itaka wrap him in a hug. This is more than I deserve. Will they come after you? He asked from against Itaka's chest. Do they know where you are? Itaka pet his hand through Suzuki's hair. I sent them on several false leads. They should be busy chasing their tails. He felt Suzuki nod against his chest. You are worth the risk. You always were. Suzuki didn't have a chance to answer. There was commotion from the living room. The brothers looked at each other before rushing out of the bedroom. She was on the wall, trying to feel the barrier. Sai pulled her hood back to show the young girl's face. Kakashi tried to hide his gasp of surprise at seeing Karen laying on the couch. He didn't know her at this age, but it was clearly her. What was she doing? Why was she here? What was she after? Surely Orochimaru wouldn't have sent her after Suzuki alone, would he? She was trying to touch the barrier. Jiraiya stood up, leaning over the girl. How could she see it? It's damn near invisible. Maybe she's a censor. Ori spoke up. Everyone turned to stare at the young boy. Well, I'm a censor and, to me, the barrier is like a big blank spot. Like it doesn't exist. He shrugged. Maybe she was curious? I was until Tenzo-senpai told me what was here. Seemingly in his own world, Naruto slowly walked over to her, gently letting a piece of the girl's red hair run over his fingers. It's the same color as Mom's. He looked back at Kakashi. Like the picture. And the bracelet. What? You think she's Uzumaki? Naruto's head whipped around to look at Kisame. Only one family known for that shade of red, kid. Odds are pretty high she's got some in her. Narrowing his eyes at the blue man, Naruto took a step toward him. What do you know about Uzumakis? Kisame towered over him, Naruto barely reaching the man's chest standing at full height, but the boy had a fire in his eyes. Have you ever met any? Where are they? Whoa, kid. I haven't seen an Uzumaki since Uzushio fell. They all ran, changed their names and hid. Sure as hell didn't want anything to do with Konoha. Before anyone could respond, before any questions could be let free from Naruto or Sakura or Suzuki, the girl on the couch began to move. In an instant, she was standing in the corner, a kunai gripped tightly in her hand. She was shaking like a leaf, eyes wide and wild as they darted between everyone in the room. Please. Don't come any closer. The girl was outnumbered, outmatched, and she knew it. I wasn't. What's your name? Kakashi's voice rose above hers, his hands held up in surrender. We're not going to hurt you, we just want to know what you were doing here. She gave a start as Kakashi took a step toward her. Karen. Uzumaki Karen. There was a deafening silence in the room. Then Naruto came to life. Why you are an Uzumaki? I've never met another one. I'm an Uzumaki, too. We are, well, maybe, I don't know, we could be, though dash. The kunai slowly lowered as Karen eyed the blonde. You can't be. Lord Orochimaru said there were no more. He said we were hunted down, my mother and I, we were the last ones. When she died, then it was just me. I'm named after my mother, Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto gave her a smile. She died when I was born. Karen just blinked at him. Lord Orochimaru told her she was the last of her clan. But this boy standing in front of her, this boy is not lying. His chakra is too pure, too bright, too warm. Lord Orochimaru had lied to her. She had a cousin. Karen breathed out. I have a cousin. Is that what I am? Wow. That's awesome. Giving the girl a beaming smile, Naruto ignored the kunai she was still holding and bounced up to her. I wonder what we have in common? Do you like ramen? Because I love ramen. It's my favorite food. As he rambled on, Karen had a small smile on her face. She found family. She wasn't alone anymore. The relief that washed through her left her feeling boneless and vulnerable. Tears pricked at her eyes. She pushed her glasses up, wiping the tears on her hands. Naruto. Sakura put a hand on his shoulder. Hold on a minute. The boy snapped his mouth shut when he realized Karen was crying. You look like you've been traveling for a while. Would you like to get cleaned up a bit? I have clothes here, they should fit you. Karen sniffed, looking at Sakura warily. Why would you help me? Because you're family. We are Naruto's family, and if you're related, then you're our family by proxy. We take care of our own. Sakura smiled, holding out her hand. Come on, let's get you cleaned up. By then Naruto will have calmed down and won't ramble as much. Scoffing, Kisame crossed his arms. You are all too trusting. You don't know why she's here. Just because she's young doesn't mean she can't kill. I was told to follow you and attack you. Karen's quiet voice spoke up. Lord Orochimaru wanted to know where you two would go after you defected. The barrier. It's like a dead spot. I've never seen anything like that before. I was curious. Kakashi turned toward Ori, Sai, and Shin. You boys can go back to the safe house. We have her from here. Tell Tenzo you three did your mission perfectly. They nodded, bowed, and left the house. Now, Kakashi turned back to the girl, Karen, let's get you cleaned up. Then we can talk. Too trusting, Kisame muttered, grabbing a kitchen chair and sitting on it backward. Ignoring the tall, blue man, Sakura kept her hand stretched out. Sensei is making dinner to welcome our other guests. You can eat, too, because you have to be hungry. Can I heal your cut? I think one of the boys hit you a little too hard. Sakura continued to talk to Karen as the girl took the offered hand and was led back toward the bathroom. Once the girls were out of earshot, Jiraiya threw his hands up. He let that girl believe she was the only Uzumaki left in the world. Dark eyes bore into Jiraiya. This whole village let Naruto believe he was unwanted and hated. Sasuke glared at the man. Nobody thought it might be a good idea to stick around and make sure he was okay. Alright, kid, I get it. I fucked up. He looked to Naruto. Not many people in this village did right by you. I've lived with that decision for 12 years. I don't need some snot-nosed kid giving me shit about it. To defuse the situation, Kakashi put a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and nudged him toward the kitchen. Could you start the rice for me, Sasuke? Naruto, how about you start cutting the salmon for me? Fine, Sasuke growled out, stomping toward the kitchen. Naruto sighed before following behind Sasuke. A low laugh left Kisame as he watched the kids walk past him. Well, won't this be interesting? Wondering how insane his new predicament would make him, Kakashi pinched the bridge of his nose. When would the stress turn his hair as white as Ori's? Only a couple minutes later, the bathroom door banged open. A very pissed-off Sakura stomped into the living room and straight to the front door. Orochimaru is a vile, disgusting man. He let people bite her. Karen, dressed in Sakura's pink pajamas, nervously stepped out of the bathroom, tugging the sleeves down to cover her arms. I can't, I'm going to get Lady Tsunade. She banged the front door just as hard when she left. Karen, come here. Jiraiya motioned toward the girl. What was Sakura talking about? The girl was shaking as she slowly stepped forward. Slowly, she gripped the sleeve and pulled it up. Deep red bite marks, so deep you could count individual teeth, decorated her arm. Surrounding the bite marks, as if acting as a background to make them stand out even more, were blue and green and yellow bruises. Oh my! Why would he do that? Even her voice was shaking when she spoke. If you bite me, I can heal you. But you have to bite hard. My mother had this ability, too. Naruto's eyes flashed red. Kurama growled. Kakashi felt sick to his stomach. It was Jiraiya who found his voice. He truly isn't able to be saved. Orochimaru has lost his humanity. What? Karen jerked her arm back. No. Lord Orochimaru saved me. He took me from that village that killed my mother. He let me keep her books. I let him use my ability to pay him back for saving me. Everyone gaped at her, They wouldn't let my mother come home. They were going to use me, too. He keeps me safe. Lord Orochimaru protected me. He's really a good man, I swear. Chapter 38, A Small Gift. With Karen soundly asleep on Sakura's bed, Tsunade closed the door with a soft click. The bite marks on the young girl's arms and legs were deep. The bruising went into the muscle and, in some places, the bone. With an ability like Karen's, where the only way to activate it is through inflicting pain, the damage is harder to heal. But Tsunade had done what she could to repair the damage. Flopping into the first available seat, Tsunade laid her head back against the cushion. I've healed what I could. Some of those bites were so deep it burst blood vessels and bruised muscle. Letting out a sigh, Tsunade shook her head. I haven't seen that ability since Uzushio still stood. She held a glowing hand over her head, trying to stop the headache threatening to take over. Itake. I don't suppose you've been listening. Kisame snorted. Itake glared at the man. Aside from running after defecting, I have been listening, Lady Tsunade. I have not used the Mangekyou, nor have I overexerted my lungs. Something was muttered underneath Kisame's breath, something that sounded a lot like liar, but Itake ignored him. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at Itake, looking him up and down. Come here. Dutifully, the teen listened, crossing the room to stand in front of the woman. He held still as Tsunade checked him over. So far, your lungs are still clear. Shortness of breath. When he's ran for a while, Kisame said. But if he stops and rests, it eases. Gripping the front of Itake's shirt, Tsunade pulled, forcing the teen to bend over. Let me see your eyes. She had barely placed her hand over one eye before she frowned, deeply. Does the blurriness come and go? With a slight glance toward Sasuke, Itake lowered his head. It is worse in the evenings, or when I'm tired. Sakura, come here. Tsunade grabbed the girl's hand, placing it over Itake's eyes. Tell me what is damaged. As Tsunade and Sakura used Itake like a medical doll, Kisame nudged Kakashi with his elbow. So, she can hold that sword and heal? What is she? The next Tsunade, Kakashi said with pride. To Kisame, it sounded like wishful thinking. To Kakashi, it was an innate knowledge from another lifetime. Suspiciously absent from the living room, Shizune noticed Naruto standing in the hallway, peeking into the room where Karen slept. The boy looked nervous, his fingers fidgeting together and his toes tapping on the floor. Silently, the woman crept up behind him. Naruto startled, his expression as if he was caught doing something bad. Naruto, what's wrong? I wasn't, this isn't, she's my dash. Shizune put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze, a small reminder to calm down. He took a deep breath. I never met another Uzumaki before. I didn't even know they existed. Glancing back into the room, Naruto looked so sad. I always thought I was alone. Shizune bit her lip. That's not exactly true. You kind of have met another Uzumaki. Not full-blooded, but it's mixed in. What? Naruto's eyes went wide. Who? Lady Tsunade. Shizune had barely had the words out of her mouth before Naruto was in the living room, nearly knocking Sakura over as he slid in front of the Sunin. You. Why didn't you tell me? Tsunade sat forward on the couch. Tell you what, brat. That we're related. That you're part Uzumaki. Deafening silence filled the room. There was a beat before Jiraiya put his large hand on the back of Naruto's neck. Yeah, the small part she got was the temper. Shut up, Jiraiya. Tsunade stood up. She hooked a finger under Naruto's chin and tilted his head up to look at her. You're right. My grandmother is Uzumaki Mito. Blue eyes shined back at her, Naruto's face brimming with questions. Naruto whipped his head around, knocking Tsunade's hand away from his chin. Sensei? Did you know? In all honesty, Naruto, I never put the two together. It never occurred to me. Kakashi scratched the back of his head. How did I not put that together? With a thundering clap of his hands, Jiraiya stood up. I think it's time we all went to bed. It's late and these two came a long way. He put one large hand on Itake's shoulder. They need some time to rest. Before Naruto could open his mouth, Jiraiya ruffled his hair. Tomorrow I want to show you something. I want to see just how alike you and your father are. The dark blinds were pulled up, allowing the moonlight to shine its dull color through Sasuke's bedroom. Hovering in the doorway, Sasuke weighed his options. The futon lay on the floor, unmade, with the blanket and pillow thrown haphazardly on top. Itachi was currently in the shower. Sasuke had a few minutes to himself, a few minutes to breathe. With well-practiced motions, Sasuke aired the blanket and fluffed the pillow, making sure the futon was made before his brother came into the room. He needed to do something. There was too much emotion and restless energy trapped inside of him. Too much of his 7-year-old self hanging on his brother's every word, every single shred of attention he could get. He shouldn't be feeling strange in his own room, in his own body, but here Sasuke was, hovering in the middle of the room. The room was neat, as his mother had taught him. Although the boxes he still had in the corner would have caused her some aggravation. Pushing against the boxes, Sasuke tucked them tighter into the corner. More out of the way. The bottom box, old and tattered from years of being shuffled around, held the memories of his previous life. Memories he refused to touch, refused to allow to resurface. He didn't have to relive that night anymore. Not since he lived on his own in that small apartment. The gentle padding of feet down the hallway made Sasuke pause. After all of the years, after all of the hate and anger and confusion, Sasuke still remembered the sound of his brother walking around. The whisper-quiet footsteps with a slight shuffle of his left foot. Always his left foot. Why do you shuffle your left foot? Itachi stopped in the doorframe, still drying his long hair on a towel, and blinked in surprise. Shuriken accident from Academy. Sasuke nodded, still facing away from his brother. Sasuke, I don't know anything about you. He gave Itachi a look over his shoulder. I've known you my whole life, but I feel like you were a stranger. The towel was dropped in the basket next to Sasuke's door. The boy was right. Itachi made a conscious effort to keep his baby brother safe, keep his innocence intact. In doing so, all Itachi did was keep his brother at arm's length. At 13 you believe you know everything. In reality, Itachi realized he was a scared kid who jumped to conclusions. It was Sasuke who paid the price. He opened his mouth to apologize, but realized his words would fall flat. You're right. I've hidden a lot from you and that wasn't fair. I'm hoping we have some time, now, to change that. Anything you want to know, ask. Sasuke turned around and leaned back against his desk. And you will answer them? All of them? Yes. Itachi took a tentative step toward his brother. Everything will be different, now. Better. He took another step. This time I will be the brother I was supposed to be. He'd slept on futons before. But Kisame had never slept on a futon this soft. He was used to thin bedrolls, threadbare blankets, and pillows that had lost their fluff long ago. A very indecent groan left him as Kisame stretched out on the soft fabric. The living room was dark, save for the blue glow of the seal holding Kyubokurai Basho, as Kisame lay there, looking out the window. A few feet away was Jiraiya, a great Sannin, stretched out on a couch with a blue blanket pulled up to his chin. The man looked to be sleeping, but Kisame wasn't so sure. Since Kisame was a child, his life was always full of chaos. Always training, always running, always killing. It was through that life he learned how people lie. They cheat, they steal, they destroy, and they lie. And just when he was sure his opinion on the world could not be changed, just when he thought he finally cracked the code on humanity, a teenage boy with set eyes who never smiled, was partnered with him. It was slow, tentative steps with shuffling feet, but Kisame began to see another side of the world. His beliefs were challenged and Kisame began to trust. Trust Itachi. Trust Tsunade. Trust her apprentice. And, now, trust that living inside enemy territory is the best course of action. Hiding in plain sight. What have I gotten myself into? Kisame asked the darkness. There was a rustle as Jiraiya shifted himself on the couch. I'll give you this, Hoshigaki, you definitely stepped out of the frying pan and into the fryer. He tucked an arm under the pillow. You sure made an impression on Tsunade. She wouldn't let just anyone waltz into Konoha. After a beat, after staring out the window and seeing the moonlight streaming through the curtains, Kisame said, softly, "She does not lie." Jiraiya laughed. "That is definitely one of her qualities. Besides he motioned toward his chest, other assets she has." After exchanging looks, both men began laughing. The bed felt cold. Tossing and turning, Naruto tried to get comfortable. He understood why Sasuke would want Taka to sleep in his room. They were brothers and they had, finally, found some semblance of peace. The brothers deserved to be together. Now, Naruto had to learn to sleep on his own again. Which would probably be easier if his brain would just shut up. One room away, mere feet from his door, lay family he never knew existed. All his life Naruto was told the Uzumaki name only belonged to him. It was just a name they slapped on an orphan so he could say he had a surname. Naruto clung to it, held it close to his heart, because that was something that was entirely his. He wore it like a badge of honor. A shield against the harsh villagers telling him how worthless and monstrous he was, how unwanted and unloved. Even when the words pierced his skin and closed his throat, he still held out hope that he was not alone. And he wasn't. Not only was there a girl sleeping in the next room over with his surname, but the old lady Sunin was, kind of, family, too. He didn't want to get his hopes up, but a fragile thread of curiosity peeked through. Could there be more? There was a soft knock on his door before the hallway light sliced through the darkness. Dressed in pajama pants and an old shirt, Kakashi padded across the floor, a cup of tea in each hand. He took a seat next to Naruto on the bed. Ready to talk about it? The relief that washed over Naruto could be seen on his face. The boy sat up and cradled the teacup in his hands. "Sensei, I have relatives. I've never been related to anybody." Kakashi shifted around until he could get one arm around Naruto. "So much has changed since I became a genin. I don't even feel like the same Naruto anymore. Is that a bad thing?" Naruto shook his head. "I'm not alone, anymore. I have a home. It's more than I could have ever hoped for. I feel the same way." Kakashi took a sip of his tea. "I was alone for a long time. Just running from feeling anything." He took a deep breath before looking down at Naruto. "Then I met you kids. The moment I walked into that classroom, I knew. We needed each other. And I would fight like hell until we became a family." Mixing the past and the present, the previous timeline and his second chance, it was said with honesty. Naruto's blue eyes shimmered as he looked up at Kakashi with awe. Then his face turned serious. "Sensei? You loved mom and dad, right?" Kakashi nodded. Were you a family with them, too?" "After my father's death, I was lost. Your father tried, and did put in the groundwork of forcing me to face my feelings. However, it was your mother that really pushed that. I told you about her showing me the stars. She showed me how to cook. She taught me things I needed to know, and should have learned already. And your father taught me that caring about people wasn't a weakness." A flash of Obito laying under the boulder and the shocked look on Rin's face as Kakashi ran a rakery through her chest made Kakashi blink away the stinging in his eyes. Naruto was quiet for a moment before burying his face into Kakashi's side. "I look like my parents. It must be really hard for you to look at me, huh? And I understand why you didn't want to be closer to me. I've met my parents, sensei. I look just like them. It had to be hard to look at me and not see them." The last moments on the battlefield, before his kids sent him back in time, and Naruto was still worried about Kakashi. It felt like he was stabbed in the chest at the memory. "Naruto, look at me. You are not a constant reminder of their death. You are a reminder of their life and their love. That is what I see when I look at you." Dawn was barely breaking through the night when Karen realized something was wrong. This wasn't her bunk. This wasn't her threadbare blanket. This was warm and comfortable and soft and perfect. But it was so wrong. Her eyes snapped open and she sat straight up. The thick and soft blanket pooled at her lap. There was no dank, dark cave. No candlelight making the shadows wave and deepen. She took a deep, shuddering breath before looking around. The room was dark, but not the suffocating black of her bunk. The only source of illumination came from the moonlight through the sheer curtains. Everything was crisp and clean, not the dusty rock she was used to. This was something Karen had never had in her life. The mercenaries that used her mother kept them in a small room made of cement. Hard rock was all she'd ever known. She looked over at the girl lying beside her. The sweet, pink-haired girl who had allowed Karen to borrow pajamas was slowly blinking awake. "K Karen? Are you okay?" Sakura rubbed at her eyes as she sat up. From how she was sleeping, Karen's sleeves were bunched up. She was startled to see clear skin instead of deep bite marks surrounded by bruises. Pushing the blanket off of her lap, Karen pulled up the legs of her pajamas to see clear skin there, as well. "They're gone." "I'm not, Lady Tsunade actually healed them." "Lady Tsunade is the best healer in the elemental nations." Sakura had awe in her voice. "Are you feeling better?" The girl nodded slowly. I still don't understand. Why would you help me?" The previous night, with Lady Tsunade's soft hands gently cradling her arm as the woman inspected Karen's skin. The soothing words as green glowing hands slowly erased years of markings on her skin. She barely remembered a time where her skin was so smooth, not since she was very little. "I didn't even know these could be healed." Gently taking Karen's arm, Sakura looked at the unmarked skin. "You said you inherited this ability from your mother? Is it rare?" "It's common in the Uzumaki clan." Karen tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. "The adamantine chains are another ability my mother passed down." Sounds of doors opening and closing, the rush of water as someone flushed a toilet, announced other members of the house were awake. "Before we go get breakfast, let me just warn you one thing, Naruto will want to know everything you know about your clan. He can be excitable, but he wasn't told anything about them. Hell, he didn't know he had a clan until Kakashi-sensei told him." Karen's eyes widened. "He will have a lot of questions. So, prepare yourself." "Oh okay." Karen gave Sakura a small smile. "I can do that." With his back to the countertop, Kakashi took in the group of people currently in his home. "I need to invest in a bigger table," he mumbled into his coffee cup. Jiraiya, who had just sat his empty plate in the sink, chuckled. "And another couch." The house was created for Team 7, meaning 1 adult and 3 genin. It was not capable of seating a Sunin, 2 rogue ninja and a small stowaway in addition to the 4 regular inhabitants. The kids took the table while Kisame and Jiraiya took up most of the couch. Itaka folded himself in the living room chair, feet under him as he cradled the food. It left Kakashi standing against the counter, watching at the odd surroundings he'd found himself. There were a lot of voices speaking loudly to be heard above the others. Naruto accosting Karen with questions. With every answer Karen gave, Naruto added more and more questions. It was difficult for Karen to explain anything through the sea of Naruto's curiosity. Every once in a while, Jiraiya would poke himself into the conversation by explaining something Karen didn't have the full answer to. Sasuke kept flickering his eyes in Itaka's direction, keeping track of what his big brother was doing. Sleep did not come easy to either one of them at first. There were a lot of false starts to sentences, opening mouths only to close them, neither one wanting to ruin the tentative peace they had created. But Sasuke had questions that only his brother could answer, and he deserved answers. It took a couple more false starts before the questions rushed out of him. In the dark, he learned more about his brother and the clan than he ever knew. Among all the answers was a promise. Itaka promised to teach Sasuke how to use his Sharingan the way the Uchiha taught. Kakashi tried, and did well, but there were things the man didn't know. Itaka would teach Sasuke all of it. From its place against the wall, Samehada shuddered. It immediately caught Kisame's attention. "Someone is coming." All chatter in the room stopped abruptly. "It's Tsunade." Jiraiya grabbed his elbow and pulled him back down to the couch. "Down, boy." He was proven correct when the blonde strolled in the door as if she owned the place, Shizune following on her heels. "I'd know that chakra anywhere." Kisame looked at the man and blinked. "There are rumors, you know, about how you have a hard-on for her. I am starting to believe them." Jiraiya glared and flipped the blue man off. Tsunade had the rare ability to suck all the attention toward her as soon as she walks into a room. She commands respect in the same way a grizzly bear does. The woman is dangerous, subtly hiding her strength under the guise of, often underestimated, femininity. It was a fact she used in her favor. Those who know her, however, know she cares deeply. Itaka was one of those she cared for. She barked out the teen's name, making Itaka jump to his feet. Ignoring the way Kisame chuckled at him, he bowed his head to the Sunin. I've been listening, Lady Tsunade. Itaka stood stock still as Tsunade checked him over. She brushed a piece of hair off of his face before lifting his head up to see his eyes. Blurriness? Dizziness? Itaka shook his head. Tsunade let out a breath and her eyes softened. I know you will want to train your brother. I am also relatively sure you can choose whether to activate the base Sharingan or the main Jakkyuan. Is that correct? Itaka nodded. I highly suggest you refrain from activating your main Jakkyuan until we figure things out. Understood. She turned around, looking across the room to where Sasuke was seated. Do not allow your brother to overexert himself. Yes, ma'am. Her eyes then fell on Karen. How are you feeling, Karen? The young girl dropped her eyes to the floor. I am fine, ma'am. She pulled the sleeve of her shirt up, showing the unmarked skin. Thank you. Can I ask a question, though? What are you going to do with me? Silence you, Kisame growled out. Karen's eyes widened and Tsunade turned around to glare at the blue man. You, Kisame, need silenced. She turned back to Karen. I understand your mission was to follow Itaka and Kisame. However, no one can know they are here. I can't just lie, ma'am. Lord Orochimaru will know if I'm lying. Karen's eyes glazed over. He will force the truth out of me. Stepping forward, Itaka stood beside Tsunade. He can't see what's not there. The young girl shrunk back, scared of what that meant. I'm not going to hurt you, Karen. But I can erase the memory of you meeting us. All of you. Her red eyes flickered toward Naruto. Realization went through Kakashi. What if we put a false memory in, instead? I mean, she met Naruto, her family. It would be a shame to erase that. Karen looked relieved at his words. She got close to see what the barrier is. She was caught. She met Naruto. Lady Tsunade healed her wounds and we let her go. No mention of Itaka or Kisame needed. He looked at Karen. Those two believed they were the only Uzumaki left. The fact that they found each other should not be erased. Jiraiya grunted in agreement. Tsunade nodded. All right, Itaka. Erase the memory of you and Kisame, but leave the memory of her meeting her cousin. Then, as an afterthought, Tsunade looked at Itaka. Will you need the main Jakkyuan for this? No, ma'am. The base Sharingan will be sufficient. However, once I erase the memory, she needs to be sent on her way. Itaka gave Naruto a sad look. Could we possibly give them a little bit longer? Even with the new additions to the family, life still had to go on as if nothing had happened. Which meant that Sasuke needed to get his blade Tonfu and meet Gai-sensei at the training field. After breakfast was finished, Sasuke went to get dressed. When he came back into the living room, with the blades in hand, Kisame let out a low whistle. Damn. Nice blades, kid. Kisame gave Sasuke a sharp-toothed smile. Can you actually use them? With his arm braces on, Sasuke had a blade gripped in each hand. Want to find out? No. Kakashi stepped between them, nudging Sasuke toward the door. We don't want to be late for Guy. Unless you enjoy hearing about how youthful getting up early is. He watched Sasuke suppress a shudder before heading toward the door. Kakashi turned to Kisame and gave the man a frown. Could you, maybe, stop antagonizing my genin? With a chuckle, Kisame stood up. Actually, I was going to antagonize little Coral. That's a big weapon for a small girl. I need to see how she handles it. He took a step toward the door before pausing. What's her element? Earth and water. Kisame grinned. Oh, Coral and I are about to have some fun. Stepping out on the porch behind Kisame, who had grabbed Same Hada on the way, Kakashi watched as his group of housemates spread out in the yard. Except for Itaka, who was sitting on the swing while Sasuke showed him the tonfu he was so proud of. They'd decided to give Karen until dark to get to know Naruto. Orochimaru would be looking for her return, and they did not want to give him a reason to suspect Karen was doing anything wrong. She is a sweet girl and Kakashi did not want anything to happen to her. The chain on the swing rattled as Kakashi took a seat next to Itachi. Sasuke was thumping down the stairs, waving at Naruto and Sakura as he left. Taking a sip of his coffee, Kakashi pushed his feet against the deck, causing the swing to move. How was it last night? Kakashi turned his head slightly toward Itachi. Shisui often said Sasuke slept in your room. There was a wistful look on Itachi's face as he watched Sasuke disappear down the path. It will never be like it was. That is something I need to come to terms with. I missed so much of his life. Important parts of his life. I need to realize he isn't the Sasuke I left behind. In a way, you're right. Sasuke aged and matured. A memory came to him of Sasuke and Naruto wrestling on the floor. The boy fighting dirty and biting the blonde. Most of the time, anyway. He drained the rest of his coffee. However, that part of Sasuke you remember, that 7-year-old who hung on your every word, is still in there. That trick you used to do where you'd flip upside down and throw the kunai at the targets. Itachi nodded. Sasuke found a spot in the woods and replicated the setup. He would practice it, but he could never hit the blind spot. It drove him crazy trying to learn it. He never once stopped to think why it was so important for him, but I knew why. That was his way of keeping you close, of keeping the things you've taught him fresh and alive. Kakashi put a hand on Itachi's shoulder. He never once stopped loving you. Frustrated? Confused? Angry? Yes. But he never once hated you, no matter how much he tried to tell himself he did. Itachi's head dropped. How do I make what I did better? I killed our parents, Kakashi. I can't apologize and make the pain go away. He asked me so many questions last night. With every answer, I think I just hurt him more. The answers will hurt. But not answering them would hurt him more. It will take time, but the two of you will figure out a way to overcome it. Of that, I am very sure. There was something secretive about the way Karen talked. She kept her voice small and quiet, never too loud and never too assured. Any question asked was answered, but no information was offered and she never strayed from a specific topic. It meant that Naruto instigated most of the conversation, coming up with random questions and observations to try and coax something out of the girl. But, even the ever-talking boy was having trouble keeping something going. Especially when Karen wasn't offering more than a few simple words. Am I being annoying? Naruto picked at the grass by his feet. Sometimes I talk too much. I get too much in people's faces. I didn't have a lot of friends growing up because I was too annoying. I'm sorry. Karen's eyes were wide as she looked at her cousin. Oh. No, I don't think you're annoying at all. Scooting forward until their knees touched, she took the initiative to grab Naruto by the wrists. I spend a lot of time alone. There are not too many people to talk to in the hideout. Besides Suijutsu, but I don't like to talk to him. She wrinkled her nose up. Is he mean? Karen shook her head. No, just stupid. Naruto snorted. He's frustrating. Sounds like you like him, Sakura said as she sat down beside the two, handing each of them a water bottle. Karen squeaked out a no that made Sakura giggle. Well, Naruto says that about Sasuke all the time, but you have to pry those two apart most days. Hell no. Karen yelled out. Immediately after, she smacked her hands over her mouth. Naruto and Sakura both looked at her, wide-eyed in surprise before they both burst out laughing. It took a moment, but Karen joined in. Their laugh reached the porch, where Kakashi felt it was music to his ears. For just a little bit, they were just three preteens acting their age. They were only missing Sasuke's quiet chuckle making up the bass note. He should be back soon, however. Kakashi highly doubted the boy would stay away long with Itachi waiting here for him. Itachi was currently deep in thought deciding what to start with for Sharingan training. Kakashi looked over at Itachi, who was currently lost in his own head planning their training regimen. The last time he'd been there, he'd focused more on genjutsu than anything else. Now he wanted to focus more on finding Sasuke's specialty. In truth, Kakashi wasn't sure what it was, either. There wasn't time in the middle of a war to sit down with Sasuke and discuss what powers he'd received from his brand new Eternal Mangekyo. It would be a lie if Kakashi said he wasn't just as curious. How much longer do they have to train? Itachi asked, sitting up straight as Sasuke's profile broke through the trees. I have to admit, being on the run makes one lose track of time. There was a slight limp to Sasuke's gait, which Sakura took notice of almost instantly. Kakashi watched as she jogged across the yard, hands already glowing pale green. 17 days. Sakura knelt down on the ground, holding her hands to Sasuke's thigh. The boy grimaced but otherwise stayed quiet. Plenty of time. When Sakura stood back up, she punched Sasuke in the arm. I'm not sure what Sasuke was like as a kid, but he pushes himself too hard, now. He will push himself to exhaustion, so watch that. He felt dark eyes on him. He looked at Itachi to see a soft smile on his face. What? I'm not sure you hear yourself when you talk. Sasuke is very lucky that he got you as his Jounin sensei. Itachi slowly pushed himself off the swing as Sasuke hit the stairs. You're more of a father to him than father ever was. Covered in a sheen of sweat, Sasuke leaned against the banister. Itachi took a couple of steps toward him. Would you like a break before our training begins? With a surprised look on his face, Sasuke stood up straighter. Our training? Am I being too presumptuous? For a moment, Itachi worried he'd made a mistake. They hadn't started over yet, maybe Sasuke didn't want to be trained by him. If you don't want me to dash. Sasuke gave a start. No. No, that's not what I'm saying. Lady Tsunade said you have to take it easy. Looking between the boys, Sakura had an exasperated look on her face. He's not on bed rest, Sasuke. Itachi can help you train. She rolled her eyes. Boys are so frustrating. I don't know why we can't take in more girls. Throwing her hands up, Sakura headed back toward Kisame. Kman, Shark Man. I'm ready to kick your ass. With a toothy grin, Kisame gripped the hilt of Samehada. Bring it, Coral. When the evening arrived, and the sun began to hang low in the sky, the group began migrating back into the house. Jiraiya, who had been mysteriously absent, entered the house with a flourish. Spinning and bouncing a storage scroll in his hands. He then grabbed Naruto's shoulder and directed the boy to the table. All right, boy, we have some work to do. Naruto spun around, giving the man a confused look. You go missing all day, after promising me training, and now you decide to show up. I needed supplies. And I had some information gathering to do. Jiraiya felt Kakashi frown behind him. I honestly wasn't near the hot spring. Kakashi just shook his head. No, really. I was making sure there are no rumors about our 3 visitors. Itachi raised an eyebrow at him. Secret is still safe. Which leads me to why I'm asking Naruto for help. Naruto squawked, asked. You ordered dash. We can't just rely on the, admittedly impressive, perimeter seals. As soon as you break through the barrier, Itachi's and Kisame's chakra sticks out like a sore thumb. They can run to the basement, but their chakra is still a dim neon sign. Jiraiya used his foot to kick out a chair, plopping Naruto down onto it. If we had a warning that someone was coming, then they could hide. And, if we wrote some suppression seals, they would be completely hidden down there. Putting his chin in one hand, Naruto watched as Jiraiya pulled the supplies out of the scroll. Kaka-sensei said you trained my dad. Jiraiya fumbled the bottle of ink he'd pulled out. So, what did you teach him? Well, clearing his throat to get rid of the squeak he just, embarrassingly, spoke with, Jiraiya took a seat next to Naruto. Minato was a prodigy. The kid was naturally fast, even without his fancy kunao trick. Anything I threw at him, he learned quickly. Including Fuinjutsu. Naruto lifted his head off of his hand, listening at this new information. He learned Fuinjutsu to impress your mother, and he could not convince me otherwise. I dabbled in it, and taught the boy what I knew. He quickly surpassed my knowledge. Soon it was me playing catch-up. There was a faraway look in Jiraiya's eyes as they stared, unfocused, at the table. I introduced him to high-level jutsu, chakra reserve meditation, and the toads. He blinked before focusing back on Naruto. The Raiznan was all your father, however. Once the idea hit his brain, the dem kid didn't let it go. He didn't quit until he succeeded. Leaning over the kitchen island, Kakashi listened to Jiraiya closely. He had met Minato after Jiraiya had already taught him for years. Kakashi didn't know about this part of his sensei's life. The tidbit of learning Fuinjutsu entirely to impress his crush wasn't lost on Kakashi. If only he'd known that back then. There was a stray thought of how Obito would have held that against Minato, but it left as quick as it came. Even though he could summon the toads, Minato-sensei didn't do so very often. From what I heard, Kisame leaned up against the wall of the dining room. Yondaime didn't need to summon anything. You don't get a flea on sight warning for nothing. There was something like awe in Naruto's eyes as he hung on their every word. So many questions bounced through his mind like a runaway train. How different would his life have been if his parents hadn't died? What did his father do to earn a flea on sight order? Would he ever have fought beside his father? Would his own fighting style be different with his father's training? There was talking in the background, Kisame expressing how much sense it made that the Jinchuriki was the Hokage's son, but Naruto paid no mind. He was too busy picking over every word he'd heard so far. Naruto. Jiraiya nudged the boy, sliding paper and a pen in front of him. I'll leave the suppression seal to you. It was nearly instant how Karen pasted herself to Naruto's side, helping him in creating seals and learning more on Fuinjutsu in the process. From his position at the kitchen island, Kakashi watched Sakura as she slumped back on the couch. The girl looked lost, and it took a minute for Kakashi to realize why. Of course she looked lost, she had inner turmoil that she still hadn't entirely worked through. While the others were occupied, Kakashi took a seat next to the young girl on the couch. Maybe you should go to your other home tonight. I think it would do you good to see Ino and have a real conversation with her. I can't. Pulling her into a hug, Kakashi pressed his lips against the top of her head. Yes, my dear, you can. I honestly believe you and Ino will be fine. You're young. Nothing extreme needs to happen. She looked up at him. I'm not ready to see you get married, yet. Give me some time, okay? That made her giggle, which is all Kakashi wanted. Be brave, sweetheart. Respecting people's privacy wasn't something Inoichi was exceptionally good at. He was, after all, a very prominent piece in Konoha's intelligence infrastructure. That is not something you achieve while minding your own business. So, after seeing how distant and quiet his daughter was, Inoichi decided to swallow the senbon and have the conversation. It wasn't the first time while raising a daughter as a single father that he'd wished his wife would have imparted some type of wisdom on certain touchy subjects. Taking a deep breath, Inoichi took a seat beside his daughter on the couch. Although mostly healed, she still held her middle stiff and moved gently. She winced with the jostle of the couch. He placed a hand on the side of her neck, just reveling in her being alive and well. I think it's time we had a talk, Flower. Ino's bright eyes looked back at him, confused. I'm trying to channel your mother, here. She would have been so much better at this than I. But, sadly, you're stuck with me, Flower, so let's talk about love and relationships. Dad dash. I have always believed a person is free to find a partner that they love and trust, and who feels that way in return. Gender doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Love and respect and trust matters. Inoichi was surprised at how quiet Ino was. Remember, Flower, that you are young. There's no need to rush anything. Take your time. Explore your feelings. And don't push yourself. It's okay to be confused, it's okay to question everything, and, most of all, it's okay to be exactly who you are. There were tears in Ino's eyes as she pulled her father forward. Thank you, Daddy, she whispered into his shoulder. But what if Sakura doesn't feel the same? I don't think you have anything to worry about, there, love. Very quietly, the front door was clicked open. With her ears perked up, Ino's head snapped toward the foyer. Inoichi gave his daughter a gentle pat on her shoulder before standing back up and heading toward Sakura. The girl's green eyes looked nearly terrified as she rounded the corner. With a small nudge to Sakura's shoulder, he got the girl to take a step towards Ino. With the two girls just watching each other, not sure what to say or how to even start, Inoichi mumbled something about going to the office and disappeared out the front door. They would be okay. Inoichi was sure of it. There was a silence that stretched through the house, only interrupted by the tick-tock of a clock. Ino dash. Sakura dash. There was another bout of silence where the awkward hung in the air, heavy and stifling. They were better than this. They were best friends, have been through so much, and yet the two couldn't have felt further apart. It was physically painful to stand on opposite sides of the room, so confused and scared. All Sakura wanted was to run to Ino, feel her alive and breathing and awake. Apologize for being the reason she was in the hospital, beg for forgiveness for ruining their friendship, grovel at her feet if that's what Ino wanted. Ino could read Sakura, had learned when they were kids, and she could see the fear emanating off of the girl. However strong Sakura acted, she was still that small girl that just wanted her parents' approval. Well, just approval in general. She just wanted to know someone loved her for exactly who she was. Who could love you more than your best friend? Did her team come close? Yeah, Ino would admit Team 7 loved Sakura intently. However, they weren't around for shy and self-conscious Sakura. Ino was. Ino saw all of it and still saw Sakura's worth. I wish you would have stayed. Ino's voice broke through the silence. At the hospital, Sakura began fidgeting her hands together in front of her chest. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that to you, especially not right before your match. And then that girl, she used it against you. Why didn't I just shut up? There were tears threatening to fall, but Sakura refused to let herself cry. This was something she needed to say. If you hate me, I understand. I dash. Suddenly Ino was in front of her, face to face, before Sakura was wrapped in a hug. Sakura melted into it, missing the feeling of comfort and safety she'd found in Ino. Of course I don't hate you. Sakura, I dash. Ino pulled back, staring into Sakura's eyes. I feel the same way. The relief washed over Sakura, leaving her feeling boneless. She sagged against Ino. I missed you so much, Ino. It felt amazing, it felt like home. I owe you curry. Sakura pulled back, confused. Our bet at the prelims? Niji won the match, so that meant you won. Winner made dinner. You, don't have to make it alone, though. Ino smiled. I would definitely need some help. When Inoichi came home to a house smelling strongly of curry and filled with laughter, he knew the two would be okay. Now to set his foot down and make Sakura sleep in the spare room. Well, maybe tomorrow night. Of everything Naruto could surprise people with, it was his ability to hide. He'd learned young, beginning at age 2, that the world wasn't nice. The older kids in the orphanage formed groups and bullied the younger kids. He was too little to fight back, too small for his age, and didn't have anyone to stand up for him. Instead, Naruto learned how to hide. He learned that the older kids couldn't fit in the tight air ducts or in the drain that emptied near the dump, but Naruto could. And, if he was quiet enough, patient enough, the older kids would eventually leave. Then Naruto turned 4. Suddenly the caretakers wouldn't look at him, wouldn't talk to him. It was like he didn't exist. The Hokage came in, all stone-faced and serious, and led Naruto out of the orphanage. Only 4 days after his 4th birthday, he was given an apartment with nothing but a bed, a small kitchen table, and 1 chair. Once a month, the Hokage would drop a bag of coins on the counter and tell Naruto not to spend it all at once. Then the old man would leave and Naruto would be alone. Alone with his thoughts and the confusion of why. Life wasn't easy, people were mean and vindictive. But Naruto used the skills he'd learned in the orphanage. He would hide. Tonight, Naruto used that skill to dodge through the packed streets. Using Karin's threadbare cloak, he pulled the hood down low over his face, hiding his bright hair and brighter eyes. He'd left his orange outfit at home, knowing it would draw unwanted attention, and Naruto did not want any attention. Tucked into his pocket, Naruto hid his idea. Karin was leaving the next day, and Naruto wanted to give her something special. She was his family, his blood, and he wanted her protected. especially if she was determined to go back to that creepy snake freak. With the influx of tourists in Konoha, every night felt like a party. People were mingling in the streets, drinks in hand, while they drunkenly stumbled. It was late, the moon high in the sky, but the people had no intention of clearing. They would be there until early morning. Shopkeepers would find people passed out on their stoops when day breaks. Naruto always hid when the exams came to Konoha. The locals would whisper to the tourists and, together, they would try and find him. He'd only been caught by a group of drunk and angry tourists 3 times. After that, Naruto would find a spot in the woods where no one goes and stay there. He was used to being alone, used to be ignored in the middle of a crowd. Being alone in the woods was nothing. The only person he knew who could help him with this project was Aya. He needed a talented tailor, and she was the one. With hope that she would still be open, or at least still in the store, Naruto took a turn down the street, dodging more and more people. Some jounin stumbled out of a bar, nearly barreling over him. One drunkenly apologized, but otherwise ignored Naruto. Another one, more sober than the rest, narrowed his eyes, tilting his head to see under the hood. Naruto didn't stick around for the man to figure it out, he just silently dodged around them and kept working his way to the tailor. The outside lights were off, as well as the store portion, but there was a dim light coming from a storage room. Naruto tried the front door, but it was locked tight. Aya had told him he was always welcome, that she would always sell to him. He hoped that wasn't a lie as he darted down the alley and around the back of the building. The back door was blocked open with a piece of wood, allowing the night air to flow inside. Silently, Naruto slid his way inside, eyes darting around to find signs of anyone being there. The shelves were filled with colorful fabrics, some looking softer than others, some still wrapped in plastic to keep the dust away. He eyed a soft green fabric that moved as smooth as water over his hand. It felt warm, almost as if it gave off its own heat. Naruto was transfixed by the fabric, watching how it rippled and waved as he handled it, when a hand gripped the back of his hood. "What are you doing here?" Aya's voice was harsh, rougher, and meaner than Naruto had ever heard it. He instantly hit the ground, scrambling backward against a wall. Did she lie? Was she only nice to him because of Sensei and Sasuke being there? Did she actually hate him, think of him as a monster, like everyone else? "Kid, calm down." Kurama's voice echoed through his head, but Naruto already had his hands crossed in front of his face, waiting for the blow he was sure was coming. Except, nothing happened. He chanced a peek from between his fingers to see a sad look on Aya's face. "Oh, sweetie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you." She knelt down in front of him. "When I came out of the back room and saw someone standing there, I thought it was one of those drunk bastards from the street." Aya gently reached out and pulled his arms away from his face. "The things you must have endured to be so scared." Afraid to move, Naruto just blinked at her. Kurama was talking in his head, telling him she made a mistake, that he startled her, but it was taking a while to sink in. Since living with the team, Naruto hadn't endured the hate of the village. It was easy to forget about it from his home in the woods where people cared about him. I am sorry. Don't you dare apologize. Just, next time yell, okay." She ruffled his hair. "What brings you here at this time of night?" "Oh." Naruto sat up a little straighter. "I have an idea. I was wondering if you could help me." Aya looked intrigued. "A friend needs a new cloak." She didn't question why, in the middle of the night, Naruto was bringing it up. She didn't question who the friend was or where they were from. Instead, she just nodded and stood up. "I have a bunch already made out there. If none of those strike your fancy, we can whip one up. Do you have fabric that channels chakra?" His eyes flicked toward the soft green fabric he was touching earlier. Aya smiled. "Of course I do. I have a store in a ninja village, kiddo. It would be stupid not to make things for shinobi." She followed his gaze to the soft green fabric. "That, however, is not one of them. Any of the fabric bolts still in plastic can channel chakra." There were rows of plastic-covered fabric bolts in a myriad of colors and patterns. From beautiful deep blues, the color of the deep oceans, to a pale yellow that could easily be mistaken for white at first glance. Naruto had the image of what he wanted to make frozen in his mind. A soft, flowing cloak that he could channel his chakra into, create a way to protect Karin from Orochimaru whether she thought she needed it or not. Color wasn't something he'd considered, but the burlap brown she'd wore coming in was not the answer. What color do girls like? With a giggle, Aya began shuffling through the colors. How old is she? 12. Aya tapped her chin, then began digging again. Is this the teammate who likes pink? Sakura? Nope. Naruto tried to lean around Aya enough to see what she was doing, but the dividers for the shelves blocked his view. There was more shuffling, more plastic rattling, and then Aya pulled out a bolt of fabric in a sea blue color. She handed the bolt to Naruto before disappearing in the back room. There were more sounds of rattling before Aya returned with a spool of leaf green thread. She held the spool up, wiggling it between her fingers. Chakra thread. Then, with a hand on his shoulder, Aya led Naruto through the storage room and into the work area. Old sewing machines, the kind that required a manual pedal to operate, took up one short wall. A long table made from thick oak wood ran the entire length of the long wall with tall chairs dotted along. Hanging on the wall were shelves full of sewing supplies and dowel rods jutting from the walls with spools of thread hanging on them, the loose thread dangling down and knotting with other colors. Aya instructed Naruto to lay the bolt on the table and take a seat. She sat next to him as she carefully unwrapped the plastic, taking care not to let the fabric touch the tabletop. With carefully practiced motions, Aya counted out the yards of fabric she would need before sliding a shiny pair of scissors off the shelf behind the table. In one clean motion, Aya cut a straight line, separating the loose yards from the bolt. She wrapped up the remainder of fabric before laying out the yards before her. Tugging on the strings holding the threadbare cloak Naruto was wearing in place, she pulled it off of him and stretched it out on the table. Naruto could barely sit still, fidgeting in his seat to get a closer look at what Aya was doing. The woman worked in silence as she traced the outline of the old cloak onto pattern paper. Voices from outside floated through the spaces around the door. Drunken slurs of placing bets on the genin matches while others spoke of the women in the red light district. The voices would ebb and flow as the people walked, the ebb leading to music floating through the air. Some catchy pop song led to Aya humming along while her steady fingers traced the pattern onto the chakra fabric and began carefully cutting it out. As she was making the last cuts to separate the hood, Aya turned to Naruto. Sweetie, can you go to the back room and find me some black chakra thread? It's in an old wooden box with the leaf symbol carved in the top. Hopping off the tall chair, Naruto made his way through the fabric storage and into the back room. His hand found the light switch through the darkness, the old fluorescent bulbs humming as they flickered to life. Shelves lined the walls, all with nameplates marking their contents. To one side sat an old desk, edges were smooth and paint flicked off with time. It looked antique, almost like something that would be handed down through generations. On top was an even older antique, an ornate box with the leaf symbol inlaid with golden paint. Aya had said it was carved, but this looked too careful, too precise. Leaning in closer to get a better look at the symbol, Naruto noticed that the swirl wasn't quite the same. It was almost as if the swirl in the middle was carved in long before the parts that completed the leaf. A faint crack could be seen in the lid, covered over by even more golden paint. This paint looked different, however. It had a special shine to it the other part did not. The low thrum of chakra emanated from the box even before Naruto reached out for it. A whisper floated through Naruto's head. Kurama's voice breathing out Kintsugi. Kid. Kurama's voice echoed through his head. This is ancient sealing. I haven't seen it in centuries. Not sure if it will let you open it. Ancient sealing. Naruto could feel Kurama pacing, could feel the water rippling around his large paws. How ancient? I'm not sure, but that box came from Uzushio. His hands stuttered mere centimeters away from the box. Uzushio? Why would a tailor have a box sealed in Uzushio? The box was warm to the touch when Naruto finally laid his hands on it. He gently raised the lid, but the contents were nothing special. Just carefully lined rolls of chakra thread in different colors. Plucking out the black thread, Naruto gently closed the box and left the room. Aya. When he rounded the corner, the woman was still hard at work trimming off stray strings from the fabric. That box. Where is it from? She flapped out the hood fabric before laying it aside. I'm not sure. It's been in this shop since I can remember. Always holding the chakra thread. Why? Although Aya was always kind to him, always willing to help, Naruto knew not everyone could be entirely trusted. There had been plenty of people in his life who would pretend to be kind, just to hurt him even more when they showed their true colors. The sad truth was, Naruto couldn't actually trust her. It looks old. Kakashi had taught them the art of half-truths and lying by omission. Not like old, but the kind that people who aren't alive anymore had. Antique. Naruto snapped his fingers. Yeah, that. There was a smirk on Aya's face. I like old things and history and stuff. The first known needle was a small bone. Our ancestors used every part of an animal they would hunt. Not only would they eat the meat, but they would dry out the skin for leather and use the bones for tools. The sinew was theorized to be used for thread. Aya saw Naruto wrinkle his nose at her words, which made her giggle. My family have always been tailors. It's in our blood. Well, that's what my dad always said. Propping his chin in his hand, Naruto watched Aya clean up the edges on the cloak part. You didn't want to be a tailor. I wanted to travel. There is so much out there, so many experiences. In Kumo, there is a mountain so high and steep that no one has ever made it to the top. They can only go so far up before the air gets too thin and they struggle to breathe. In Suna, there is a huge pyramid that sets in the middle of the desert. The legend, yeah, it has a legend, says that Ichibai built it to be his house. It's all cracked because the fight to capture the Ichibai damaged the pyramid. Kiri has a small portion of the beach dedicated to keeping rare fish alive. Even now, with Kiri in the trouble it is, the Mizukage will not let anyone touch it. Aya sighed. I spent my whole childhood learning about these amazing sights, amazing experiences, only to learn that my dreams would need to be put on hold to keep the family business going. Unspooling the black thread, Aya quickly readied a needle and began sewing the edge finish. At one point, I had my whole life planned out. I would travel until I was too old to, then I'd settle down and take over the shop. Well, you can see how well that worked out. Aya glanced over to see the sad look on Naruto's face. Oh, sweetheart, don't you worry about it. I can be happy right here where I am. Besides, being here allowed me to meet you. She stopped sewing long enough to ruffle Naruto's hair while his cheeks turned pink. This will take a while. Wanna come back in the morning for it? Naruto shook his head. No, I'll wait. It was barely 10 minutes later that Aya heard the soft snores leave the mop of blonde hair cradled in tan arms. The feeling of something being draped over his shoulders pulled Naruto out of his slumber. The noises of the street had died down, leaving a peaceful silence in its wake. He was startled when fabric covered his head. Just me. Aya's soft voice sounded from behind him. Wanted to make sure it looked okay. Now that he was more alert, Naruto noticed how soft the fabric covering him was. He'd never felt anything quite like that. Are you awake enough to stand? After standing up, he let Aya turn him side to side as she checked the length and made sure everything was straight. It's so soft. Chakra fabric is different. Woven different. This particular fabric is made from bamboo and woven while constantly being introduced to chakra. I also added a second layer made from mohair. It's very strong against puncture. She watched Naruto pull the fabric in front of him, studying it. Now, I'm assuming that this was never meant to be just a cloak. So, right now, it's basically a blank slate. What's next? Biting his lip, Naruto thought about what he wanted to do with the cloak. The idea had hit him so suddenly, had become a mission all on its own, that Naruto didn't have time to think about what he wanted to do. A seal, some way to protect her, was what he knew he wanted, but not the exact thing. Do you know anything about Fuinjutsu? Well, I know that it's one of the hardest disciplines to learn. I also know that they don't stick to chakra fabric. Naruto just blinked at her. What? Why not? Aya shrugged. Something about the chakra used during the weaving process. There was a look on Naruto's face Aya never wanted to see. He looked so disappointed. Ah, I'm sorry, sweetheart. You look like I ruined your plans. Kid, Kurama called out. Chakra fabric works different than sealing paper. The chakra inside the fabric creates a barrier against outside influence. So you can't put a seal on chakra fabric. A mischievous grin played on Naruto's face. But that rule doesn't apply to just normal fabric, right? From behind the bars, Kurama heard the idea floating through Naruto's mind. Oh. Well, isn't that clever? Not sure what was going on, Aya waited. At some point, Naruto had to explain, right? Well, she hoped, anyway. He turned around, eyes wild to look for something. Do you have any paper, Aya? Naruto was a whirlwind as he hopped on the high chair and began scribbling. Aya peeked over his shoulder, but it all looked like gibberish to her. She'd seen seals before, many of them, while living in a shinobi village. However, she'd never seen one being created. It was fascinating. It took Naruto 20 minutes to draw out the seal he wanted. He put several different parts, one that would change the color of her hair when the hood is up, to help her hide while tracking someone. Using the cloak as a shell, Karen could hide herself underneath, allowing low-level attacks to bounce off of her. The biggest thing Naruto wrote in, however, was the ability to extend her sensory range. From how Karen explained it, her sensory ability naturally stretches only so far. In order for her to push it further, she uses chakra to amplify it. With the seal Naruto wanted built in the cloak, Karen could use nature energy to amplify her range. All in all, Naruto was making sure Karen was very protected. Kiddo, I have no idea what you're doing, but I want to tell you you're doing a great job. Naruto began laughing at her words. He tried to explain it, he tried to teach her what the runes and symbols meant, what the poles and planes and arrays did, but Aya couldn't see it like Naruto could. The woman nodded along, pretending that something was making sense, but none of it was. Instead, Aya just took the cloak off of his shoulders and stretched it out on the table. While Naruto wrote, Aya triple-checked the stitches. Okay. Naruto held the paper up in front of him, giving it a once-over. Here's what I'm thinking. The fabric might be resistant, but you have thread that isn't, right? Aya nodded. So, instead of channeling the seal through the cloak, we channel it through the non-chakra thread. Aya smirked. Clever little boy. Okay, so we need some plain thread. What do you need me to do? You can create patterns with the thread, right? I watched you do that on the wedding dress. Could you sew in what I drew? Naruto turned the paper around, holding it up so Aya could see. If she looked at the seal as a pattern, then it wasn't a difficult job. It would take as much effort as sewing words into a satchel. I can do that. Looks simple enough. The only thing, well, the most important thing, is that it has to be, like, one brush stroke. Does that make sense? Like the lines have to all look as if they're one piece with no breaks. Naruto's hands were flapping around as he talked. Aya chased the paper before pulling it out of his moving hands. 'Cause when I write them with the ink, they have to be done in one long brush stroke. I can't pick up the brush and put it back down or the seal doesn't work. Tapping her chin, Aya thought of how to do that. She could make one long stitch, but that would be too easily snagged and ripped. If she put tight stitches that overlapped each other, however, it would keep the thread taut and make it look as if it's all one piece. With a piece of excess fabric, Aya readied a needle with plain thread and put a couple stitches in. Okay. These are regular stitches, but I don't think these are what you need. Naruto shook his head. However, I can make stitches like these. They overlap to create one flowing line. I use this stitch when sewing in letters. Naruto ran his fingers over the stitches, seeing how tight they were, how easily moved they were. The second set did look as if they were all one steady stitch. And, more importantly, they wouldn't be easily ripped. Yeah, these ones should work. Aya quickly began to get to work. After the first symbol was sewed in, she handed it over to Naruto for inspection. Oh, Aya, that is awesome. Stitches like these take a while. Go home, get some sleep, come back in the morning. I'll have it done by then. Shaking his head, Naruto stayed right where he was. Nope. I'll be right here. I need to see this through. It's important. All right, kiddo, if you're sure. As she pulled on the spool, Pulling more thread loose, Naruto twirled another spool across the table. So, tell me about the finals. I got one of the roster pamphlets and I saw your name in there. Along with both of your teammates, if I'm not mistaken. Your sensei must be awfully proud. Just the mention of the finals sent Naruto rambling. He told Aya about Sasuke's Tonfu, about Sakura's sword training and how Tsunade is teaching her how to heal. He told her about Jiraiya, about how he's a huge pervert and how he helped Naruto put seals all over the property. Even with as fast he was talking, Naruto did not even once, mention Itachi and Kisame. Instead, Naruto only talked about the safe topics, things that he could tell anyone. Those topics aside, Naruto had enough to keep talking about and rambling about while Aya sewed. At exactly 2:17 a.m., Naruto had a finished cloak wrapped in tissue paper and placed inside a box. He gave Aya a hug and a huge thank you before running off back home. They'd spent hours making that cloak perfect, and Naruto was fighting the urge to shake Karen awake and show it to her. Instead, he managed to sneak back into the house, through his bedroom window, and curled under his covers. He was fast asleep by the time his head hit the pillow. Chapter 39, A Trip to the Pond. A confidential scroll was held in the Umbu's hand. It was a seasoned ninja, one that had been Umbu for years, and they looked shaken. Hiruzen could only imagine what would be written inside. He held out his hand for the Umbu to drop the scroll into his palm. The report was light. The information limited. Only a small sheet of parchment with a few words written inside. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame have defected from Akatsuki. Hiruzen's eyes snapped back to the Umbu, shock evident on his face. What? How? We began hearing rumors. People were seeing them in their villages or known hideouts. We were getting simultaneous reports of the two hiding out, but the places were too far away from each other for it to be possible. The one hideout we did manage to get to was destroyed. Crows were everywhere. Gripping the paper between his fingers, Hiruzen made little tears down the side. What would Itachi and Kisame possibly want? Why would they leave? Do the daimyo know? Not that we know of, sir. The Umbu shifted his stance. What would you like us to do? Hiruzen took a deep breath. The two are known nationwide. There are only a few places they could hide. Have there been any sightings of them close to Konoha? No, sir. If I may speak freely, sir, surely Itachi wouldn't be stupid enough to come back to Konoha. After what he did, sir. The Umbu's eyes, the only part of his face that could be seen through the mask, were hardened. Leaning back in his seat, Hiruzen ran that over in his mind. I'm sure he wouldn't. Although where he would go is a mystery. Especially with someone as noticeable as Hoshikage Kisame. The old man scrubbed his hands over his face. Find Jiraiya. It's about time Konoha's spymaster made himself useful. At 5 a.m., the homestead residents began to stir. Kakashi was first up, heading straight to the kitchen and flicking on the light. From his spot on the floor, Kisame groaned and covered his eyes with his arm. Jiraiya cracked an eye open, trying to find a clock. He may not know what time it is, but he knows it's too damn early. The smell of coffee wafted into the living room. Sakura came skipping into the house. She flicked on the living room lamp, making Kisame groan more. Far too chipper for the early hour, Sakura skipped into the living room and stood over Kisame. Good morning, Kisame-sensei. What are we going to learn about today? Did you just call me sensei? The man pushed himself up, seeing Sakura eagerly nodding. I've been called a lot of things. Sensei isn't one of them, Coral. Sakura tilted her head, giving Kisame an innocent look. You're teaching me, aren't you? Then you're a sensei. Quietly shutting the bathroom door, Karen came into the living room. It was the day she was to leave the homestead and go back to Orochimaru. She was nervous. She was afraid. But, most of all, she was sad. Karen could sense her cousin still in his room, still asleep, and wished he woke up. She wanted a little bit more time. Just a few extra minutes she could hold on to once back in the dark cave-like hideout. She walked around the banter between Sakura and Kisame, instead stepping into the kitchen. Kakashi gave her a smile. Good morning, Karen. She gave him a small smile, but there was no joy on her face. Anyone could tell the girl didn't want to leave, but knew she had to. Want something to eat? Karen shook her head. No thank you. Her eyes kept darting around. Would it be rude of me to wake Naruto up? With a chuckle, Kakashi pat the girl on the head. He can be a bit of a bear in the mornings. I'll get him for you. Kakashi didn't have to take more than a couple of steps when Naruto came sliding into the living room. Did I miss it? Is Karen still here? I'm still here. Karen looked relieved she could see him before she left. The cloak Karen arrived in was loosely hanging off of him, the strings knotted and frayed. In his hand, Naruto held a box hugged tight to his chest. Although naturally spiky, Naruto's hair was a frazzled mess on his head. Okay. Yeah. Good. He nodded. I got you something before you go. It was a simple box, nothing fancy, plain white cardboard. When Karen lifted the top, deep red tissue paper poked out of the opening. With a small glance toward Naruto, Karen breathed out, "Why you got me a present?" "Why?" "Well, you are convinced you have to go back to that snake freak, and I don't trust him. So I wanted to know you would be protected." Naruto motioned toward the box. "If you don't like it, I didn't ask, I just thought dash." Pushing the tissue paper out of the way, Karen saw the silky fabric underneath. The box was dropped to the ground when Karen pulled the bundle of fabric out. It unfolded, flowing like liquid, until Karen knew exactly what she had in her hands. A cloak? "Naruto, it's so pretty." Karen smiled at him, her eyes a little misty. "Thank you." Well, that's not all." Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. "I made it, do things. Like when you pull the hood up, it will change your hair color so you can sneak around. And, if you wrap it around you, low-level attacks will, bounce off of it. Oh. And it will help your sensing thing. It can pull in nature chakra to let you increase your range." It was said so simply. It was said as if Naruto did not just create a cloak that was never seen before. As if Naruto didn't just do something amazing. Karen's lip wobbled before throwing herself at her cousin. The rest of the house was quiet. Itaki and Sasuke had come out at some point, and both just stared at the cloak held in her hand. Karen pulled away, wrapping the cloak around herself. She squealed, twirling around and watching it billow around her. "Kid." Jiraiya stepped up behind Naruto, watching Karen as she ran her hands over the soft fabric. "How did you?" "That's chakra fabric." He reached over, feeling the soft fabric and the mohair underneath. "You can't put a seal on chakra fabric." There was a very self-satisfied smirk on Naruto's face. "No, but you can put a seal on regular thread." He rolled the hood out of the way, showing Jiraiya the seal placed on the collar. "I put special stitches in it for me. They're like one brush stroke, kind of, and the seal worked." Running his finger over the stitches, Jiraiya reveled in the cleverness of the kid. "Well," he breathed out, "fuck me. There are not many characteristics that separate mercenaries and bandits. They are both willing to do just about anything to get money and resources. Most are just travelers, drifting from one town to the next in search of their next meal, their next place to sleep, their next score. Every opportunity is taken by either, no matter the danger or the immoral circumstances. Every mercenary and bandit have a story. Some reason they became what they are. For some, it was their war-torn villages that forced them out on their own. They had to find a place to sleep, food to eat, a way to survive. For others, it was a family affair. They were pulled in through fathers or brothers or uncles, promised quick money and a solid life. Then there were stories like Jun and Kanto. There was no tragic backstory, no parent who had died, leaving them orphans, no destroyed village that left them homeless. These two grew up idolizing dangerous people, and wishing to be one themselves. The only problem was, neither of them was strong enough, or smart enough, to be a rogue ninja. Instead, they were barely classified as criminals, more of a nuisance to any village they came across. Currently, the two were picking through trash cans behind a small food stall. Between the alcohol and the gambling the two had done the night before, they barely had one ryo to split between them. Jun swore he'd felt lucky. A young woman smiled at him, and that never happens, so he must be lucky. Kanto could have killed his brother when they'd woken up completely broke. In a fit of rage, Kanto kicked the trash can over, growling in frustration. There's nothing to sell in here. June had cowered when Kanto's large foot connected with the metal. When he uncovered his head, there was fabric laying at his feet. Wait. Stretching the fabric out, June realized he was holding a cloak in his hands. A black one with red clouds decorating it. Tell me you're seeing this, Kanto. They can't be real. Kanto took the other cloak that June handed him. There is no way actual Akatsuki cloaks are in some poor village's trash can. He glanced up at his brother. Right. There was a glint in Jun's eyes. One that usually led to some grand scheme that barely ever worked out. We might know that. But do the civilians know that? June smiled. We could run any town we went into. If they think we're Akatsuki, they'll be too terrified to fight back. Kanto wanted to fight back, wanted to argue with his brother, but was too exhausted. Just once in his life, he wanted something to go their way. They'd tried to join mercenary groups and bandit camps, but were laughed out each time. They weren't strong and skilled. But what they lacked in actual talent, they could make up for in lying. What would pretending to be powerful hurt anything? No one would bother them. No one would laugh at them. This could be their shot. All right, brother. Movement on the street caught his attention. They'd woken up broke and unable to pay their bill at the inn. The owner was looking for them. Get the cloak on and let's go. Not that Obito would admit it, but the Akatsuki were hurting. They had already been down a member when Orochimaru got ran out. Then they lost Itaki and Kisame, two very powerful members. Sasori was in pieces while Zetsu attempted to help put him back together. Then Kakuzu's partner mysteriously disappeared during a mission. They needed new members and they needed them fast. Who do we send for first? A small notebook was in Obito's hand as he leaned against Nagato's desk. It was the first time the man wasn't raging in days. I had planned on sending Itaki after Deidara, both being teens and all, but that plan is ruined. Hiden will be difficult, I fear. Unless we can somehow convince the guy he'd serve his Lord Jashin by joining. It was a slightly good day for Nagato. He was sitting a little straighter, hands moving with less of the jerky motions he usually had. This happened, though. A good day followed by several bad days. He was lucky to be alive at all after his fight with Hanzo, let alone the strain put on him using the paths. Konan stood beside him, ever vigilant, with a hand on the back of his chair. Over the years, Konan had become less and less trusting of Obito and his ideas. Pain could go after Hiden. Nagato shrugged. Once Sasori is fixed, he can go after Deidara. They will be partners, after all. Obito tilted his head as he looked at Nagato. Giving Kakuzu a partner that cannot be killed? They will hate each other. You said that about Ida - At the look in Obito's eye, Nagato's mouth snapped shut. Yes, it was better to not talk about those particular two. They might surprise you. Dropping the notebook back on the table, Obito began walking toward the newly fixed door. I think Sasori is almost finished. I'll check on him. You take care of finding Hiden. With the door shut and Obito gone, Konan let her muscles relax. This doesn't sound right. Her voice was quiet in the large room. Enough, Konan. Nagato held up a hand, silencing her. For now, we must trust in his vision. He's brought us this far. Slowly, he began wheeling himself over to where Pain stood. Will you go with Pain? Bring this man back to us. She didn't want to. Konan wanted to stay by Nagato's side, keep him protected, keep Obito from poisoning him any further. But she would never tell him no. She never could. Yes, Nagato. It was time for Karen to go. They had agreed on first sunlight to give Karen ample opportunity to be safe on her journey. She held the cloak around her like a shield, a protection against the pain she felt inside. A part of her, a very big part of her, did not want to leave. Karen knew she had to go back to Lord Orochimaru and attempt to explain how she lost the two rogue ninja. As she sat there, scared and nervous, Itaka knelt down in front of her. Karen, he gave the girl a sad smile. I promise you I will leave every memory you have of Naruto untouched. The only thing I am removing from your mind is Kisame and me. Itake motioned toward Naruto, who had been watching the entire conversation. I know, as a rogue ninja, this won't mean a lot. But, you have my word. Coming to stand beside Naruto, Kakashi watched as the boy rubbed at his eyes. He pulled the boy's head against his side. Let's go over what will happen. Sakura took a seat next to Karen and took hold of the girl's hand. Once I erase any proof of you finding us, the genjutsu will remain until you are out of Konoha's boundary. Then you will come back to yourself with the thought of going back to Orochimaru. Itake glanced up at Kakashi. From what I understand, you will not be completely alone. Kakashi nodded. The three who found you, Sai, Shin and Ori, will be keeping an eye on you. They will make sure you are not seen and you are safe. He gave the girl a reassuring smile. We take care of our own, Karen. You will be safe as long as we have a say. Both Naruto and Sakura smothered Karen in tearful hugs. Sasuke stood next to his brother, wanting to make this easier on Naruto but not sure how to do it. Naruto's situation was much different than Sasuke's own. Sasuke knew what having cousins felt like, knew how having an extended family made a difference in his life. Not only had Naruto never had that, he never thought he could have that. Finding out there was family that existed that you never knew about. Sasuke couldn't imagine how that felt. Nor how having to send them away would feel. Sasuke looked to his brother, who had a melancholy look on his face. You know Orochimaru. Seeing as how the other three were still occupied, Itake turned to him and nodded. You don't want to send you back there, either. Neither were questions. Sasuke already knew the answers. I know what he is capable of. Itake left out a sigh. I also know he keeps his wards loyal to him. Even if we tried to keep her here, it would not work. She's compelled to go back. Would he hurt her? Sasuke asked after a moment of watching Karen cling to Naruto and Sakura. It's not that Orochimaru hasn't hurt children before. One of the reasons he was banished from Konoha was for experimenting on children, after all. The man is a scientist before anything else. It wasn't beyond reason for Orochimaru to hurt any of his wards. But would he hurt this particular one? Karen was special. Karen was Uzumaki, part of a dying clan, a natural healing ability, and a censor. She should be too valuable to do anything terrible to. Honestly, Sasuke, I don't know. With his head hung low, hair shadowing his eyes, Naruto sat silent. Karen had left in a daze. Whatever Itake had done to her made Karen nearly zombie-like as she jumped over the wall. They'd assured Naruto it was normal, that Karen would be fine once she was outside of Konoha's borders. Had he not trusted Kakashi, trusted Itake, Naruto would have been fighting the idea. But, part of being a ninja was knowing when to rely on people who knew more than you did. So, Naruto trusted the two people he knew who were proficient in genjutsu. From somewhere in front of him, Naruto could hear Sakura talking, bantering with Kisame. The gentle tone of Itake's voice floated by him for a moment before he heard the creak of the porch stairs. The chains of the swing rattled as Sasuke sat beside him. Sasuke slowly pushed against the deck, making the swing move. He didn't say anything. Sasuke knew he wasn't good with words. Instead he was just a presence beside Naruto as he worked through his emotions. Sasuke knew what it felt like to lose family. He knew what it felt like to watch them walk away, not sure if he would ever see them again. He knew what it felt like to miss someone so severely it was a deep ache you couldn't get rid of. Someone as happy and bright as Naruto should never have to feel that kind of pain. Although Sasuke had the emotional range of a squirrel and all the verbal finesse of a sea slug, there was one thing he could do, one thing he was very fluent in. One a spar. Snorting, Naruto looked up at Sasuke with a smirk on his face. That eager to get your ass kicked? As if. Sasuke turned his head, putting his nose in the air. You would be lucky to even put a scratch on me. It would be like fighting an academy kid. He knew Sasuke was baiting him, it was painfully obvious, but sparring would take his mind off of everything plaguing his mind as of late. He could check Sasuke's seal and his own seal off the list, but he still had a lot left to do. Training for his match with Gaara, and fixing the half-done seal, was high on his list. Plus juggling 2 rogue ninja, who were very illegally hiding in their house, and keeping them safe. Before Naruto knew it, they were in the middle of the yard. It wasn't about finesse and strategy. It wasn't about who was stronger or who had the hardest punch. This was about calming the mind and emotions. The 2 boys had been sparring since academy. They could read each other and respond with muscle memory alone. It was the mindless energy burning that Naruto needed. When they were both covered in a sheen of sweat, dirt, and grass stains decorating their skin, Naruto felt a lot better. When he turned his head towards Sasuke, he saw the boy laying on his back, eyes closed. So, just to be annoying, Naruto plucked up some grass and sprinkled it over Sasuke's forehead. Sasuke spluttered when grass landed on his lips. Moron. Giggling, Naruto laid on his side, facing Sasuke. Since you're being annoying, I guess you're feeling better. A bit. He bit his lip. Are you? Sasuke looked at him, eyebrow raised. I mean, with Itachi here and all. It has to be weird. Snorting, Sasuke shook his head. Different. We're just so different than we were. Different people. I'm not sure if we're ever going to be like we were before. It won't be the exact same, but it doesn't have to be a bad different, does it? I mean, Itachi is nice. And I think Sakura has a crush on him. Naruto giggled when Sasuke wrinkled his nose. I think people do change, but not all of them change. Does that make sense? Like only certain things about them change. He snapped his fingers before sitting up. Perfect example, you aren't the same Sasuke you were in academy, right? But some things stayed the same. You were an asshole in academy and you're still an asshole now. There was a loud oof before the sound of Naruto laughing filled the clearing. Sasuke was attempting to wrestle in retaliation, but couldn't hide the smile on his face. The closer Karen got to the sound border, the louder Orochimaru's chakra got. He was always a beacon to her senses. Not in the way Naruto's chakra was warm like the sun, or how Sasuke's felt calm, reserved, and quiet. Not the way Sakura's felt like sun-warmed dirt under your feet. Or how Kakashi always feels like a lightning storm, always charging, always building up, but only used to protect who he keeps safely within the eye. Karen imagined the way Orochimaru's chakra felt was akin to the pole moths feel toward a light in the darkness. They watched others be hurt, be killed, once they drew near, but it was an innate need to get closer. It's how she felt, now. She knew that going back could cause her pain. She knew that Orochimaru would not be happy she'd been gone so long, only to return with no information to show for it. But she had to go back. Staying away wasn't an option. There was nothing special about the border between fire and sound. No sign to mark the boundary, no opposing force to block the transition. It was just a stretch of plain with tall weeds blowing in the wind. Over the knoll would start the rocky terrain, the grass slowly stretching thin until it was in sporadic clusters. That would soon give way to hard-packed dirt and dead trees sticking up from between large rocks. It was what she'd called home since she was young. It was all she'd ever known. The only chakra signatures she'd felt since leaving Konoha's borders were the few spread-out villages she'd passed. Nothing but clusters of buildings and a handful of people. For the last 2 hours, she had been entirely on her own. Which is why, when the small signature popped in behind her, Karen gripped a kunai and wrapped the cloak around her. But, instead of a person, all that she saw was a small, furry ball laying in the grass. Covered in blood, the animal poked its small head up, giving off a pitiful whine. Lowering her stance, Karen pocketed the kunai and let the cloak fall behind her shoulders. Kneeling down in front of it, Karen pushed the grass down so she could see what animal it was. A weasel. The furry head raised again before limply falling to the ground. What happened to you? Now that she was closer, she could see the bite marks covering the little body. Did something attack you? When the weasel didn't make a move, didn't make a noise, Karen was afraid the little one was dying. She held her hand close to the weasel's mouth, with the other she began poking and pinching it. Finally, she annoyed the little creature, irritated it, and the weasel bit her. Karen watched as the bite wounds slowly began to heal until only the matted and bloody fur remained. The amount of chakra Karen was expecting to use was doubled, which was unusual for such a small animal to require. Karen watched the weasel try to clean off the blood. "You're not just a weasel, are you?" Pausing his cleaning, the weasel gave her a sly look. "What's your name?" There was a cock to its head before the weasel ran toward the sound border. He stopped where the grass was thinning out and began scratching at the dirt. It turned around and flicked its tail at Karen before continuing the scratching. Karen leaned over it and was surprised to see the weasel scratching actual kanji in the dirt. "Deo." Karen read. "I like it." "And, you're a boy, then." Giggling at the flat look the weasel gave her, Karen waved her hands in surrender. Sorry. I never thought an animal could give me a look like that." She watched as Deo tried to clean its fur again. "You need a bath, Deo. There might be a lake or river that way." Before Karen could finish that sentence, Deo's little ears twitched. It turned around, growling, as the fur stuck up on his back. Karen could see the grass moving, something coming in their direction, but it was too small to see through the weeds. Deo pounced, sounding angry with how he hissed and trilled. A minute later he came trotting out, a long snake held in his mouth. Deo looked so proud of himself, so happy he handled a snake as long as he is. Happy he saved Karen. "Oh. Deo." Without really thinking, Karen picked the weasel up. The snake fell, limp, out of his mouth. "Were you bitten? Do you need healed again?" Cradled in her hands, Deo looked at Karen. "I don't see any, but you're already covered in blood. Here, bite me." She shoved her hand in front of his face. "I don't want you to die because of me." Instead of a bite, the weasel gently licked Karen's thumb. Then he stood up on his hind legs to bop Karen on the nose. As if he was signaling the end of the discussion, Deo jumped on her shoulder and curled around her neck. He trilled in her ear before cuddling inside of her hood. With wide eyes, Karen tried to look down at the weasel. "Wow. Okay, then. Let's get going." Once Karen was 100 feet of the base, two men landed in front of her. Deo hissed, baring his teeth at the men, but they paid him little mind. Instead, the main guy stepped forward and looked Karen up and down. "You're late." He was one of the border guards. Karen never bothered to learn their names, they usually don't last very long. Suijutsu always gave them nicknames, however. This one was Mophead. "Lord Orochimaru said to expect you back 2 days ago." The second one, Smelly, he was found hiding in a sewer as a child, crossed his arms and glared. "Sleeping with the enemy, girl." Again, Deo hissed. Karen reached up to scratch him behind the ears. "I don't have to explain myself to you. Let me in." The two just started laughing, slowly advancing on her. She took a step back, reaching for her kunao, when a swirl of water whipped the two men in the temple. "Lord Orochimaru would be very interested in this, I think." Suijutsu stepped out of the shadows, water dripping from his hands. "You are disobeying orders. We all know how much Lord Orochimaru enjoys that." As the two picked themselves up off the ground, Suijutsu shot Karen a toothy smile. "Welcome back." Rolling her eyes, Karen pushed past him. "I didn't ask for your help." "Wow. You're welcome, Karen." Then, under his breath, Suijutsu whispered, "Bitch." He jogged to catch up to her, slowing to a stride to match her pace. "He sent a snake to find you. Now, the snake is dead. Care to explain?" Poking his head from under the hood, Deo trilled. "My friend thought it was coming to attack me." "Since when do you have friends?" Suijutsu dodged a punch in his direction. "Where were you, anyway?" "Now, that is a good question." Both kids stopped when they heard Kabuto's voice. He stepped out of the shadows, pushing up his glasses. "Lord Orochimaru will be waiting for you, Karen. I highly suggest you don't keep him waiting." Then, with a nod in Suijutsu's direction, he gave the boy a sick smile. "It's time for another test, boy. Follow me." Any snarky expression Suijutsu had on his face quickly fell away. "No. Lord Orochimaru said I was done. He said that you have all the data you needed. He said as long as I do what I'm told, I can stay free for a while." The desperation seeping in Suijutsu's voice made Karen wince. She knew what kind of experiments Kabuto was capable of doing. After this last test, it won't even take 5 minutes. Motioning toward the hallway, Kabuto began to lead Suijutsu toward his laboratory. This one won't even hurt. With shuffling feet, Suijutsu followed behind Kabuto. Karen felt bad. As annoying as Suijutsu could be, he didn't deserve to be hurt. He didn't deserve the sick experiments Kabuto was known to do. But there wasn't anything she could do right now, sadly. Orochimaru's office was shaped like a giant paper fan. The entrance door sat at the fulcrum of the fan, creating the feeling of spreading open the room. Candelabras decorated the walls and a large candle chandelier hung from the ceiling. There was a yellow glow that permeated the entire room, lights flickering off the wall. Karen had a flash of memory of the bright and warm yard in front of Naruto's house, but she shook it off. She'd relive those moments later. Right now, she had to face a very disappointed Orochimaru. Ah! Karen! The gravely voice echoed off the stone walls as Orochimaru stood up. You've been gone so long. He stepped in front of the desk and held out a hand, beckoning Karen closer. Deo buried himself tighter in the hood and let out a low growl. Bring somebody with you. She gave a jerky nod. His name is Deo. And that cloak? Karen had stepped close enough for Orochimaru to touch the fabric. Very well made. And expensive. That is chakra fabric. He gave her a sinister smile. Very interesting. Watching his pale fingers trail over the stitching, Karen fought the urge to pull away. I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru. I lost the two you sent me to keep an eye on. Her eyes went wide as Orochimaru put a large hand on the top of her head. Lord Orochimaru. Hush, child. This will only take a minute. In her mind's eye, Karen watched her memories fly by. Chasing Itaki and Kisame. Losing their trail. Seeing the void inside of Konoha's walls. Meeting her cousin. Lady Tsunade healing her. The friends she made, the fun she had. It all ended as fast as it began. Karen was left out of breath and wavering on her feet. I see. The expression on Orochimaru's face wasn't one Karen had seen before. Well, you may have lost the targets, but you gained something more valuable. Away inside of Konoha. She bit the inside of her cheek, fighting to keep any expression off of her face. We definitely cannot allow your cousin to fix the Tsunade hierarchy's seal. Not until I get what I want. He looked down at Karen and smiled. Did you think I would be mad at you, child? No, I am not. Your curiosity led you toward family, yet you still returned to me. And with information I desperately needed. With one hand on the back of her head and the other on her back, he pulled her against his chest. Karen stiffened. You're special, Karen. I am very happy you've returned. She didn't want to return. She wanted to go back to Konoha and her cousin and the beautiful homestead in the woods. But Lord Orochimaru was holding her, saying he was happy she came back. It was all she had ever wanted. The tears were welling up in her eyes. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. When Tenzo arrived for his meeting with Sandaime, he was surprised to see Tsunade leaning against the desk. The woman looked exasperated, like she'd been arguing for hours. From the look on Sandaime's face, she probably had been. Tenzo, we have some things to talk about. Sandaime steepled his hands in front of his chin. The assessment is completed with the Root Kids. Although not a unanimous decision, one has been made. He paused as Tsunade snorted. I am putting the children back on active duty. He held a hand up before Tenzo could begin to argue. I would like to remind you that I'm an old man, I've seen 3 wars and I know what happens to soldiers who are ordered to become civilians. And we all know how well my carefully created mental health system is. Crossing her arms, Tsunade glared at Sandaime. It was the most disrespect Tenzo had ever witnessed directed toward Sandaime. Setting his mouth in a straight line, the old man ignored her jab as well as he could. These children know nothing but violence. They need to be shown another way of living. I understand you've been getting them rehabilitated as best you can. Some has been a huge help in that, I hear. Yes, sir. Many of the children have been helping with taking care of the dogs. It's been helping greatly. Tsunade gave Tenzo a nod of approval. I've been watching them, sir. The ones that refused to talk are beginning to speak. They're less jumpy, less quick to attack. I think they are finally beginning to understand they will not get punished for making mistakes. Nodding, Sandaime looked deep in thought. No one is denying the amount of effort you have put in, Tenzo. You have been a positive influence on these children, and you have been immensely important to them. Your own history with Danzo, I'm sure, helped you handle that. It surprised Tenzo how sorry Sandaime sounded. He seemed to be acting differently now that Danzo was gone. Is the bunk you have them in big enough? House them all appropriately. Yes, sir. Thank you for allowing them to stay there. There was more Tenzo wanted to give them. Maybe bedrooms of their own. However, housing 20 children would take an entire apartment complex. That wasn't an option. The pipe Sandaime was never seen without was lightly tapped against the desk, settling the tobacco. The old man seemingly was weighing his options. I am removing your status as Umbu, Tenzo. You are now a Jounin. Tsunade was startled as she turned and looked at Sandaime. I never thought I would see the day that children shinobi would experience burnout, but this is what our world has come to. He sat back in his chair. These children will need guidance from someone they trust. I fully believe that someone is you, Tenzo. You want what is best for these children. You understand them on a level not many others will. For these reasons, I am assigning you the role as caregiver. The only active missions you will be sent on are with those children. I trust that, between you and Tsunade, those children will remain safe. There was a long pause as Tenzo let all of that sink in. With surprise, he looked to Tsunade. The woman looked equally surprised. Thank you, sir. It wasn't nearly as eloquent as he'd wanted, but they were the only words that would come to him. I appreciate this opportunity. Early the next morning, while waiting for the trio to return, Tenzo leaned against the wall. He had vowed, upon seeing those broken and confused children, to protect them. Had Sandaime elected to send Tenzo back on active duty, he would have found a way to stay in their lives. Just as Kakashi-senpai, Tenzo had been drawn in, caught in the orbit with no urge to leave. With the rustle of the trees, Tenzo watched as Shin, Sai, and Ori landed in front of him. Other than looking tired, they seemed fine. They seemed unharmed. How did it go? We followed her to the border. Nothing interesting happened. Couple bandits, but they weren't after her. Ori wrinkled his nose, as if no fighting was a bad thing. Out of the three, Shin was breathing the hardest. He looked worn out with dark bags under his eyes. They were heading toward a small village with a plan to steal some weapons. We made a decision to stop them. Was that okay? Of course. Tenzo smiled, pushing himself off the wall. That was a great decision you three made. I am sure that Blacksmith would thank you. Another look at how exhausted Shin looked, and Tenzo motioned for them to follow him. Back to the safe house, kids. You three need some rest and some breakfast. He ruffled Shin's hair. I'll see if I can wrangle up a healer for you. They had barely hit the rooftops before Shin lost his footing. Tenzo caught the boy before he fell. Shin was carried back to the safe house on Tenzo's back, no matter how much the boy protested. It was early, the sun just beginning to rise, but Tenzo needed a healer. Not just any healer, however. He needed Tsunade. Early in the morning, Jiraiya had shaken Naruto awake. He ordered the boy to get dressed and follow him. Kakashi was already awake, sipping coffee against the kitchen island and waving them off. Although very confused, Naruto followed along. They walked through the woods and jumped over the wall. Once outside of Konoha, Jiraiya dipped and turned through the thick forest, walking along an invisible path the man apparently knew like the back of his hand. The trees were so thick, here, that the sunlight couldn't penetrate through. As they walked, Jiraiya would point out seemingly random plants, giving Naruto information about what they could be used for or if they were poisonous. Some of them Naruto already knew from Sakura, but he listened anyway. It felt strange walking in a quiet forest with Jiraiya and being immersed in the quiet conversation. They'd walked for over an hour, in which Naruto learned several new plants and 3 new mushrooms and heard stories of Jiraiya's past. When Naruto was small, still in the orphanage, he remembered watching some old black and white movie. It was about a small boy who went to live with his grandfather. There, the small boy grew up learning how to farm and raise animals, doing it the same way his grandfather did. One of the nursemaids told the group of kids it was a lesson about respecting your elders, but all Naruto had seen was an old man who cared for a small boy. He reveled in the old stories and how the two bonded even though they were very different. Walking beside Jiraiya, listening to old stories and learning about surviving off the land, made Naruto wonder if this is the lesson that movie was trying to teach. When the two broke through the forest and walked into a clearing, they came face to face with a large, deep lake. Naruto's mouth dropped open as he saw the beautiful flowers that grew along the bank and the eroded rocks that made a stunning backdrop to the water. Fish poked their heads through the surface of the water, looking for food floating on the surface. It was so peaceful, so quiet. "What do you think, kid?" Jiraiya clapped him on the shoulder. "Figured we needed somewhere quiet." Naruto looked up at him, eyebrow raised. "For what? You never told me what we're doing." Unclipping the huge scroll on his back, Jiraiya leaned it against a rock. He took a seat in front of it, then motioned for Naruto to join him. "Come here, boy. Let's talk for a minute." Once Naruto took a seat, still looking confused, Jiraiya pulled a small box from his pocket. "I want to teach you about summons. Now, before you start, I know you've seen them before. Itachi's and Kakashi's summons are common to you. However, there is more to getting a summon than just wanting one. It requires a bond between yourself and the summon. For instance, I can summon the toads. They are very picky about who can sign their contract. To date, there are only 3 names on this scroll, the first, mine, and your father." Kisame said Dad didn't summon them a lot. Jiraiya shook his head. "The toads respected your father. They actually offered the contract to him. I'd never heard of that happening before. But, no, he barely called on them. With your father fighting was a blur. Summoning something slows you down and Minato was all about speed." He gave Naruto a wistful smile. Minato was one of a kind. Then, as if remembering the reason he'd come there in the first place, Jiraiya shook his melancholy off. "Anyway, Kakashi and I were talking, and we want to see if you can impress them." "Oh." Naruto blinked. "Okay," Jiraiya balked, getting flustered over the lack of excitement. "Not that summoning toads wouldn't be cool, but I haven't really had time to train a whole lot and I was hoping you were bringing me out here to train because the finals are coming up and I have to fight Gaara and Dash." His eyes went wide when Jiraiya slapped a hand over Naruto's mouth. The man took a deep breath and slowly shook his head in exasperation. "Do you not need to breathe between words? Kid, you already know how to fight. You know the Rasengan. Kakashi has created 3 little powerhouses. Action, you've already got down. Now we need you to understand in action." Before Naruto could say anything, ask his millions of questions, Jiraiya made a few hand signs and bit his thumb. Naruto watched the seal spread out around his hand when Jiraiya slammed it down. The dark black ink spider webbed into the grass before 2 small toads appeared, one red and one yellow. With a dragonfly hanging out of its mouth, the yellow one blinked in surprise at the change in scenery. "Did we get summoned, brother?" With a slurp, he pulled the rest of the insect in his mouth. "We don't have to fight, do we?" "I don't like to fight, Kichi. It's just Jiraiya." The red one rolled its eyes. "At least it's not a brothel, again." Spluttering, Jiraiya shushed the small toad. "That was one time. And it was an accident." The toad didn't look convinced. As the two argued, the yellow toad hopped up on Naruto's knee. They will be arguing for a while. Gamakaki likes to argue. "I'm Gamatsu. Why Yuri a toad summon?" "Wow." Naruto gave the little yellow toad a smile. "I'm Naruto." A mosquito flew past Naruto's ear, which Gamatsu caught with his long, sticky tongue. "I like this place. There are lots of snacks, here." Naruto wrinkled his nose. "Anyway." Jiraiya's voice boomed around them as he cut off whatever Gamakaki was going to say. "Can we get back on track? I want you to meet Naruto." He motioned toward the blonde, who had Gamatsu perched on his knee. "More specifically, I want your father to meet Naruto." Hopping on Naruto's other knee, Gamakaki looked the blonde over. What's so special about him? He just looks like a regular kid. He's Konoha's Jinchuriki. That sentence hung in the air as both toads just stared at Jiraiya. As young as they are, they knew the story of the Kyuubi. It was told like a scary story around the campfire, causing tadpoles to shake in fear and wake their parents up with nightmares. Of course, the story had changed over the years. What started off as a captured Byakuya had developed into a monstrous 9-headed fox with 9 tails. Gamakaki didn't buy it. He knew the story had been warped and inflated over the years. His father told him the truth. He knew that the monster was real and was terrifying and was right in front of him. Well, kind of. The Kyuubi is sealed away, right? Gamakaki asked over his shoulder. Like, the monster can't get out. With his eyes hardened, Naruto looked down at the small toad. His name is Kurama and he's not a monster. You'd be pissed, too, if humans kept you locked up for no reason. There was a rumble inside his head, Kurama's growl vibrating through his skull. Aren't you hungry, Naruto? How about frog legs? Out of nowhere, Naruto started laughing. The toads hopped off of his knees and onto Jiraiya's. He's crazy, old man. No, Jiraiya shook his head. He's altered the seal. He can talk to the Byakuya, now. Both toads just stared at him. Yeah, you're right. He is a little crazy. The toads knew that Jiraiya had never brought anyone to them before. He'd never found anyone who he felt could pass the scrutiny. Below all of the ego and womanizing, Jiraiya was well respected on Mount Myaboku. If he felt like this boy would be a good match, then Gamakaki believed it. That does not, in any tiny way, mean that he wouldn't give Jiraiya a hard time about it. Puffing out his chest and clearing his throat, Gamakaki tried to channel his father's bravado. If you want us to consider him for the contract, then we need to see he's worthy. Attack him. Gamatsu, who had just caught another dragonfly, choked over it. If he lives, I will talk to Dad. Did you just give me an order, tadpole? Did Fukazaku suddenly hand over the title of elder? Jiraiya gave the toad a flick on the head. You haven't quite grown out of your toadlet status. Rubbing the top of his head, Gamakaki glared at the Sunin. You know what? We don't need this. Tatsu, let's go. Normally, Gamatsu would follow his brother anywhere. No questions asked. But there was something, chirping in the box Jiraiya was rattling in front of his face. Crickets. Oh ho ho. Jiraiya held the small box up with a flourish. Not just any crickets. These are Suna crickets. He smiled as he watched Gamatsu weigh his options. Should he listen to his brother, or succumb to rare snacks? Turning his head slowly, Gamatsu gave Gamakaki an innocent look. Brother, they are Suna crickets. Gamakaki rolled his eyes. The little yellow toad made grabby hands at Jiraiya. Maybe just a few minutes, Kichi? You can just talk to Naruto. This prompted an argument between the two toads and Jiraiya that was loud enough to scare the fish. Naruto watched as they darted away from the shore, just lines in the water drifting further and further away. He heard his name mentioned several times, arguing over who was testing him and how. No one once turned to Naruto and explained anything to him. He took it for as long as he could. Although his temper was better since living with Kakashi, it was still there. You know what I love? Naruto's voice broke through the argument, making the three turn to look at him. I absolutely love when people talk about me, while I am standing beside them, like I'm not even here. Holding his hands up in surrender, Jiraiya gave him a nod. You're right. I'm sorry. Using the opportunity of Jiraiya's hands being busy, Gamatsu used his sticky tongue to grab the box of crickets. Go easy, they are expensive. Not sorry at all, Gamatsu stuck one of the large crickets in his mouth. Alright, Naruto. In order to be selected to sign the contract, you need to impress the toads. More specifically, you need to impress the chief toad. So, let's spar. Let's impress these two toadlets. Fine. Naruto threw up his hands, exasperated. Whatever. With Gamatsu munching on crickets in his ear, Gamakaki watched the spar unfold. He was surprised to see how Jiraiya was fighting, as if he had his mind elsewhere. It just wasn't normal for the old man. Taking a kick to the shin, Jiraiya slid backward. He was distracted, taking more hits than he should have been while fighting a genin, but there was a reason. Naruto fights like Kushina. It was all strength and powerful punches and brute force, more of a hit first, ask questions later fighting style that the feisty redhead was known for. Naruto mimicked that in his own way, but it seemed he'd also learned some things from his teammates. Some of his moves were more fluid, almost Uchiha style. Then, as if his taijutsu wasn't surprising enough, the boy knew some impressive ninjutsu as well. "Alright, kid, hold on." Jiraiya held up a hand, signaling a ceasefire. Naruto relaxed his stance and gave the son a strange look. "Getting tired, old man? You fight like your mother." As soon as the words left Jiraiya's mouth, Naruto froze. "If I didn't know your father was Minato, I would swear you are pure Uzumaki. They have a style all their own, as do many other clans. You would think, living on the ocean, it would be smooth and fluid. But Uzumaki don't do anything the normal way. They don't fight like calm water. Uzumaki fight like a wave in a storm." He gave Naruto a wistful smile. "You and your mother look a lot alike." Nodding, Naruto dropped his head. I've seen her. Heard her voice. Sensei got me a picture and then Itaka let me see his memories." Jiraiya nodded. "I wish I could have known her." "Me too, kid. Me too." The two had been going all day, sparring with a little training mixed in. Jiraiya kept up the mantra of "you need to learn in action," although it confused Naruto to no end. How was doing nothing going to help him in a fight? Sparring with Jiraiya was different than sparring with Kakashi. The quiet, patient correcting that Kakashi provided conflicted with the humor and playful jabs that Jiraiya provided. Even the fighting style was different. It took more thought, more maneuvering to make every hit count. There were times Naruto had to dodge just to get a moment to think what his next move would be. If this is what fighting a Sannin was like, how did the three of them get one over on Orochimaru? When Naruto hit his back, the wind being knocked out of him, Jiraiya finally gave him a rest. Covered in sweat, Naruto began looking around the clearing. Gamatsu sat on a mossy rock, nearly depleting the amount of insects around the pond. Lounging on a sun-warmed rock, head propped up by a paw, Gamekaki watched the sparring unfold. By the way he was yawning, he didn't look impressed. I mean, not bad for an academy kid. Jiraiya had barely caught Naruto's shoulder before he leaped on Gamekaki. "Academy kid? I'm a genin, you slimy little dash." With a mouth full of water skippers, Gamatsu tapped his brother on the shoulder. "But, brother, aren't you supposed to be fighting with him?" "Really?" Naruto tried to pull out of Jiraiya's hold. "Come on, let's fight." There was a slight widening of Gamekaki's eyes, but he masked it as he sits up. "Afraid?" Snorting, Gamekaki waved him off. "Of course not. Honestly, I just don't have the time. I'm busy, you know, doing stuff. Besides, I think you still have some things to learn." Naruto growled. "I'll tell you what, I'll let you be my underling. You need someone to keep you in line. But, I'll need you to build me a pond that I can use to hit dash, rest. Being the boss son is stressful." Before Naruto could say anything, Gamekaki added, "And, don't use chakra. It makes things feel tingly." Without hearing an answer, or even another glance in Naruto's direction, Gamekaki grabbed Gamatsu's shoulder and they both disappeared in a poof of smoke. Naruto turned to Jiraiya, nearly livid. "Who does he, an underling, you don't actually expect? I can't believe dash. I know this sounds like a bad thing, and I'm not entirely sold on the underling thing, but he actually had a decent idea. We really should build a pond." Naruto looked at Jiraiya, absolutely incredulous. "Okay, let's go back and talk to Kakashi. He might make you see another side of this." Scratching the back of his head, Jiraiya watched as Naruto stomped back toward the village. Kakashi had a way of calming the kid down, keeping him still and making him think. It was uncanny, almost like the Jounin could read the boy's mind. Like he could foresee every direction the conversation could go and handpicks the right one. Like Kakashi was the Naruto whisperer. You could feel Naruto coming before you could see him. His chakra was dense with emotion, flicking out around him like flames. Everyone in the clearing stopped and stared. He was outside of the barrier, which was made to absorb the presence of chakra. Even Jiraiya's chakra, as powerful as the Sunin is, was dampened by the barrier. But Naruto's felt as if he was standing right next to you. The kids turned to look at Kakashi, both looking worried. From his place beside Sakura, Samhita shuddered from the intensity. Something big had happened, and it wasn't good. When Naruto broke into the clearing, Kakashi was waiting for him. Shooting a look at a very apologetic-looking Jiraiya, he leaned down in front of the blonde. What happened? I spent all day, wasted a whole day, just to be told to go build a pond. A pond. Somehow that is supposed to teach me some bullshit this old pervert thinks I should know. Naruto was breathing hard. None of it even makes sense. How is not doing anything supposed to teach me how to fight? With a hand on Naruto's shoulder, Kakashi pulled him toward the house. I think I know what they're talking about. I just don't think Jiraiya explained it quite right. Let's work it out, okay? He glanced back at Jiraiya. Some people need to learn a new way of explaining things. Besides, you doing some simple hard work will be perfect for you to think about Sasuke's birthday present. There was a long pause before Naruto stopped in his tracks. Then the boy shrieked out, "What?" Chapter 40, The Art of Inaction. The homestead used to be a sanctuary of silence and reflection. With all the new additions and people who come and go, it seems there is never a peaceful moment. There is never a moment of silence. Never a moment free of opposing opinions being expressed by outspoken personalities. Instead of the house, Kakashi decided to take Naruto into the dojo. Hopefully, Naruto had made enough of a presence that no one would bother them. As soon as Kakashi had let go of Naruto's shoulder, the boy sprawled out on his back, arms and legs spread out around him. He looked so lost, so confused, so troubled. If there is one thing Kakashi had learned over the years of teaching Naruto, it was not to lecture him nor speak in riddles. Being straightforward, open, and transparent, was how Naruto learned. Positive reinforcement and an ear to bounce his ideas off of. That's what Naruto needed. And, although Kakashi had understood what Jiraiya was trying to explain, Naruto only heard an adult making no sense and expecting him to read between the lines. The presence of Sakura and Sasuke were hovering just outside of the house, facing the dojo. They were waiting for permission to come in, to know what was going on. But, right now, Naruto needed to vent. I need to learn in action. What does that even mean? Throwing his arm over his eyes, Naruto groaned in frustration. What does me building a pond have to do with anything? Is that what I do in the finals? Excuse me, Gaara. I know you're suffering with a half-assed seal and a crazy Bijiryu, but allow me to help you relax. Give me a couple hours, Gaara, and I'll have a small piece of paradise in the middle of the arena for you. Doesn't that just make the Ichibai settle down? Look. You're all fixed up. That old pervert is ridiculous. Kakashi chuckled. No, I don't think that is quite what Jiraiya meant. Pushing himself up, Naruto began fidgeting with the hem of his shorts. I know I'm not as smart as Sasuke and Sakura. Is that why I don't get it? His eyes flicked up at Kakashi before dropping back down. It was in the way Naruto said it that gave Kakashi pause. There were frustrated tears that Kakashi could barely see when the boy flicked his eyes up. This was something Naruto had been told a lot over the years, that he wasn't smart, wasn't capable, wasn't good enough. Was Kakashi guilty of making Naruto think that way? In the previous life, absolutely. He'd always treated Naruto as if he wasn't on Sasuke and Sakura's level. Not anymore. Never again. You're not stupid, Naruto. Just because you learn different does not mean you're not as smart as them. Think about what you've accomplished so far. Fuinjutsu is an art. Most adults take years to learn things you learned in months. That cloak you gave Karen? Absolutely amazing. Not only did you put a pause on Sasuke's seal on the fly, you fully removed it here at home. Naruto looked up at Kakashi. You made friends with a Bijiryu. You were stuck inside the mindscape with him, and he didn't try to fight you. He helped you get out. And how about the Raise-Non? It took your father 3 years to create it. You learned it in 2 weeks. Sniffling, Naruto threw himself forward. Kakashi felt the boy's hands fist into his vest as the boy clung to him. Thank you, sensei. Keeping a hold of the boy, Kakashi let him wait out his tears. I think we should get some tea. Naruto pulled back, staring at Kakashi with big blue eyes. It's always tea with you. Kakashi laughed. What is it with you and tea? That's a long story. Nudging Naruto, the kid crawled off his lap and sat to his side. A scroll pocket in his vest was unclipped and a small scroll fell into Kakashi's hand. When I was young, around 3 or 4, my mother died. Unrolling the scroll, Kakashi pushed a hint of chakra into the seal written on the parchment. In a puff of smoke, a small tea kettle appeared. Underneath was a hot plate that Kakashi used a match to light. With a couple of hand signs, he filled the kettle with water and waited for it to boil. He busied himself setting out the cups and tea bags as he talked. I suppose all children think this about their mothers, but she was beautiful. Always happy. Always smiling. Kakashi gave a wistful smile as he watched the water begin to heat. She was easy to talk to. No matter what my problem was, as superficial as they were at that age, she was ready to listen. And she always, no matter what, served tea. The water began to boil. Kakashi poured the water into the cups and dropped a tea bag in. The night she died, my father made tea and sat with me as I cried into it. It didn't taste like Mom's. No tea I've had since has. Naruto didn't drink his tea plain, but he took the cup when Kakashi offered it to him, engrossed in the story. After my father died, well, I tried to make tea. I burned myself. Went to the academy with my hand bandaged. Obito laughed at me and I punched him. By the end of the story, Kakashi was mainly talking to himself. The tea he'd given Naruto was special. He knew the boy had issues sleeping after being stressed out. And, in this timeline, any time Naruto spent around Jiraiya seemed to stress the boy out. Besides that, Naruto had been going strong for days. Not counting the sleepless night Naruto spent working on Karin's cloak, the boy had been fussing and stressing over Gaara's seal. So, a mix of magnolia bark, passion flower, lemon balm, and chamomile made a wonderful tasting tea that also had a side effect of putting one to sleep. Kakashi caught Naruto before he fell backward, carefully laying the boy down and taking the teacup out of his hands. After cleaning up, Kakashi carefully maneuvered Naruto into his arms. The boy was an octopus when he slept, hands gripping Kakashi's vest and legs wrapping around his waist. With one arm under his bum and a hand on his back, Naruto settled into the new position, burying his face in Kakashi's neck. Sitting on the porch steps, Sakura and Sasuke were quietly talking to themselves. They both stood up, worry on their faces, when Kakashi came close to the porch. Is he okay? Sakura was worrying her hands together. He was so angry. There were a lot of words for what Naruto felt. Angry was just one of them. He's fine. He just needs to sleep. Sakura and Sasuke both looked like they wanted to say something, both opening and closing their mouths like fish. You know, Naruto tends to sleep better when people are around him. Maybe you two can come up with something. In the time it took to take a breath, the two ran inside, working on whatever idea they came up with. With the sleeping boy still in his arms, Kakashi stepped in the house. Jiraiya was sitting at the table, a bottle of sake cradled in his hands. Across from him, Kisame was sipping on his own bottle. Taking one look at Naruto, Itaka tilted his head, read the situation, then followed the other two back the hallway. Huh. Kisame's rough voice sounded from the kitchen. Sometimes I forget they are only kids with how they act. He looked Naruto up and down. The kid's small for his age. Kakashi nodded. He could only afford ramen. A steady diet heavy in sodium will do that to you. Konoha doesn't take care of their orphans. Naruto isn't just any orphan. Kakashi was very careful to keep his gaze on Kisame and not stray to Jiraiya. The village can't tell the difference between a vessel and a Byakuya. Kisame snorted. Tunnel vision. That I understand. He took another sip from his bottle. I am the tailed beast, after all. It wasn't said with any bragging. It was said with the tone of a man who understood, all too well, the stigma Naruto faces. Sensei. Sakura peeked her head around the corner. We're done. Between the two genin and Itachi, there was a literal den of blankets and pillows covering Naruto's bedroom floor. They had to have used every blanket and pillow in the house, but it did look comfortable. Kakashi gave the three a smile and a nod before gently laying Naruto down in the middle. Sakura and Sasuke each took a side, each laying protectively around him. It was instinct the way Naruto's hand gravitated to the nearest warm body, twisting his fingers in whatever fabric he could reach. In one hand, he had the sleeve of Sakura's pajamas. In his other was Sasuke's wrist. With his only free hand, Sasuke threw the blanket over himself and Naruto before sliding in a little closer. Itachi saw the slight shift under the blanket, Sasuke wriggling his wrist free and, instead, holding Naruto's hand. Sakura brushed Naruto's long hair out of his eyes. I don't think he should go anywhere with Jiraiya. Sasuke was looking at Naruto, watching the way his face smoothed out as he slept. They, apparently, aren't getting along. Biting her lip, Sakura watched as Kakashi sat on the bed. I think Jiraiya doesn't know how to talk to Naruto. He needs to learn how to word things right. She scratched at her cheek. Naruto learns differently. It's not a bad thing, he just needs someone who understands him. Maybe we could talk to Jiraiya? Make him understand. Maybe. Kakashi smiled down at her. For now, let's let Naruto get a good night's sleep. Sage knows the boy hasn't had one in a while. Nudging Itachi's arm, Kakashi got the teen to leave the room. The kids needed to relax, if only for one night. They haven't had the chance to spend time together. So, with Sakura and Sasuke settling down, Kakashi led Itachi out of the room and flicked off the light. Once the door clicked closed, Kakashi turned to see a small smile on Itachi's face. Sakura is right. Keeping Jiraiya and Naruto separated might be the best thing, for now. Kakashi hummed in agreement. At least until he learns that Naruto is not a carbon copy of his father. Nodding, Kakashi turned to walk back into the living room. He's spent too much time training prodigies he forgets what having to work for power is like. Not for the first time, Kakashi wondered how Jiraiya was able to train the kid the first time around. How long did it take Jiraiya to figure out how, exactly, he needed to word things for Naruto to understand? How many fights and misunderstandings and brooding blonde did it take? My brother, Itachi broke through the thoughts, drawing Kakashi's attention into the present, and Naruto are close. Are they? Am I reading that wrong? Huffing out a laugh, Kakashi put a hand on Itachi's shoulder. They're just kids. They don't know what they are yet. Sometimes boys are slower on the uptake than girls. Itachi nodded, but still looked unsure. Does that bother you, Itachi? No. Not at all. The teen frowned. It would have bothered father. Because he's a Jinchuriki, Kakashi asked, or because he's a boy? Itachi's frown deepened. Both. That was something Kakashi did not know. Very surprising news, indeed. The kitchen was quiet, save for the rhythmic thumping sound. Kisame, with feet propped on the tabletop, was watching Jiraiya thump his head against the table and just shaking his head. With a glance toward Kakashi, Kisame rolled his eyes. Pathetic. Yeah no, Jiraiya slurred. It's a good thing I didn't take him in after, well, I wouldn't have been very good at it, would I? The kid hates me. Dropping himself into one of the vacant chairs, Kakashi let out a sigh. Naruto doesn't hate you, Jiraiya. He's learned a lot about his past in a very short amount of time. It's all still processing. And, if I can give you some tips, Jiraiya? Naruto is not Minato. Nothing came naturally to him. He's worked hard to get where he is. Because of how people always treated him, Naruto doesn't take well to being talked down to. The thumping of Jiraiya's head stopped. The man slowly tilted his head up, looking through the mop of hair on his head. Go sleep it off, Jiraiya. I'll talk to him in the morning. Assuming his siblings were asleep, Gaara stole away to the roof. The cool night air helped Gaara stay awake. It was dangerous to go to sleep. Mother always came out, took over, and hurt people. No matter what other people thought, Gaara did not actually like to hurt people. It was Mother. Mother demanded blood. Sometimes Mother spoke so loud Gaara couldn't think. The only way to calm Mother down is to attack, to kill. During the preliminaries, Mother was angry. She kept talking about older siblings. At first, Gaara thought Mother was referring to Damari and Kankuro. He was prepared to fight. His siblings had done nothing wrong. It wasn't their fault. Mother was always angry. But, Mother was referring to her siblings. And that is where everything changed. There was a girl with hair the color of seafoam who was not afraid of him. Instead of running away, the girl sat next to him and gave Gaara peace. For once, the thoughts of blood and death didn't permeate every space in his mind. It was something Gaara was craving to feel again. If Gaara focused hard enough, focused on the feeling of soothing chakra, he could find the girl. Mother tried to poke her head out, she tried to argue, but Gaara was already running across the rooftops. Resting on the ledge of the window, Fia looked down at the village. Every night, the civilians celebrated. She heard bets being placed on genin, fights break out over who talked to a pretty girl first, and even a couple of solicitations for a night of fun. This was the closest she'd been to civilians in a long time. In Taki, they never understood Fia. They all thought that she was dangerous, that Komei could take over at any moment and destroy them all. They all hated her. But here, in Konoha, no one knew who she was. To them, Fia was just a foreign shinobi, just another genin ready to take the exams. Not knowing who she really was meant the civilians were not afraid to talk. As she sat in the window, people would comment on how Sandaime shouldn't have allowed the Jinhuriki to join. They talked about how crazy Gaara was, how unstable. They talked about how that demon boy shouldn't pass. It made Fia sick to her stomach. She wanted to scream out, to slap them, to try and make them understand how painful what they were saying actually was. Instead, Fia walked away from the window and fell backward onto the bed. She'd promised to be good. And, one unplanned trip aside, Fia had kept her promise. Surely, Shibuki-sama would be proud. The pressure of Baijuyo chakra nagged at her senses. Komei's wings began flapping as the beetle sensed someone coming. That Suna boy is coming. Little brother is not happy. Just as Komei finished talking, sand particles began flowing through her open window. It circled around in a small tornado before Gaara appeared inside. He had his arms crossed over his chest, the gourd strapped to his back, and an uncertain look in his eyes. Gaara. Fia pushed herself up off the bed. Are you okay? The boy looked at her, still uncertain. You made Mother quiet. She wanted blood from that girl, but you stopped her. How? Does he not know? Komei sounded surprised. What is Shukaku doing to him? Well, you probably already figured it out, but I'm a Jinhuriki, too. The Baijuyu inside me, Komei, used his chakra to push your Baijuyu to the back. Fia shifted her feet as Gaara stared, unbelieving, at her. You do know you have a Baijuyu inside you, right? A Baijuyu? No. Mother is inside him. Mother protects him. No. Fia's eyes widened. It's Mother. She was hissing in his head, hiding as if she was hurt. But there was something warm and soothing coming over him, making Mother's voice seem far away. There was a chirping inside Fia's mind, irritated and incredulous. The audacity of Shukaku, his mother? How could he stoop that low? Oh, Gaara. Holding out her hand, Fia reached for Gaara. You look so tired. I can hold my brother back. Let the boy sleep, Fia. Gaara looked down at her hand, but didn't move. Come on, Gaara. Komei will keep your bitch mother from waking you up. It will be okay. It never even occurred to Fia that this wasn't proper for her to invite a boy in her room. It never occurred to Fia that Yoro and Keegan would be upset. Fia just reached out and took Gaara's wrist, pulling him toward the bed. You need to sleep. Mother will be fine. Komei will make sure she is. The soothing, warm chakra was like a lullaby. Gaara could feel his eyes getting heavy, could feel his body slowing down. All he wanted was to fall into that bed and close his eyes. Normally, if he could get even an hour of sleep without mother trying to break through, he was lucky. He'd trained his body to function on little to no sleep, mainly using meditation as a form of rest. If this girl could offer him some semblance of sleep, Gaara was very tempted to take it. Slowly, tentatively, Gaara stepped toward the bed. He felt Fu tug at the straps holding his sand gourd and allowed her to pull it free. There was a slight thump as she sat it on the floor. Mother may fight. Enko May will handle it. Fu smiled. Then, in the morning, when you're all rested up, we can talk some more, okay? Sit him on the bed. I'm going to push more chakra into him. It might knock him out. Fu listened to Komei, gently setting Gaara down. It wasn't long before the chakra overtook him and the boy slumped down. For the first time in a long time, maybe ever, Gaara fell into a deep sleep. The sound of shifting sand roused Gaara. He could feel the grains between his toes, could feel the warmth under his bare feet. Everything was so bright when he opened his eyes, from the white sand to the void around him. There was nothing around him. No walls of the village. No sandstone houses or tiled walkways. It was so quiet. Looking out over the sand, Gaara watched the heat haze warp and twist. He'd grown up in the desert, he knew what a mirage was and why it was formed. It didn't dampen the fascination Gaara always found in it. When he was small, after a full day of being ostracized, Gaara would steal away on top of the walls. As the sun went down, he would watch the mirage dance in the fading light. It was calming. Sometimes, when mother was angry and raging, it would even help her settle. His mind was suspiciously quiet. Mother was not talking. All he could hear was the wind. Then, nothing. No wind. No shifting sand. No rustling of clothes. Nothing. Sand rose from the ground, twisting around and clustering together. Slowly, a shape began forming in the sand. A woman, beautiful and slender, stood in front of him when the sand stopped. Her bright, indigo eyes were angry, her delicate hands stained red with blood. Look, Gaara. Look what they did to you. The woman's lips were twisted in a sneer. In a flurry of sand, a small, young Gaara was knelt down. Little hands gripped his red hair tightly. In front of the small boy stood his uncle with a look of hate in his eyes. Your uncle hated you. All you are is a reminder of his dead sister. The sister that you killed. His uncle gripped a kunao in one hand and slashed the blade toward Gaara. Sand blocked the kunao, burying the blade inside and ripping it out of his hand. But I protect you, don't I? All I ask in return is blood. Give me more blood. The scene in front of him shifted like wind blowing through the sand. It was replaced by present-day Gaara standing in front of the girl he fought in the preliminaries. She was staggering, wavering on her feet. Blood was dripping out of her mouth and she was favoring her left side. Gaara watched himself push a huge hand made from sand toward the girl. He watched as a flash of bright light broke through and a man standing in front of her. Why didn't you kill her, Gaara? I asked for blood. I needed blood. I demanded her blood. He tried to talk, but nothing would come out. He wanted to argue, to beg mother to understand. That girl did nothing to him. She did nothing to mother. The girl with sea foam hair came to stand beside him and gently took his hand. My Baijuya will help you. Can you feel it? Can you feel the chakra? The feeling of something warm and soothing came over Gaara. My Baijuya can help yours. She gave him a smile and squeezed his hand. Gaara shook his head, fighting the idea of having a Baijuya inside him. No. It's mother. Mothers protect. That's what the other children always said. Their mothers take care of them, protect them. It's why Gaara couldn't play with them. The mothers wanted to protect their children from mother. The sand that encases him, that instinctively protects him, is mother's way of protecting him. Then why does she order you to kill? The girl stepped in front of him, her orange eyes peering into him. If mothers protect, why would yours want you to hurt other people? Kill her. Mother screamed at him. Spread her blood all around. She was raging, her voice screeching. Gaara flicked his eyes between the two. I demand blood. Have you ever seen another mother order their child to kill, Gaara? The sand shifted around him until he was standing in the playground. Gaara, small and sad, was holding a red ball in his hands. He wanted to play with the kids. His sand caught the wayward ball and he just wanted to return it. The kids looked scared, began backing away from him. One tripped, falling into a woman who was chatting behind him. She caught him as the child began to cry, pointing at Gaara and babbling to her. The woman gently grabbed the child's hand, slowly pushing it down. She told him not to point, that it's not nice. She told him to be nice, to ask Gaara for their ball back. She did not, even once, tell the child to hurt him. Maybe it was possible. Maybe Mother isn't his real mother. Maybe Mother is a Baijuya. Mother screamed as the sand that made up her body dissipated. Her screams faded out as the grains fell to the ground. He was so focused on the ground that, when the girl with the seafoam hair nudged his side, Gaara was surprised to see another woman standing there. She was smiling, her eyes were soft, she radiated warmth and comfort. "This is Mother, Gaara." The girl motioned toward the woman. She was beautiful. She looked like Uncle Yoshimaru. "I love you." Something wet was on his face. Something coming out of his eyes. Where was the liquid coming from? "Don't cry, my love. I will always be here to protect you." It had been years since Gaara last cried. Mother hated it. No. Not Mother. There was something inside him. A monster. A demon. Whatever it is not Mother. Not as drunk as he looked, Jiraiya managed to walk semi-straight toward the center of Konoha. He'd spent 10 minutes just watching Naruto. Kisame had made a comment about how small Naruto looks when all the energy and attitude is stripped away. It stayed in Jiraiya's head far after it was spoken. He'd made a lot of mistakes in his life. Some of those mistakes he would never be able to make right. The mistake he made by walking away from Naruto's innocent life was the biggest one. And, because of the way Jiraiya had been acting, it was a mistake he could never make right. Kisame was right. It is easy to forget Naruto is only a 12-year-old boy. With the loud voice and big personality, it's very easy to miss how small the boy is. How thin. Kakashi was holding him with one arm. As if the Jounin was carrying a toddler. It was a sobering reminder to Jiraiya exactly what he did when he left Naruto behind. At the end of a lonely street was a large safe house. Jiraiya could feel multiple chakra signatures mulling around inside, but one stood out the most to him. Always did and always would. It may have been subconsciously, but Jiraiya had been searching for Tsunade all along. On the steps of the safe house, a young girl sat under the entrance light. In her lap was a small pouch that she was dropping flower petals into. Next to her was a basket she would drop the bare pistil and stem into. She knew Jiraiya was there, but she continued her work as more and more petals joined the others. "Why are you doing this out here?" His curiosity won out as the young girl picked up a couple of berries, cracked the skin, and dropped it whole inside the pouch. The girl glanced up through her bangs. "Ori wants to play with the plants. He doesn't understand that some of these can kill on their own without anything added to them." She picked up a long stem of bell-shaped flowers. It was then that Jiraiya noticed the gloves covering her hands. Foxglove. The flowers are absolutely beautiful. However, just one small dose of the toxin hidden inside can lead to heart failure. Large enough quantity and death is instant. Huh. Jiraiya eyed the beautiful flower warily. Good to know. He shook it off before lumbering toward the stairs. "I'm just here to see Tsunade." Nodding, the girl slid the basket of plants closer to her, opening up more of the stairway. "She is healing Shin." Opening the door gave way to a large sitting room filled with children. None of them were over, at most, 15. Jiraiya had heard about the Root children, had seen the 3 which had helped sneak in their 2 rogue stowaways. But seeing them all in one place really brought home how broken they truly were. A few were sitting on the couch with a blank stare mindlessly knitting. A few ninkin were tied against other children, providing silent support. Even some niniko were curled up on laps, purring against the more reserved and damaged children. Jiraiya had never seen the niniko act like typical, domesticated cats. He wasn't even sure they knew how to purr. "Hello." Jiraiya turned around to see a small boy with stark white hair smiling up at him. I remember you. Leaning down in front of the boy, Jiraiya put a large hand on his head. Ori, right. White hair bobbed around him as the boy nodded. Are you running a zoo in here? He motioned toward the plethora of animals lounging around. Ori giggled. Tenzo-senpai invited the Ninken. The Niniko came on their own. He looked around the sitting room with a smile. We never had animals in Root. Their fur is so soft. Tenzo-senpai said they would help us feel better. I think it's working. Do they make you feel better, Ori? Jiraiya was graced with another bright smile. There is one Niniko, Koharu. The other Niniko pick on him all the time because he's small. One ear is all curled up because it didn't develop right. We talk a lot. Koharu is really nice, and really soft. One night I couldn't sleep and Koharu laid beside me and purred. It helped me sleep. Consider yourself lucky, Ori. Niniko don't normally like humans. Very few humans have been able to become acquaintances with them. Jiraiya squeezed the boy's shoulder. Must be something very special about you, kiddo. After Ori had went on his way, Jiraiya looked up to see Tsunade standing there, arms crossed. What would you know about Niniko? I've been around for a while. He stood up, giving Tsunade a lopsided smile. You'd be surprised at the things I know. Tsunade snorted. Yeah, okay. What are you doing here? She watched the smile drop. Come on. With a grip on his elbow, Tsunade pulled Jiraiya out the door. They ended up on a park bench not far away from the safe house. With his head hanging down, Jiraiya let out a long breath. I'm ruining it, Tsunade. I just don't know how to talk to the kid. His hands scrubbed over his face. He fights like his mother, fights like his father and can seal better than both of them. And the kid hates me. Hate is a strong word. The wind blew leaves past them, some skittering across the cobblestone. I don't think Naruto hates you, Jiraiya. Maybe it's how you're talking to him. Are you treating him like Minato, or are you treating him like Naruto? She watched him as he raised his head, giving her a blank stare. When you met Minato, you met a lonely kid with a hunger to learn. You met a kid who needed a mentor. Naruto doesn't. He has a mentor in Kakashi, who is willing to help the boy become strong. Someone who knows his whole dark secret, and looks past it. Before Jiraiya could open his mouth, Tsunade kept going. Naruto doesn't need a mentor or a teacher. He needs a godfather. Responsibility isn't something Jiraiya was good at. He tried and tried and tried to convince Kushina and Minato of that fact. They were steadfast in their belief Jiraiya would be the perfect godfather. Kakashi was too young, they said, but look at him now. Not only did he have Naruto under his wing, but a young and broken Uchiha. He was keeping them happy and healthy and safe. What did Jiraiya have to offer? His job took him all over the land of fire, into the deepest parts of the seedy underbelly where danger strikes if you breathe wrong. How is that any way for a child to grow up? No stable home, no guaranteed safety, no matter how you spin it, Jiraiya just was not godfather material. If the two young parents assumed Jiraiya would settle down, they were wrong. He didn't plant roots and fight tooth and nail for their little orphaned child. He ran. Every excuse he could think up, every paper-thin reason he could fathom, was used as a barrier between his emotions and his responsibilities. If he couldn't see the kid, then it was easier to forget. Or so he told himself. When Jiraiya paid a traveling merchant to find out information on Naruto, he reasoned that it would help him protect the boy. When Jiraiya grabbed a photographer to, sneakily, take a picture of Naruto, it was just to make sure no one was describing his features. Denial is a hell of a drug. I can't be a godfather. I'll fail him. It wasn't that Tsunade never saw Jiraiya emotional before. She could read between the bullshit better than anyone else ever has. It was the raw, broken emotion in his voice that gave her pause. The Jiraiya she knew always wore a flamboyant personality like a shield, using it to keep people at a distance. Did he honestly feel that safe with her? Safe enough to set his shield aside? Jiraiya. It would be better for him if I left. All I am is a reminder of what he doesn't have. Sometimes it just, fuck, It hurts when he gives you Kushina's smile or when he uses Minato's eyes to glare at you. Tsunade's hand gripped his chin, turning Jiraiya's head toward her. So, she spoke in a firm tone that would keep his attention, it's not just about Naruto, then. It's that you can't look at him without seeing them. The longer she held Jiraiya's gaze, the more she saw him slowly cracking. I get it. I see it, too. But Naruto doesn't realize he is showing his mother's temper or focusing single-minded on a subject like his father. We have to remember that. We can't let Naruto stand in the shadow of two people he never knew. Shutting his eyes, Jiraiya pulled his head back. He was reaching his limit of emotional weakness. Stop trying to train him. Let Kakashi handle that. Instead, talk to him. Tell him stories of his parents. Find him Fuinjutsu books he doesn't have. But, most importantly, do not leave. All he knows is people leaving him. Be the one who stays. They sat in silence as Jiraiya stared at the ground. He knew he was a failure. He knew all he was good for was walking away. He made promises he didn't, and couldn't, keep. He never committed to anything. He lived his whole life jumping from one lie to another. It made him a great spymaster, but it made him a lousy friend. It made him a horrible godfather. The memory of Kakashi carrying Naruto into the house played before him. The way Kakashi only needed one arm to hold him up. The way he wrapped his arms around Kakashi's neck like a lifeline. How small and fragile the boy looked. How innocent he is. How scared Jiraiya is. Above all else, Jiraiya realized he's a coward. When something becomes too much, he runs. He ran when Naruto was born. He ran instead of taking responsibility. And, now, he was willing to run again. It was a pattern that needed to stop. Emotionally spent, Jiraiya laid his head on Tsunade's shoulder. He felt her brush his hair back, probably because he was in her face. Maybe you're right. Of course I'm right. She was still brushing his hair back. Now, get up. Let's get a drink. Although Jiraiya really should have said no. Although he'd already had a bit too much tonight, Jiraiya did the one thing he was good at, chasing after Tsunade. With his head hanging low, Shin stared at the floor. While healing him, Lady Tsunade had a worried look on her face that she was trying to mask. He knew his illness was bad. He knew he was dying. But, with how Lady Tsunade danced around telling him exactly what was wrong, Shin felt his end would be closer than he'd thought. Shouldn't you be sleeping? So deep in thought, Shin didn't hear Tenzo come in the room. Had he fallen that far? What kind of ninja was he? Shin, are you still hurting? Do you need me to find Lady Tsunade again? Shin shook his head. He didn't want to see her worried expression again. I'm fine. No, you're not. Tenzo sat next to Shin on the bed. But Lady Tsunade will heal you. Shaking his head, Shin rejected the conversation. He didn't want to hear something false when he's as sick as he is. I'm dying. There was a beat of silence in the room. No. Lady Tsunade will heal you. I can't be a ninja like this. Shin put a hand over his chest, indicating his breathing trouble Lady Tsunade had just healed. I passed out just following that girl to the border and back. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. You have the best healer in the elemental nations on call to heal you. No, Shin, you are not dying. Don't lie to me, Tenzo-senpai. She was worried while healing me. She tried to hide it, but I could tell. Tenzo shook his head. Worry is not what you're seeing. It's pain. She's a healer because she hates to see people hurting. Not once in any of the conversations I've had with Lady Tsunade did she say you're dying. She hates seeing you so sick over something you had no control over. People get angry when they don't have control. Shin flicked his eyes up at Tenzo. Seems counterproductive. Chuckling, Tenzo bumped shoulders with him. It absolutely is. But, it's human nature. I guess it's how we handle it that defines you. Some people let it eat them alive. Some people can only do their job if they take on the risk of losing control. Shinobi often gamble because, although there's 1,000 ways to cheat with chakra, that release from responsibility for just a fraction of a second is like a drug. The door to the room opened slowly as Sai peeked his head in. Shin. Another head joined Sai's as Ori peeked around the door. Smiling, Shin waved the two in. Tenzo was pushed aside as the two boys surrounded Shin, both checking over him, making sure he is okay. I see you're in good hands. Tenzo ruffled Shin's hair as he smiled down at the three boys. Let Shin get some sleep. He needs it. With one last look at the three boys figuring out a comfortable arrangement, Tenzo walked toward the stairs. It was wonderful seeing the kids acting like a family. Seeing them like that made Tenzo feel he was making a positive change in their lives. And, that, was a wonderful feeling. When Sakura was 4, her mother decided she needed friends. One morning she dressed Sakura up and walked her to the park. Mabuki had a tight grip on Sakura's wrist and was whispering instructions in a harsh tone. She gave Sakura the names of kids whose parents were important in the village. Those kids were who Sakura was encouraged to befriend. It would be good for their families' standing if their daughters are friends. Much to her parents' dismay, Sakura was always a shy child. Her self-esteem was low due to her parents' constant microaggression and half-truths. Kaizushi and Mabuki were forever disappointed in her. No matter what Sakura did, it was never good enough. With the harsh whispers of exactly who Sakura was supposed to befriend, the fear welled up higher and higher that, once again, she would disappoint. The playground was busy. There were kids Sakura had seen before, but there were more she had never seen. Mabuki kneeled down beside her, not so subtly pointing out the kids she had talked about on the way there. Even at 4, the kids were divided into cliques. All of the ones her mother was naming off were huddled together, dominating the monkey bars and bullying the other kids. Sakura didn't want to go over there. Sakura wanted to go play with the girls who had bright-colored string they were weaving together. With a push to her shoulder, Mabuki sent her toward those mean kids. Sakura heard her mother walking away, trying to start a conversation with people in much higher standing than herself. Small and shy, Sakura shuffled toward those mean kids. Every step was shaky and a struggle. Then, when she was only a few feet away, one of those kids noticed her. The girl with curly black hair looked Sakura up and down. Why is your forehead so big? It spurred the other kids to turn around and take notice. Then came the cacophony of comments, a steady stream of judging her clothes, her hair, her voice, her forehead. Hey! A boy stood in front of her, arms out wide to protect. Knock it off! He turned his head to look back at her, bright blue eyes shining in the sunshine. Are you okay? Sakura gave him a very shaky nod, her hands clasped together in front of her under her chin. He gave her a grin before turning back to the kids. It's that kid. A boy with light brown hair stepped forward. Dad said you're dirty. Go away. Mom said he's a demon. The first girl whispered. Some of the other kids took a step back. His shoulders tensed, but the blonde boy stood still. You were all being mean to her. His small hands closed into fists. I don't like anyone who is mean. A shadow came over them. An adult with a large stature stood with his arms crossed, blotting out the sun. Get out of here. He was looking down at the blonde boy, glaring at him, angry. You know you're not welcome here. They were picking on her. The boy's arms dropped to his sides, a look of fear in his eyes. I was just trying to help. The adult took a step forward. I won't tell you again. No monsters or demons in the playground. He reached out, poised to grab the blonde, but the boy jumped backward just out of reach. I'll leave. The boy staggered backward. I just wanted to play. Nobody wants you here. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes before he turned and ran. Sakura watched after him, watched him run full speed toward the woods. The adult called him a demon, a monster. What did he mean? All Sakura could see were the sad, scared blue eyes as her mother roughly grabbed her arm, taking her home. When she woke up from the dream of her memory, Sakura sat straight up. She looked to where Naruto was sleeping beside her, snoring. He was okay. They weren't 4 and being bullied on the playground. They were 12 and a family. From Naruto's other side, Sasuke propped himself up on one arm, sleepily raising an eyebrow at her. You okay? She took a shuddering breath. I don't think I ever apologized to him. The way I treated him in school, no, before that. I've been horrible to him since I've known him. We never played with him, always told him to go away, blamed everything on him. The whole time he just wanted one person to be decent to him. He doesn't hold it against you, Sakura. You're not like that now, and that's all that matters to him. Sakura's heart ached as she looked down at Naruto again. It doesn't make it right. She gently brushed a piece of hair from Naruto's forehead. He saved me once. Mom sent me to befriend the popular kids, but they were just making fun of me. Naruto tried to help, but one of the parents called him a monster, told him no one wanted him there. I didn't say anything. How old were you? Sasuke sat up fully, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Young. Sakura nodded. 4. What power did you have at 4, Sakura? There was nothing you could have done, anyway. Sasuke looked down at the sleeping blonde. You listened to the adults, Sakura. It's what all kids do. Naruto gets that, I think. Besides, he can't hold a grudge. He's incapable. Sakura snorted. You want to make it up to him, then keep doing what you're doing. Not looking a bit placated, Sakura nodded, still watching Naruto sleep. I wish I could time travel. I'd go back in time and fix it. Make Naruto's life so much better. Sadly, Sakura, time travel isn't possible. Sasuke gave her a small smile. Buy him ramen tomorrow. All will be forgiven. She nodded, again, and laid back down. I'm gonna find a way to make it all up to him. I have to think on it, but I'll figure it out. Just don't pity him. Trust me, it hurts more than it helps. It took a long time for Sakura to fall back to sleep. Her mind was consumed with every negative thing she had ever done to Naruto. Tomorrow she will buy him ramen. It's not much, but it's a start. Before she finally dozed off, Sakura snuggled as close to Naruto as she could get. I'm sorry. There was a thud on the porch, something hard landing on the deck. It was early, the morning still gray before the sun fully rises. Kisame jumped into action, grabbing Samehada and whipping the door open. Laying on the ground, pale and sweaty, was Kakashi. What happened? Extending a long arm, Kisame helped Kakashi to his feet. I didn't even hear you leave last night. Unsteady on his feet, Kakashi swayed. He squeezed onto Kisame's arm harder than he wanted to, just to keep the floor from getting any closer. Just some chakra exhaustion. I'll be fine after some sleep. He winced when he realized how slurred his speech was. Although Kisame didn't look convinced in the least, he did help Kakashi slowly stumble down the hall and into his room. He watched as Kakashi face planted into the mattress, groaning. Footsteps sounded behind him, Itake's steady gait as he came to investigate. The teen took one look at Kakashi and frowned. What happened? He claims chakra exhaustion. Kisame crossed his arms, unbelieving. Kakashi was nearly asleep, his words slow and slurred. I just don't have as much chakra as I did before. The two just looked at each other, confused as to what that meant. Kisame sighed, walking past Itake. You honestly couldn't find normal people to stay with. Letting the snide remark go, Itake watched Kakashi as he snored. Not as much as before? Before what? Notes. Check the description for the links to the author.